Greetings, Ranger fans! Ha! We have a stream. The stream is operating. The stream seems to be working by all appearances that I am able to ascertain. We have a wonderful stream for you this weekend. Welcome to the Mighty Votin Power Charity live stream, part 2. So, throughout this weekend, I'm going to be watching all of Season 2 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. All of that good old 1994 and 1995 goodness. We are going to be raising funds for spreadthevote.org. It's a wonderful organization. It is designed to help get the vote out. Obviously, a lot of you might be familiar with the general Get Out the Vote, where people are called and reminded of, oh, time to go vote, gotta know who I'm voting for, gotta get out there. This is more of a direct action charity, where we look to make sure that people have voter IDs, that people have the information they need to get to their polling places, that they are properly registered, because that is difficult for a lot of people. And right now, it's more important than ever because it is so difficult to get to polling places with regards to the public health crisis that we've been dealing with all year. So we want to try and make it easier for people to vote and help them vote as well. As you can see, I have my co-host here throughout the weekend, strong silent type. So I hope that you enjoy that we now have an interactive, a few little aspects here, our donations leaderboard. So whoever is our top 3 donors, they'll have their names listed up there. Athena just was our last donor from our previous live stream from last week. We also have our little now playing indicator, so you know which episode we're on. Obviously, we're going to be starting off Season 2 with the Mutiny, Part 1. Where else would we be starting? Where there's smoke, there's fire? No. The Mutiny, Part 1 is where we'll be starting. And yes, as I said, I have not yet reset the leaderboard. Athena's there as our little placeholder. Whoever pops in next, you're going to be getting up on that board. I also have our goals listed down there, as well as our more recent donors from our previous stream. You'll get added to that list if you donate. Our first goal is to get up to $600. That is our day 1 goal right now. Our goal is to get to $600, at which point, not only will I be watching all of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2, but I will also be throwing in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, right after that. And if we hit another 600 tomorrow, so if we get to 1,200, then that means that we will be going straight from that into Season 3 and rolling into a 3rd day of streaming. So, we've got a lot going on. We've got a lot to cover. We've got people from all over the world. I can see Rosen here from Australia. We've got Scott. We've got Sean. I know I saw Chris a little earlier, and I know Chris is going to be popping in and out throughout the weekend. He basically has volunteered to sort of cover all of our open shifts. But I do actually have somebody else who's coming in as a video guest in just a moment. And as far as how people will be making their appearances, unfortunately, our sweet, dear little 2015 MacBook, which is going to be a trooper throughout this whole process, cannot process 2 different streaming inputs at the same time. So we won't be able to do the full, video interface, but I do have my little phone here, and I've got a little bit of a better setup this time. So, making sure that my first guest can turn on their video, and then I will bring them in, and we'll kick off with the Mutiny Part 1. So, I have a whole string of setups here. I've got an actual camera that I'm streaming off of. I've got the laptop, which is operating Streamlabs. I've got my second laptop here to man any sort of social media I've got to do. And then I've got my little guest tripod over here. So our first guest is actually going to be someone from Database Ranger's Power Reviews. So you might know him as one of the first threats that I ever faced in the course of our 90 episodes thus far. So if he can unmute himself and turn on his camera, I will bring him right in. Hopefully.
Good to go.
Good to go? All right. So, here we go. I've got Am I live again? Am I back? I've returned to you, my people, my Ranger fans. I've returned to you. I believe I have returned to you. Please give me a sign that you can hear me, that you can see me. Oh, wonder of wonders, miracle of miracles, here we go. Alright, so I'm just going to try again to make sure that Skype is doing Skype things. So, for whatever reason, the computer just froze. It did. That was the entire scenario. So, for whatever reason, I can no longer apparently see multiple people at once. I don't know why. I don't know why that's a thing. So we do have Chris here in the corner. I haven't figured out how to get it to split screen like it was last time. Nor do I know how to make myself disappear, which would be also useful. My phone, also not the highest end of technology. So, Tom, are you all ready on your end?
I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Yeah, me too. I've been trying to make it disappear for years, and I still haven't been able to figure it out, so I don't know why you would.
Alright, so, here we go. Here's our good friend Tom Dixon, a.k.a. T Alpha, T Beta, and T Omega.
Yeah. Thanks for sticking with us, Lord. Acknowledge.
So hopefully everyone can hear you okay. Make sure your volume's nice and high there. And we also have
Like possibly talk any louder.
we also have Chris Tyler in the Skype call as well. For some reason, I can't seem to do the split screen this time round. I'll figure it out though. Chris, it's a pleasure to have you back again.
Thank you.
And this is a general note to anyone. If you want to join in, please let us know. Reach out in the chats. I'd love to hear from more people as we do this. For whatever reason, when I did this switch up, suddenly now I can no longer see the chat in Streamlabs, so that's less than ideal. But I can still see you down here on my other. Actually, let me see. Can I do this? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Maybe that one's it? Oh, maybe that one's it. Please, let this be it. Did I manage to make things look workable? Maybe. I don't know. Nope, that did absolutely nothing. Good to know. Alright, so right now, Tom and Chris, you're kind of in the Phantom Ranger spot. So I think that now that we are a good 15 minutes or so in, and we have, before we all disappear again, let's kind of kick things off with our standard statements that we always like to have before kicking off any new episode. We won't be doing this for every episode because we are going to be rolling through, but I think for the first episode it's worthwhile. These are the 3 statements that we think should be considered by all people to be equally non-controversial. Statement 1. Say it with me, chat. Black Lives Matter. Number 2. Say it with me, chat. Fascism is bad. And number 3. Say it with me, chat. Superheroes are fun.
Superheroes are fun.
Fun times. So yes, Tom, I know you are new to this process, but welcome. And Chris, you're now old hat at this. So, this is going to be our farewell to dear Rita Repulsa. And saying hello to good old Zeddykins.
To Lord Zed.
I'm gonna bring him in as a special guest as well. There we go. I don't know right now I feel like we've got a nice little tableau here. We're on either side of Lord Zed. You're on the Phantom Ranger's mask. It doesn't look at all like a complete disaster. So, if you guys are all ready to join me, let's kick things off with The Mutiny.
The Mutiny, part 1.
Part 1.
The Mutiny, part 1.
Awesome. And 5, 6, 7. Percentages are loading. Percentages are loading. Oh, and this was that prime time feel. I don't know if you guys remember. This was the one that premiered Fox Prime Time.
Right, I remember like having to fight with my parents to be able to make sure I could watch it.
Yeah. Recruit a team of teenagers with attitudes. And we also still have the original opening the season 1 opening right now. We haven't quite kicked things off with the big season 2 change up yet, because don't wanna spoil things. Also, of course, my television, is now buffering. Thank you, Netflix. You're delightful. So how you doing, Tom? Oh, there we go.
I'm sitting here trying to come up with evil plans to take over this live stream.
I know, there was some miscommunication at first where you thought that it was... Where I mentioned someone who's going to be swinging by at 3 and I accidentally came across as if we were starting at 3.
So we weren't even starting until then, and like, oh look, I haven't had a chance to like make myself pretty or anything, but you know what? That's what happens when you're a bad guy. You always get that.
He's the bad guy.
And now Netflix
is buffering again.
They're the bad guy anyway, right?
We have top-notch streaming services going on here. We got that Jason Frank before he started including the David.
I had not even realized that had happened until I went back and rewatched a few of the older episodes to see like that he was first credited as just Jason Frank instead of Jason David Frank.
Yep.
And it was kind of mind-boggling.
Right. So, yeah, to everyone down in the chat, we're trying to hit play, but Netflix doesn't seem to be agreeing with me at the moment. Right now, I'm just looking at Zordon's wonderful face. I still find it amazing that we actually had David Fielding call in last time to say hello. There we go. Okay, maybe not. You missed that? I'm sorry.
I missed that.
Yeah, it was I believe in the middle of the second day. But yes, if we do get to $600 in donations today, we will be doing Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie tomorrow. So we've got a lot of big goals. We want to try and see if we can get to 600 today. If we can get to 1,200 by the movie, then we'll be continuing with Season 3. And if we get to 1,500 before the end of Season 3, I'm going to roll right into Alien Rangers.
Which is technically the end of Season 3.
Yeah, I know. But it's got a different name. I'm rolling to...
That's true.
There's definitely a distinction, I would say, between the two. And there is a difference.
I agree.
It's also...
But it did kind of get its own theme song, too.
It's true. You get your own theme song, you count it as a season. I also find it really funny that right now, like, my line of sight is good as if for me talking directly to you, despite the fact that I'm actually looking at the laptop, which is showing me the phone, which is pointed towards the camera. So I feel like I'm talking right to you, even though I know you're just, like, staring at the corner of my living room.
Well, actually, I'm currently watching the live stream, so I'm seeing you about, I'm going to say there's maybe like a 30-second to 1 minute delay.
Oh, it's pretty bad. Wow, Netflix, really? You're not even gonna do me the courtesy of showing a pinwheel anymore, huh? Is that... I thought
minute, it's not working?
What is happening?
Where are you stuck at, Jake?
It's Netflix is just failing to Netflix. Yeah, let's see here. Trying to figure out what's going on here. I don't know. Is our internet really just that awful? That we can't do this while watching television? I will admit, we tested this stream out pretty thoroughly, but we did not test it while also watching television. Which is apparently more of a challenge. So Tom, you said you had to convince your parents to stay up late for
Well, not to stay up late, but this came on right at the prime time when all the shows were on.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure that you can't interfere with adult TV.
Oh, that was it. They wanted to be watching. What would they have been watching? This was like 8 o'clock on a Sunday night.
I remember at that point, I'm like, what time was this on? Was this like interfering with Wheel of Fortune or Jeopardy or some other like crazy show? But
I want to say it was a Sunday night. So this would.
Yeah.
Oh, there we. Hello. Go, the Power Rangers. Every time I try to start a conversation with you, it starts again. This is awful. Wow. I am getting buffering every 2 seconds on Netflix right now. That's really bad. I've said that so many times now. But yes, I want to say this was what would normally be the Simpsons time slot. And for those of you who are just tuning in, we are discussing Mutiny Part 1 and attempting to play it on my television and failing miserably. Yeah, I may need to reboot the TV. It keeps like faking me out. Like every time that I think I've got it sorted out, I don't. All right. All right. I'm gonna reboot the TV. Wow. Oh, sounds like you're watching it down there, Chris.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I can still go if there's any way to switch over to me, but
I mean,
I don't know if we can do that. We can at least get some episodes going while you get yourself up and running.
Yeah, I can at least, I can watch the episode in my mind. I can make that work. That's still an entertaining stream, right? I love that. Here's one of the advantages to starting the stream fairly early on a Saturday morning, 9 a.m. We've got a pretty small group of people so far. And that's because it's early. People are still getting up. And so if they miss that first, half an hour of me being a complete disaster, then you know what? That means they're not getting left out of the episodes. However, on the other hand, all the people who are here right now are delightful viewers, are delightful Ranger fans. They're getting all that behind the scenes. Just wonder. It's the magic. They get to see the magic. Yeah, Scott, I apologize for if you're 5 minutes in the episode by now. I should be like halfway through this episode by now.
Is your TV still stuck, or?
I'm trying to start it back up, but it takes a moment to reboot. It is not the smartest of smart TVs. This thing's about 5 years old. We got it for our wedding. Delightful gift. Not the smartest of the TVs, though. Definitely a little early for the smart television technology. This is why I'm never an early adopter of anything. Like I'm still like, okay, maybe maybe I might be ready to move on to, like, you know, maybe a Wii U, but I'm still skeptical on the technology there. I don't know if it's ready yet. Have they patched everything? I had a flip phone for the longest time.
On that one.
So let's get into some fun facts here. Anybody here a fan of the show Face Off? I know that show ran for a while. It's over now. But have you ever seen the show Face Off? So it's.
I remember hearing about it, but that was like a makeup show, wasn't it?
Yep, it was on Sci-Fi. It was pretty much the only reality TV show that MJ and I watched at all. And it's because of special effects makeup. They're creating fantastical characters every episode. So it was really interesting, and it was actually really focused on the craft more so than interpersonal drama. Alright, let me see if I can actually resume this now. I finally got the menu up. And the reason that I bring this up, Mutiny Part 1, there we go, picking right up where we left off. Everybody's on ATVs. It's the Children's Hospital charity. They're doing a charity thing. They're doing that's what I should have done instead. Charity motocross, of course. Why didn't we think of this? Tom, you should have gone out, bought an ATV, drove it up from Florida, and then we would have been good.
It could have been a lot of fun. I haven't ridden an ATV since I moved out of New York. Not really a lot of, like, non-built upon land down here in Miami.
It is nice and level, at least. It's great that we're just kind of reintroducing all the characters right now. But we don't need to do the whole this is this person's name, this is that person's name, like in the very first episode. We know everybody. And this is, I believe, our first appearance of Billy with no glasses.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Rita has just appeared. Scorpina.
In one of her very rare appearances.
Yeah. Oh. And I love that even though at this point they have the more advanced Goldar suit available, they're still using that recycled footage of their previous Goldar suit. They've got assault. Angel Grove comes up with so many, like, crazy charity challenges. It's amazing. I want to believe that Billy has prescription motocross goggles. We've got our rock and roll Ron Wasserman music going on. The machine. So hopefully everybody's all synced up at this point. Well, that was a nice little fade into the threat from Zed. This moment. This is such a crazy moment. And I imagine that the original footage of all this was probably them reacting to something like Lokar, who, ironically, is also voiced by Robert Axelrod. Gotta love the just mashup of Sentai footage there. Remember, motocrossers, if you see lightning, pull off immediately and make sure it's not an alien invasion. No, the Thunder's not coming for another 2 episodes, guys. You'll get it, don't worry.
I agree. Something doesn't feel right. Let's be sure we stick together.
According to my calculations, there's an exclusive formation of rocks up there.
Let's go.
Formation of rocks. Is it Vasquez rocks? That's like always the formation of rocks. That just iconic overture right there. I love it. You know, I never actually noticed, but you can totally tell that the Earth is just painted onto a wall back there because there was foreshortening as Goldar went past it. And normally, the Earth doesn't tend to foreshorten. Unless this is proof that there is a flat Earth in the Power Rangers universe.
We don't even want to open up that possibility.
No, we do not. I love how they're just showing off just how completely different Zed is from anything we saw before. And that snake. I feel like this is the same snake that we see later in the season. They just know a guy with a snake, and they get stuff from him. And this is actually a really good way to sort of highlight how powerful Zed is, because Goldar was not like a joke or anything during the first season. He was a total boss throughout the entirety of the first season.
On the Power Rangers and the Megazord.
Exactly, on a regular basis too. And I feel like this is basically... And now we get to see Rita's back. Portrayed wonderfully by Rita's back.
I love you. There's this part right where she's kissing his feet.
Yeah.
Where you can obviously tell it's not.
I wonder because I can't see her face clearly, but I feel like this, like it's not Carla Perez yet. This is the first time that we've really, like we've only seen stand-in Rita a few times, and this is the closest that we've ever really gotten to seeing her face. Also, I find it hilarious how much they recycle the scenes with Alpha and Zordon. And you can tell because they upgraded Alpha's shoulders at some point. But you keep seeing those old shoulders come back, even into Season 2. It's crazy to me.
I'll have to pay attention to that. I don't know if I've ever noticed that before.
Yeah, he's got, like, you're used to the little, sort of shoulders that just kind of come off. But right now he's got the shoulders that go down the whole, like, deltoid. Scott does raise a good point. When the Z-Wave hit, Lord Zed's staff didn't turn back into a snake. It must have been an evil snake. That's why it turned to dust. It was always an evil snake. But yeah, in this scene now you can see Alpha's got his little standard kind of small shoulders that are just the little shoulder pads that go off. But there's just so much amazing recycling of footage that happens throughout Season 2. It's remarkable.
Spawn, while a genius, was also very cheap.
Yeah. So, I'm willing to bet that Billy's wearing contacts at this stage. Because he's not like squinting hard or anything. We've established in the later season that Billy wears contacts. Oh, there's the kissing of the feet. I really do like this Goldar face much better than the original.
I love the way that his teeth are revealed. It makes him a lot more menacing.
Oh yeah, and the like little snarl lines.
Yeah.
It's and the mouth movement is, I think, much better than the flapping mouth when you have the stretching. And it's like, yeah, we've got new putties. They have vests and knee pads, so clearly superior.
They're not stunt doubles at all.
Yeah. Although actually that front that putty in the front is actually like really buff. Like compared to the rest of the putties around him, he's got like huge shoulders. Didn't notice that before. Oh no! Look out!
Look out.
How did you both hit the same rock and land in a tree? How fast were you moving that you landed in a tree? Like, you're pretty high up there, dude.
I'm not like, how strong is that tree that two people hit it at that speed, especially one the size of both?
I mean, it's bending. It's a flexible tree.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, let's just teach kids to taste Miller Royal.
I feel like Bulk and Skull just kind of raided the wardrobe of Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome for this episode. I totally believe that they would have literally done, because we know that later Power Ranger seasons have raided movie set props and costumes before. Freaking out so hard. Goldar is so two-faced. He spent all last season being like, my Empress. And I was like, no, you're garbage. Forget you. Just every now and again they gotta use that Japanese footage just to be like, no, she's got a face, see?
Right. We swear we're not putting our hands in front of our face all the time because it's not her.
Now let's see, how does Lightning Collection Rita compare? Okay, yeah, that's not Carla Perez. I don't know who they got for Rita there. But how does Lightning Collection Rita compare with the figure of Rita from this one? Well, that one's got moving arms, so that's actually pretty good. I don't think it has quite the articulation, can't kick, but definitely has the moving arms. It's also just a very much smaller dumpster than before. Like we're just putting one person in here. We'll get the economy size dumpster.
Yeah, we don't obviously need any of the lackeys in there this time.
You gotta put the blur over the face so that you don't really tell. Now it occurs to me just now, he was facing the balcony before. Did he just sit down in his chair just to do a full 360, just to spin he just sat down in his chair and just spun around in a circle.
You know, when you're evil, you've got to make everything dramatic.
Yeah. But like, if that was a more quickly rotating chair, like a desk chair, that would have just been the equivalent of whee, whoop.
Zed bored in his like alone time, just spinning the chair in circles, like.
I missed this chair. It has excellent rolly wheels.
They are Lord Zed's new army of putty. I'm afraid they will be significantly more difficult to defeat.
My other palace has a more comfortable barking lounger, but this one just is fun. Morphin time. I've got a veritable little collection here. Ah, nice flips from the like actual American stunt team coming in. And I've got my classic 8-inch figure right here. The big Zach right there. That's so cute. They've been trying to steal the Power Rangers Thunder last season, and now they're like, no, we love you. We love you. You're saving us.
Nope, we're just in the way. Look at
It's great that there's Lightning Collection Z putties coming now. I'm not sure if they're fully out in the wild yet, but I know they're out there.
Can't give up. We've got to find their weak spot. Hey, I bet you those gray guys are the reason Jason and those other geeks took off. Yeah. Hey, check it now.
This is like really one of the first fights that we've actually gotten in the American Ranger suits, and they really wanted to kind of show off a little bit. Like, it's not the first. I think that the first full-on original Ranger fight that we got in American footage was Return of an Old Friend.
yes. Which was awesome. Like another crazy episode.
Yeah. But here we've got all the full team. I also think it's great that I don't know if Austin St. John's actually in that suit or not, but they made sure to get like the stunt. If it's not him, they got the stunt double with the biggest shoulders because it's Austin St. John.
Oh yeah.
Nice little rotating shot here. They're showing off a little bit of Steadicam work. Like, stop motion animation. I love this. Oh, wow. The old putties didn't have any of that claymation stuff going on. Except for that one time when we had to use the Thunder Slingers. Remember the Thunder Slingers?
Yeah. Barely.
All right, guys, let's get back to the command center.
Those were extremely important and then never important again. That episode, it was all about the Thunder Slingers, and then the thing that actually came out of it was like, oh yeah, that thing you fought to get the Thunder Slingers? Yeah, that's your new Zord now, and that's actually way cooler.
We're gonna find out who they really are.
And here we get the new mission statement for Bulk and Skull.
This one is real.
I like that they've kind of shifted away now from their sort of nasty, aggressive, harassing personas, and are now into the let's be superstars personas.
They definitely worked a lot better as a
Yeah. Because we've already fought Pudgy Pig at least twice at this point, and honestly, people are getting a little tired.
Now, I'd love to see a map of Angel Grove because they've got the weirdest wildlife everywhere.
I know, there's a piranha just in the lake. Why does this lake have a piranha? This is California. Are there piranhas in California? Is there anyone in the chat who can tell us if there are piranhas in California? Does anyone know? Can someone check Wikipedia on that? Are piranhas
Anyone in the chat, go look it up.
are piranhas native to the West Coast, and I just didn't know about it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure piranhas are just native to Africa, but I could be wrong.
I thought they were South America. Africa?
Oh, maybe it is South America? I don't know. I'm not really good at geography.
I'm not sure. I thought they were more Amazon rainforest. Oh, for tax purposes, all piranhas come from California.
That makes sense.
Yeah. We got our donation from Sean. Thank you, Sean, for donating $2 and making it onto our leaderboard. I'm going to adjust the size of the leaderboard a little bit, just to make sure that things are showing off properly. Oh no! They froze the footage and put on an Instagram filter. We're duped!
And how? did the pterodactyl Zord not fall out of the sky
It's
when it
frozen.
froze?
Do you not know how physics works, Tom?
I guess you could say they're left in the cold.
Here we go. Now I can shrink down that font size a little bit. Oh, too little. Here we go. Boom. Now that was a cliffhanger right there, people.
Listen, when you, I remember when gosh, what year was that would have been? So I must have
This was
been like around
1994.
94. Oh gosh, no, I was 11. Okay, yeah, no, that was really stressful as a child.
So, welcome to the leaderboard, Sean, and thank you for getting us started on our goal. Let's not forget about that goal to get to 600 so that we can be watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie, and also, obviously, helping people vote. We need to get people those voter IDs, make sure they can get to the polls, make sure they get all their information. Now, Netflix just skipped over the opening credits, so we are going straight into The Mutiny Part 2. I need to update my little notification here. We've got...
Played the opening credits, so whoops.
Yeah, sorry, my Netflix likes to skip things. Mutiny Part D has been updated on Now Playing list. I'm getting the hang of this streaming thing, I say, after having plenty of disasters.
That's just your face.
Oh no! This time he used the Instagram filter to control him! I do sort of wonder how much of the like little Instagram filteriness that we're seeing right now was from the Sentai versus stuff they overlaid on top of the Sentai. Because we are into the Zhu2 footage, so...
Yeah, this is way into the Zhu2 footage at this point.
Yeah, we're well into it now. Oh. Checking out my notifications there. Indeed. We can tell that you got an upgrade from Zordon because your shield is just so much stronger now. You were looking a little floppy there for a while, Tommy.
Oh gosh, that floppy shield. Did they not?
We've got another donation from Mr. Seamus Kelly. Wow, coming in strong with $100, sir.
Oh wow!
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
You are our new top donor. You just skyrocketed up that leaderboard. Seamus, thank you so much. I didn't realize that you joined in. Oh, wow. And we just got another $15 from Hitmonkey. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. Oh, that is fantastic. This is more than we got the entirety of the first day of the previous stream. And we are on our second episode, so thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Wow, coming out of the gate strong right there. Setting the pace. Connection. Fantastic. And we are back. Where'd our donor board? Where'd our donor our donation goal go? It's a little weird. And the tip ticker disappeared. Okay, weird. Some things are a little weird, but I think that we're back. We are back. Oh, there we go. Things are still loading up. That's getting better. So I paused the episode while Streamlabs was...
When we pause, so I can make sure to start back up at the same time, and everyone
yes.
else can as well.
I am 6 minutes into the episode at this time. I will resume in just a moment as I just make some little corrections here. But yes, thank you so much to our donors.
you can I cannot overstate how big of a difference you're making. It's so very much appreciated. I continually apologize for the state of our technology, but I think all of us, our hearts are in the right place right now, and that's the important thing. And I'm just updating this here and making sure that this is once again showing the mutiny, but 2. So hopefully all the rest of you are 6 minutes into the episode. Bringing in my remote, trusty remote. Ready, and resume. We've got Evil Dragonzord. Here comes his tail again. Oof.
So I always kind of wonder how much of this is recycled from Green with Evil, and if any of it was actually reshot for Zoo 2.
It's really hard to say. I'm not even sure about Green with Evil, but more so, actually, if anything, I feel like some of this is coming from the Green Candle. When we had the fake Dragonzord.
That's right, because there's no Green Ranger on top of. So
yeah, and he's exactly. And I do want to. Yeah, I've corrected things now, so it says part 2. We've got our leaderboard up. So thank you again to Seamus Kelly and Hitmonkey for really just coming out strong there. We are now like. Oh, Alpha's slow walking. Alpha's slow walking. You know what's happening. They're going out there.
Show you something dramatic.
Time to bring the thunder. Like, they really leaned into this and played this stuff up. There we go, that Die Ranger footage up in the distance. It's beautiful. The Thunderzords, despite...
They were the first Power Ranger toys that I owned.
Oh, really? Did they look? Did they look anything like this?
Yeah, they were great. The only bad thing was that the Red Dragonzord did not come with the rest of them.
Yeah. Oh no, they milked that well. That Thunderzord assault team.
So that was a slight disappointment at first, and it took a while before we could fulfill the whole thing and make the Megazord.
But yeah, this right here is the our original deluxe Thunder Megazord. This is not Lightning Collection. This is 26 years old, or will be this Christmas. Well, more specifically this Hanukkah. This was our last night of Hanukkah gift. My brother got the Red Dragon. I got the Thunderzord Assault team. And eventually he just sort of abdicated it to his Red Dragon to me. Because he stopped caring about Power Rangers as much as I did.
That makes me sad.
But it's interesting because the Thunderzords, when you get right down to it, in terms of like their battle capabilities, like most of them are kind of just blocks. But the way that they play them up as being like this sense of wonder really makes you be like, no, this is amazing. Yeah, that foot-shaped unicorn is fantastic. I want a foot-shaped unicorn. Also, this thing was notorious for just shedding pieces because the arm just fell off and landed on my foot just now. But is somehow still very beefy because that hurt.
Oh yeah, they were heavy.
This was a heavy-duty Zord right here. Oh man, the sticker is coming off the visor. Ah, Zeddykins.
I always loved that slow and sped up turn that he did.
MJ's making a Hamilton reference. Sometimes it makes me wonder why I even bring the thunder. Why he even brings the thunder. It's because they ran out of YouTube footage, that's why. That's why they bring the thunder. Oh, that red filter. Oh, Chris, just a reminder, because I think I can hear like a rapper or something. I'm not quite sure. If you do grab like anything that makes sound on the other end there, make sure to mute yourself before grabbing it, because it does carry through.
And we almost on Billy.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. You can always unmute yourself when there's not the crinkles. I tell my students this every day. It's like, yes, I can hear you adjusting your computer to grab a snack or whatever. Just yes, it's nice that you two are enjoying the Google Meet, but I'm trying to answer this student's question, so if you can mute yourselves, that'd be great. So it's not a personal thing or anything. It's just I've become so sensitive to that over the last month of teaching. They're really showing off like these helmetless shots too now. They're just like, yeah, you guys are just going to be in these suits like this whole episode. We really want to just really strongly establish, yes, you are the Power Rangers. You are the people in these costumes.
Those suits were terrible though. You never really noticed them when you were younger, but like that thick, puffy neck guard and the fact that none of the diamonds are actually connected to each other.
I mean, the thick puffy necks are just always a little bit strange.
I feel like we got that fixed by season 3.
Yeah.
Like it went to the standard Sentai, like instead of like that thick puffy material, a normal not spandex material.
I think that they were still. I want to say they still had the puffy necks in season 3. The thing is that we didn't. We didn't see them helmetless as much in season 3. I think. Usually, when we wanted to see them in some sort of suit, it was the ninjetti outfits.
You know, that's true. Maybe that's why it feels like it changed a lot.
Because I want to say that we saw Catherine Sutherland with a puffy neck. Now, whether Zeo had the puffy necks, that's the question. I don't think they had puffy necks. The few times we saw them helmetless. But I could be
I
mistaken.
think they actually were able to get the real Sentai suits for Zeo.
Yeah.
At that point, they had gotten into a better agreement with Toei about not Bandai.
Yeah.
That point about making sure the props weren't destroyed. That way, the Americans use them if they needed them.
I still can't believe that Beast Morphers went and recreated like all those suits. That's crazy to me.
I know. I'm really looking forward to that episode.
Oh yeah, Kiryu, Godzilla. We remember Green No More. We remember White Light. Those are coming out later today. Like, it's also just really funny. Like, those puffy necks arguably look even weirder with the helmets.
The helmets on? Yeah.
Like, when you're really paying attention to them, it's like you've just got, like, I don't know. I don't even know what that, there's nothing that looks like that. I don't know if cat and mouse is the right phrase here, since you have a fish. Like, don't cats eat fish as well?
I'm pretty sure the piranha would eat the cat first.
Yeah. Speaking of, like, floppy costumes, Piranha's head's, like, fin ears are continually hilarious. Like, there's always one that's flopped back and always one that's flopped forward like a confused puppy. Piranha's head is the confused puppy, and that's how we know that the threat has been. Oh man, that putty was just showing off with that little single handstand there.
Right?
It's like, jazz hands. Oh, they did love that jump backward, legs split over the heads of your enemies kind of move. It is really interesting watching a lot of these. Yeah. It is interesting watching, like, there you go, a little reminder that we got Zach in there. Even though that's less of a Zach move. He's got a little bit more style than that stuntman. That's how I know that Walter Jones isn't actually in there, because that wasn't quite a Zach move there. Still styling. Not quite the Zach man. So I'm glad that things seem to be working smoothly with the stream now. I hope that everyone in there has been enjoying things. Now you see, I can also kind of tell that they're still new to, fighting in the suits, because a number of the kicks and things that the Rangers are doing versus the things the Putties are doing. What was that?
I said, I'll be right back.
Okay. If you're popping off, just make sure to mute yourself in case anyone comes into your room. Or I don't know if there's anyone else there. Just in case there's any background noise. Alright. There's a fish. A giant fish. A humongous fish. It's so... I love how scared they are as it's just like walking towards them like really casually. It's like, hey guys.
Paul and Jason were always just really great at reactionary acting.
Oh, they're fantastic. Paulie and Jason are just amazing. Be the hero. That's an interesting move there. But yeah, actually, what I was starting to say earlier was just how a lot of the moves that the Ranger suit actors are doing here, it's indicative that they're new to trying to fight this way.
Right.
Like, a lot of what they're doing are very simple moves that don't rely too much on them being able to actually see their opponents, because they're not used to fighting in those helmets.
It does kind of make you wonder, like, what the visual field was out of one of those.
I don't have to wonder. It's not great. By the way, I've got this, in case you were wondering, this is currently set on top of the golden shovel from Grid Defense. But yeah, it is not easy to see out of these things. And the Phantom Ranger has a larger field of vision than most. But if you want to see there a little bit, you can kind of see. You can see me through here, but I'm very. It's like you're looking through foggy sunglasses that fog up quickly.
Being in Miami now, foggy sunglasses on the knife.
Ah, everybody's getting exploded. Oh no! To be continued again! The double cliffhanger! Associate producer Paul F. Rosenthal. I wanna... Wait, that's in Chris... Oh, wait, no. Okay, I want to double check something. Because I just saw a name there. And I want to say that I'm misremembering a name.
Okay. What's so important about the name? I'm curious.
Let me see here. Oh my... Is that him? Was the voice of Robo Knight on the crew this early? wrong. It could be a coincidence, but I doubt it. Yeah, he was a second unit assistant director to the show for years. Okay, we are kicking off. We're going straight into Mutiny Part 3. The Mutiny Part 3 is on now. We skipped right past those opening credits, so I gotta update my now playing.
Alright, yeah, give us a timestamp because when you skip, not everybody...
Yeah, we are currently, because it skipped over the opening credits, we are 1 minute 30 seconds in. So Mutiny Part 3.
Wait, hold up.
Directed by Shuki Levy. Who I've heard is not the best person. But that's sort of to be...
That's just how Hollywood works. They're not always the best people.
And we are coming up on 2 minutes into the Mutiny Part 3. There we go. So hopefully that should let you sync up well. Billy's random tech and Alpha's random. I love that same shot of Alpha is used so many times. That is totally. And now he turns around. He's got the other shoulders again. It's amazing to me.
It's so interesting in the fact that for some reason.
Yep.
Original Zords to be able to get the button.
Yeah.
That never held true with any of the other Zords.
He's gonna crush them. I love that when you're aware of certain things, so many little bits of it just become amusing. Like the fact that when Lord Zed is doing his intimidating laser stare, he's literally just looking at a wall that's like 6 feet in front of him.
None of us have any experience in that at all.
I do tend to work in spaces that are not nearly as big as they pretend to be. Our fight sequence that first fight sequence that we did in the hallway with the T Alpha and T Beta agents was such an that earned us a little special effects of awesome mention on TV Tropes, because we did a 3-on-1 fight with 2 people, or a 2-on-1 fight with 2 people. And that's not easy.
No. I remember being pretty sore after that was over.
Well, you had to do twice as much fighting.
Right.
Oh, poor Bulk. Bulk and Skull are just... Piranha's Head's just trolling at this point. But yeah, I do again like the one of the things with this setup is that basically whoever is my guest is now the identity of the Phantom Ranger.
Finally success.
I've been the Phantom Ranger for enough years now. We get to have some people rotating in. I mean, it's hard to believe, but I've been doing. But that Phantom Ranger reveal was like going into Christmas of 2013.
Oh wow, was that really that long ago?
Yes. So I've been like openly portraying the Phantom Ranger on YouTube for almost 7 years, which is crazy. Oh, there we go. Oh, and now we're gonna have the this moment. What's wrong? What could it be?
Why?
Oh no! Oh no! Do we have a bad Wi-Fi connection? Is Spectrum going to doom the world? What could it be?
Is Netflix not working right?
What's going on with the signal blocker? Buffering? What does that mean? This is 1994. I don't know that word.
It's not an elevator, Billy. You can't just keep pushing the button and hope that the elevator gets there faster.
But yes, reminder to oh, and we're getting the power blaster. Nice. I forgot we had the power blaster in this episode. So reminder to everyone down in the chat, if you don't feel like you can donate, what you can do to help is raise awareness of the stream, try and bring more people in. You know, if there's Power Rangers alumni that you have spoken to, cast or crew, that you have a good relationship with, reach out to them, tell them to swing by, see if they can bring in more people. If there's content creators that you really like, reach out to them. There are plenty of people I just haven't had time to reach out to, because I've been busy teaching and phone banking and doing a bunch of things and dealing with power outages.
Now I'm trying to find out if that is the Keiko-matic, because Ranger Vision is like, is that what that is?
No, that is not a Keiko-matic, because that's Sentai footage, and I don't believe that Mark Richardson mailed his, microwave covered in blenders over to Japan. That is definitely Zhu2 footage.
That's the batteries that spell power when you have them in the wrong way.
But yeah, I can't believe this was like the last... I think this might have been the last time we saw the Power Blaster. I love the Power Blaster. Like, it's so rare that we really have good, strong, weapons that combine in a meaningful way that really works.
Right. Because, even, the last time we got, a cannon was Super Mega Force.
Oh, we're getting that green with evil stuff going.
The keys.
Well, no, actually, as far as combining weapons, we did have the Dino Spike from Dino Charge.
That's true.
I really like the combining weapons concept. It really does add a gotta catch 'em all kind of thing to the figures if you include those weapons.
It shows the teamwork of the show, and isn't that what Power Rangers is really all about?
Ranger Vision is asking if the version of the device on the table next to Billy and Trini in his garage was the Keiko-matic. I didn't look closely enough at that. I don't know. It could have been. But I also don't want to try and rewind at this juncture. Because it's not something that I trust my TV to do. This is live. We're doing it live.
We need to get you away.
Yep. He's got to save the Dragon Zord.
Footage.
Yep. Show off those pesky power. Oh, he's got his growth bomb there, which is far more made of foam.
I just noticed.
What was that?
Oh, never. That's right. The bad guy. It's been so long since I've seen this. I forgot who pulls the pin when.
I don't think I ever noticed before how made of foam Zed's growth bomb is.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Like when it flies through the air, it looks fine. It looks like what the figure is holding. But but when he's actually holding it, it's squishy like a little dodgeball.
Yeah, like an old Nerf ball, really.
It's a Nerf grenade. I didn't realize he had a Nerf.
What it was, they were like, hey, go buy something from the toy store and spray paint it gray.
Like that's how they got most of their props, but like that is so much bigger and squishier than this little thing. Whew, Zords are activated. Pop Zeddykins back over here. Nice. Trying to see if I can get Zed to back to the position I had him in before. There it goes. I love this.
I know, this is definitely my favorite sword call.
Also, they just sort of nice. Oh, we got Smiling Zordon. We don't get Smiling Zordon too often. But yeah, I love how that summoning sequence is really just like them doing their roll call from like the end of Green with Evil or whatever.
Right.
But instead of it being a roll call, we saw a quick little a new Powers Ranger on the head of the Red Dragon Star. This is so cool that it could turn into its own fighting Zord. The Red Dragon Thunder Zord just like... I love how dramatically he calls it the Mega Thunder Zord before we go on to...
Sword every other time after that.
It's so funny. Boom! The Thunder Megazord's like samurai, well, not samurai aesthetic. It's really more of a sort of armored Chinese warrior because they did rely heavily on Chinese mythology in Die Ranger.
Right.
But it's just that black and gold and red aesthetic is gorgeous.
It really is.
It's not as iconic as the original Megazord in many regards, but it's beautiful. It really is. Like you believe that this thing is powerful, and it's amazing how just that gold aesthetic really creates that. This is also just masterful editing right now.
Right, because this is all Zoom 2 footage against the original
Yeah.
Dino Sword.
And I'm pretty sure that they're just sitting on rolly chairs right now. And they laid the seeds for the White Ranger so early on, too. They're just like, no, we're going to get you something. We're going to get you something, Tommy. It's coming. Now, one thing that's interesting is how well they mask whatever it is the Thunder Megazord's actually fighting in the Sentai. Because it's not fighting Piranha's head. Alright. Make sure to mute as you're on your way out so that way we don't get background noise. Thank you. Boom.
And that first slash.
Yep, and that slash was, again, it was layered on. Because you could see that there was the lightning coming down at it, which would have been from a traditional Megazord strike. But they layered on the yellow floof 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 of the Thunder Megazord strike. I love that Robert Axelrod is just casting shade at Robert Axelrod right there.
Like, it's like, I'm gonna yell at myself, and then at myself again.
Zed is such a horrible manager. Because he always is like, you failed, and you failed, and you failed. It's like, I didn't do anything. No one else did anything here. Zed is...
We were here the whole time.
Like, when Rita accuses her minions of failing, okay, she actually delegated to them. Zed doesn't delegate. He created the monster. He created the putties. He did the zappity-zappities. Goldar, what did Goldar fail at? Going, good job, boss. That's all that Goldar did. Squad and Babu were just He wasn't having them do anything. If you're not going to delegate, you got to take the responsibility.
But I guess if you're the Emperor of Evil, you really don't.
I'm just saying. You're in a role of responsibility, sir. You are in a position of command. You should recognize that comes with some responsibility. We can't have people in command of empires who have no sense of personal responsibility. Could you imagine if the real world was like that? Wouldn't that be terrifying? Not even taking the bait on that one, huh? No?
No.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Sorry, you about the bottles of slime on the wall, so I got distracted.
That is fair. That is wonderful. Okay.
They can't help anything unless the plot demands it.
Alright, so,
Suddenly magically see inside of the dumpsters.
yeah. Oh wait, now we're seeing the device. That could be. I don't think that's the Keikomatic. It's just a silver box with radio ears. I think that's just a new prop. Pretty sure. Yeah, it does. Yeah, the Keikomatic had blenders on top of it, so I'm pretty sure that's not the Keikomatic. Now time for them to somehow still finish the race.
Right, and there's your good delegation right there, Jason, our number one leader.
Jason was a good leader, to be honest. It's nice. They're playing into this so hard right now.
Right, but you can even tell, like, even Vulcan Skull at this point is like, I realize how ridiculous I sound. Giant fish!
It's a giant fish! And I haven't mentioned it before, but I know that we've got Ranger Vision in the chat right now, so I know that we were talking with you guys that we should try and get you on here at some point today. And yeah, Chris, I don't know what's causing noise on your end, but quick reminder. I'm gonna say, if you're not speaking, try muting your mic. You can whenever you have anything to say, just unmute. But we do keep getting audio issues on your end, like we did last time. Sorry about that. To bring that up again.
Alright.
Alright. Thanks. Whoosh! Look at him go!
Hadn't they just established that the principal was bald at this point? Why is he wearing his toupee again?
He always puts his toupee back on. What are you talking about? He's
I never realized how bad it looked from the back in that scene.
Ah, there we go. Paul F. Rosenthal on that list, who I think is best known for being the voice of fake Jason. I'm pretty sure he's the voice of fake Jason. Also, yeah, we see Bob Manahan in there as like a recording producer. Like, they had so many people who pulled like double duty and things. I still find it crazy that the voice of Robo Knight was an assistant director at this stage. Alright, and we are just going to be rolling straight into our next episode, which I believe is The Wannabe Ranger. So I gotta update our now playing.
Of course, this time it skips the opening sequence. What the heck, Netflix?
I don't know, right now mine has a little delay before it skips. Just to make sure that I really want to keep watching. So now we've got the Wannabe Ranger kicking right off, straight into it. The credits are on the screen, people. Let's move. This is the Wannabe Ranger. Who wrote this? Billy, you're just showing off, dude. You just flipped into... Alright, this was apparently written by Ellen and Daniel Sarnoff. But yeah, Billy just flipped into a slam dunk. Like, that's... Nobody can do that. Like, that's not a thing that humans can do.
Alright guys, I'm gonna duck out for a little bit, but I'll join everybody again after I run a few errands.
Alright. So, thank you so much for joining us for the Mutiny, Tom. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. Very much appreciated.
Here we go.
Around for one of my favorite episodes ever.
Oh, wait, which one's that going to be?
No, it's the Mutiny.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I thought you said you're gonna come back around for it. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, I'll be back later, but I meant, like, I definitely have to be here early to make sure that I got to see that one.
I'm so glad you were able to join us. We gotta figure out a way to get you back into the show, even with you with you over down. We'll figure something out.
Back to normal, and you could see Agent T Omega one last time beforehand.
Yeah, we've got plans. We've got plans. It's always
Alright,
fun.
I'll see everybody later.
All right, thank you again, Tom. Always a pleasure. All right, you good to sign yourself out there? Okay. And now we can see Chris. Hey, Chris.
Oh,
Here you go. Oh, little old Alpha. I'd forgotten that this was kind of an Alpha Focus episode. Maybe this is, again, just poor management skills on Zed's part. Like, these putties are just roaming around. They're not doing anything useful here. Actually, you know what? I want to grab something I have over here. Have I mentioned that we have, and actually I'm going to take Zeddykins down. Have I mentioned before that we have Heroes of the Grid? And I love the imagery here, because we know we're going to see that later of Premator. I want to get that figure out.
no.
Pasta la pizza, baby. This is like the third or fourth time that we've heard pasta la pizza as a phrase. Oh, I see Nerdy wants to join in again. Let me see if I can get you guys both in here without screwing it up like I did before. Dylan, I'm gonna be so awesome and cool and brooding in like 17 years. All right, let me see if I. So. Pure Nerdy wanted to pop in. Let me see if I can bring him in. And maybe this time I'll actually be able to do the split screen. We'll find out. I know that we've done it before. I think that's the right one. Zed doesn't like for his minions to be involved. I love Premator so much. Okay. We got Evil Billy going on here for the moment.
A bad boy. Shape-shifted into him.
Yeah. You're not Billy. Aw. Premator. Alright, as far as how far into the episode are we at the moment, let me take a quick look at our timeline here. Oh no, Alpha just got his self-destruct activated. We are just about 6.5 minutes into the episode, Scott. I want to get up this Premator figure because it's amazing. I want it. Things aren't quite working there. What did my phone do? What did my phone just do? Maintenance boot mode. What? What does that mean? What do you mean maintenance boot? Oh no, did I have it stuck on the power button just now? Oh no, I'm sorry. Chris, when I popped it back in, I must have accidentally hit it on the power button, and that's not what you want to see. So sorry for the noise there. I just wanted to get out those figurines. Where are they at? Where are they at? Ah, there we go. Premator. Premator is just a beast of a little figurine there. Look at that. Just the detail. Of course it's a banana shake. Heroes of the Grid does such great work with their figures, and I really feel like we need to just remember to highlight those every now and again. Like, just the detail on that fur is fantastic. And I keep wanting to, like, not cover... I keep thinking, like, I'm going to show it to the laptop that I have down here, and I'm like, no. I'm actually looking at the camera this time. So I'm getting my phone back up and running again. I'm so sorry, Chris. I know it's a delay on this end as well. Nice unmorph putty fight. We haven't gotten one of these yet today, and I like them. So while we're waiting on Ranger fans to rejoin us, let me straighten that out a little bit. Looking a little crooked there, bud. All right. Obviously, I have my little co-host here. But yeah, I love any time that we get to show off the abilities of the actors and actresses, and they do great work. Like right now, Tommy is just showing off his... Like, that is an excellent little... Like, that crescent kick was excellent. I love how Premator really plays them against each other in so many different ways. So it was not Zack. Oh no. Treachery. Betrayal. Yeah, I'm sorry that things get a little complicated with trying to see things. Nope, Alpha's not doing okay. That is not okay. 10 minutes till self-destruct is not okay. Alpha. This is what happens when you decide to go go out gallivanting and reionizing there. Again, Premator. Being just amazing. Okay, so now I should be able to... resume the previous call. My phone is back. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this going again.
Triceratops, saber-toothed tiger, Tyrannosaurus. I like how my subtitles are actually just like a moment off. So as a result, I'm seeing everybody off by one, by one phrase. So I'm seeing like the Mastodon over Kimberly. I'm seeing. Oh, that is so sneaky. I love this. That Primator just jumped in on the end as Trini. Alright, welcome back, Chris. I'm sorry about that. I accidentally hit the power button on my phone. Alright, and I think Pure Nerdy is going to be joining in as well. Alright. I like this. And this is all YouTube footage, so this is all like stuff that, you know, it doesn't have an episode associated with it. They just created a shape-shifting monkey monster for the Rangers to fight and played around with that concept. Alright, so let's see if I can get Dan in here as well. Boom, 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 boom. I also find it just interesting how, like, almost all of the Zhu monsters were based off some sort of animal. And they look great. Like, they're not from any, like, Sentai story. They're just simple monsters that look great. Alright, so Chris, I'm going to pop you back in here and not hit the power button this time. Whoop. And try not to knock everything over. There we go. That monkey is so crazy. And there's I think I get great artwork from Heroes of the Grid with the Dan Moore artwork. At this point, you know, we'd already seen a number of Ranger battles that had been sort of the match fights. Like, we had Mighty Morphin Mutants and we had Bad Reflection on You, where the Rangers fought themselves. But having this shape-shifting monster that just keeps changing between different Rangers just makes for such a dynamic fight. Oh, what's going on with the viewing glow? Yep. I like how they sort of foreshadowed that weakness for him. Kimberly? Where were you holding that? Like, where did you have that mirror, Kim? Also, I'm willing to bet that's the same...
No.
Wait. Also, that mirror, unless I'm mistaken, has a Triceratops on the back of it. That's a Billy mirror. Like... Also, people, stop splitting up when there's a shapeshifter. Yes, like, that's a Billy mirror. Why did Kimberly have a Billy mirror? And here comes that moment right there. Oh, and the tail, too. This really did, though, sort of highlight just how Zed was stepping things up. Like, Premator is an impressive monster.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. Alright. So, Pure Nerdy's ready to join us. I'll bring you in. And try and do this a little bit more cautiously this time. And there we get those roll calls again.
Don't call it Thunderstorm power.
Exactly. There we go. Thunderzords! The Thunderzords got style. They don't have a tremendous amount of functionality in many regards, except for the Red Dragon. Like, I would love to see what the other 4 Zords are actually capable of doing, because they never seem capable of doing really much of anything, apart from just sort of moving at a steady rate.
Pretty much.
Alright, so hopefully, Nerdy, we should be adding you in soon, if you're getting the invite. I'll just kind of position this over here. Here we go. There it goes. Boom, boom. You hear the music, you know what's going down. Power Rangers. Bing. They gotta keep these Zord fights quick and short so you don't recognize that we're seeing cuts that are hiding the fact that they're never in the same space simultaneously. The Piranha's Head fight was handled really well though, because they kept using shots where it looked like it wasn't like they were in the same space, but always one of them was obscured by an attack. There we go. Alpha's back up and running. I don't know what an alpha is. That's cute. Alright, so I don't know what's going on there. Aw, Alpha just wants to learn to play soccer. Okay, so we are coming up on the end of... So I just have allow incoming video, yeah. I don't know what's going on here, why Nerdy's having a tough time getting in there. I know he keeps trying, but he's not getting the invite for some reason. Alright, I'm sending that call out again. Oh, and I'm Database Ranger, of course, as far as what you should be receiving. Yeah, Trinity probably shouldn't be using Billy's name in front of civilians. Alright, we've got the countdown going off to Putty on the Brain, so this is going to be 8 more seconds, and then it is going to skip right past the opening credits, so I'm going to update my now playing notice to Putty on the Brain. Loading up now. Skipping over the opening credits. And here we are. Putty on the Brain on the screen. Checking out those cool shades, and written by Mark Litton, our good friend Mark Litton, who we had last time on our
stream, and we are looking forward to having again. It's a little bit early in the day for him to be joining us at the moment, but he will be joining us later in the day for another of his episodes, which will be fantastic. Here we go. Now, if I'm hopefully this should be. Let's see if this brings in Nerdy here.
ADV.
There we go. Okay. I don't know what the problem was there. There you are. Oh wait, now I can't see. Oh, now I can't see Chris anymore. I'm so bad with this. Alright, let me add Chris to this conversation. Oh, this is just so trippy. Cause like they are freaking out hard right now.
What episode are we on, DB?
We are on Putty on the Brain, and we're already into it now. Zed's laughing about how perfect everything is. We are almost 3 minutes in.
Okay. Hey, if I jump off for a second, I'm on.
Okay. And we are at 5, 4, 3, 2, 3 minutes in. No, Zach's not clowning around. That was from season 1. Oh. I love how just like freaked out they are by all this. It's a trippy experience, like that nobody else is observing what they're observing. Nobody else is seeing what they're seeing. And it's maddening. That's not something that, you know, like even if they know, okay, these putties that they're seeing aren't real, they don't know for sure, because they know what you're trained to trust your eyes. And when you have other people around you who are just denying your reality, that's terrifying. So this was definitely, I really enjoyed some of these early episodes of season 2, where the Rangers were really being heavily messed with. Also, that iguana food is totally Fruit Loops. Oh no, maybe Cheerios. Maybe Cheerios. I could be wrong.
Oh.
He's grown up so big and strong. It's great. Also, I love that Skull's just covered in microphones. And
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
these POV shots are great. They're really selling just the surreal nature of seeing this.
Cheerios and Fruit Loops. Really?
Yeah. Just checking to make sure that everything's doing all right over here. Okay. Oh, because of the instant playback on the thing. Here we go. Oh, now that seems to be working again. It's weird. Comes and goes. And now they're wise to that spells are just things that happen. Oh, those evil sunglasses. I love that, like, none of the other bits of clothing are transferred onto the putties. But Billy's putty self gets glasses. Because, of course, he does.
Exactly. Oh
like, I noticed that when I first watched the episode, and then that different...
Yeah. Yeah, he's really working on just breaking down the trust between the Rangers, Ranger Vision. Good call there.
See, my thing was he did this for psychological warfare.
Yeah.
So that he can...
Wrong! Those are putties!
Yeah, like that. Oh, I love this too, because now they don't know that when they are looking at real putties. It throws you off kilter so bad. Like, I feel like this episode, honestly, I feel is particularly relevant in certain regards to the world that we live in now, where so often people observe things that don't match up with what other people are observing. Especially if you get heavy into, believing what you see on Facebook. You'll see, enemies everywhere in ways that don't exist. And then you become blind to threats that actually do exist. And, this is obviously, over 25 years ago, so there's no way that this was... I'll have to ask Mark about this, because I do intend to talk to him later. But, there's no way that he could have predicted that this sort of thing would have happened with people having their own alternate versions of reality and being very disoriented as far as what to believe and what they can trust. Also, seriously, playgrounds are just fantastic locations for unmorphed fight scenes.
Yes, like I can imagine, like when they set this up, how they actually got him to fight like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
He said the name of the episode!
Yes, he did. I'll be right back up.
Okay, sounds good. Now, they still seeing it there in the command center. Yep. Like, yeah. He did this real 1-2 punch between Primator and the putty on the brain plans to just really mess with their perceptions of reality. I kind of love that when I was like 9 years old watching this, I wasn't aware of Salamander as a mythical creature, so I'm just like, Salamander's a real thing. That's just a different type of lizard. Why is it like so amazing that it's two different types of lizards together? But apparently the mythical salamander was literally a fire breather.
Oh yeah.
Crazy shades, man. Alright. Let's see what happens. I love the Morphin putty. Nice. That's very convenient. It is nice how... It does sort of emphasize how their suits do give them special abilities. They do give them special protections. So, to those of you who are in the chat, once again, let's not forget, we are raising funds for spreadthevote.org. This is to make sure that people are able to get their voter IDs and get to the polls and have all the information that they need to do so. So this is raising funds for direct action. A lot of people, especially those who live in marginalized communities, do have trouble
getting voter IDs in voter ID heavy states. And a big part of that is that they don't accept a lot of other forms of government ID outside of driver's licenses. And if you live somewhere and you don't have a car, and the next DMV is 50 miles away, getting an ID can be incredibly difficult. It does target marginalized communities very heavily. And so it is generally recognized as a form of voter suppression. So this is our best way to counteract that. We don't have time to roll back those laws to make it easier for people to vote, but we can help them, work within the laws that exist right now to make sure that their voices get heard. So if you haven't donated yet, and you'd like to, we are working towards our goal of $600 for today. We are already about almost a fifth of our way there, which is great. We're going to keep having more guests popping in throughout the day, and that's going to be great. And yeah, let's fight for everyone to get the vote. That's actually weird. Wait, it's 5 for 1, and the things are saying fight for 1. That's interesting. Oh, and something weird just went on with my Skype over here. Trekkie B47 donating $15, getting up on that leaderboard and popping us up to 132. Thank you, Eric. Great to see you.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm getting that back to full screen again. I don't know what happened there. Huzzah.
Oh wow.
Yes, and the link to donate to spreadthevote.org has just been popped into the chat again. I know that Eric is going to be joining us for some episodes we've got coming up. We're actually not too far behind on our schedule at the moment, because we did have a little bit of a late start, but we're pretty well on track right now. We're only maybe half an episode behind where we plan to be, or if that. How much time do we have in this episode? We've only got 6 minutes. All right, so we're actually only about 5 minutes behind our intended schedule. So that puts us on a nice, good path for some flexibility today. Why do you keep having these like basic errors with your devices? Come on, Billy, you gotta test these things.
Right, and I've always agreed, like, I think they did that just to give them, like, plot, so Billy can have something to do.
Yeah. Well, from what I gather, when they requested the Zhu 2 footage, they did ask for everything to be a little bit closer to the characters from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers instead of the Zhu Ranger characters. So they had, all of a sudden, the Blue Rangers creating all these new devices. Oh, we do have more Power Blaster. Gotta love the Power Blaster. Boom! I feel it does look like he had a different growth bomb in that first episode than he in his first use of it than he does here. Because that first one was like squishy, and now we're seeing sort of the regular one that comes with the figure. So that might be why I didn't remember it being that way. There we go. Let's get some thumbs. Yeah. Boom. Tiger Griffin Thunderzord power. I love that they call it a griffin, and it doesn't look anything like a griffin. Like, it doesn't really look like much of anything. It's shaped like a foot. They just kind of had to come up with something.
truth be told, it's supposed to be a Kirin from Chinese mythology. It doesn't even really look that much like a Kirin. I love that bass that they have. I don't have it with me right now. The I think the bass for the Thunderzord Assault Team I have in storage. But I used to remember as a kid, because it had that handle there for the attachment of the Firebird Thunderzord, and so I could hold it and swing it around like it was flying, like it was doing right there. And that was just so much fun to be doing during the holidays right after we got them. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is a great meshing of footage. Because that was clearly...
Zoo Ranger footage, if I remember right?
It's U2 footage of Salaguana, but it's Die Ranger footage of the Thunder Megazord. So they're never in the same shot at the same time, but we saw this, what looked like the Salaguana's tongue wrapped around the Thunder Megazord. But what it actually was what looked to be a different form of tendril, because it was a different color. So they must have been fighting some sort of monster that had some sort of vine powers or something. I don't know. I'm curious what the source footage was for that one. Oh, that is fast. Those edited sequences are fascinating to me. Partially because I've dealt with that. Oh, and this well establishes now that Lord Zed's creations revert back to their original forms when they're done. This whole thing with... Nice. I like their neutralizing the spell. Honestly, though...
So the one thing I never got was the Thunder Megazord transfer, the little, like, tank device? I don't know what you call that.
Oh, what, the stand that for the assault team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that somewhere. I've had this guy in full Thunder Megazord form this whole time. Definitely a bit on the dusty side. Oh man, I need to dust this puppy. It's just so I know I have it. I think probably in storage with my other old Megazords. Thunder Megazord is the only one that I have in this apartment. Everything else is in storage as far as basically Wild Force on back for the most part. And the Thunder Megazord I only dug out for one of my first Ask DB videos. Well, actually before that even. No, it was for something that got adapted into an Ask DB.
I don't remember the Thunderzord the Mega Thunderzord in that video.
Yeah. Well, one thing is that I appear in the DVD features for the big, full series on DVD, the full Power Rangers series on DVD, as just one of the fans who was talking about the show, and this was before I did Database Rangers Power Reviews. This was actually the first time that I had to really, or one of the first times that I ever borrowed Dave's camera before I started using it for Power Reviews. And so that song that I did for that like holiday Ask DB, where it's like Snizzard was my first monster, and Billy's was my first morpher. That where it was sort of a can of my Power Rangers toy collecting. Oh, and we are diving right into our next episode. It is flying right through with Bloom of Doom. Title is on screen now.
One of my favorite episodes of MMPR.
Yeah?
I'll come back later.
And updating, nope, not Blue of Doom. Bloom of Doom.
Hey, DB, I'm gonna hop off because I'm going to get some cleaning done, but I'll hop back on later.
All right.
After my interview, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. All right, and I know Chris had to pop off for now as well, so I'm just going to drop that over there. Swing my phone over here. And I know Eric is up for joining in for the Power Stealer. But if at any point you want to hop in sooner, just let me know. More the merrier. Let me double check what my notifications were. Okay. Just reminding me that my battery is fully charged, which I know, but I'm not taking any chances. Zed just has such a presence to him. Like, he is very repetitive in his own way, but he's just got such... Oh, that'll be the first move you learn today? That's what you're spending the entire day on. That's not the first move you're learning today. That's the only move you're learning that day. That was some fancy moves there. Oh, all the different clubs. Oh, that's right. This episode is one that almost that I'd kind of forgotten about in certain regards. Kimberly trying to get her own club going. I know that feeling, Kim. I know that feeling so hard because, like, but not from a student perspective, from a teacher perspective. I was Hey, don't be mean, guys. Be nice. Because I spent last year trying to get a drama club going for my high school, where I teach, as the drama club advisor. And one of the tricky things with all that was just trying to sort of get the ball rolling, because you don't know how many people are interested. You don't know how many people you have to work with. So you can't really, like, choose a show. You don't know you don't have a pulse on what the energy of the club is, what the abilities are. You really need to sort of find ways of recruiting people first and then putting together a show. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so I'm gonna close out that there. There it goes. And it's tricky to get people involved when you don't have a set way of doing things, a set routine, a set series of events. I've been the head of a club before. I was the director of my Theater Honor Society in college. And so by that point, though, I knew the membership, I knew what we could and couldn't do, and I knew the things that I wanted to coordinate. But starting a club from scratch, that is difficult. It really needs to be sort of based off the relationships you already have with people. I see Tamara Madrano asking, if I had control over Operation Overdrive, what villains would I have given the Corona Aurora to? It would have been interesting, actually, to see Kim being jealous now. So with regards to Operation Overdrive on the villains, I think it would have been interesting if I feel like giving it to Florius made sense in many regards, but it would have been interesting if we had actually a rotation. We got to see how each different villain would have been enhanced by the Corona Aurora, and just that could have made for a really crazy gauntlet of episodes. Kimberly's been given an attitude adjustment by that little pinprick of the cactus, and
Fine voices, and that's what we heard.
It's
Cool, huh?
Like dimwits.
and but it's not as extreme a personality change as what we're used to. It's really just taking what was already there and amping it up, which is what we became more accustomed with regards to the spells as time went on.
Look, sorry you got to fight a tree.
More and more, these spells.
It's called getting a hassle with your best friend.
You know what? I hate flowers, and Shredy is not my best friend.
And you see, yeah, she's upset, but upset in a way that you could actually kind of believe that someone would be acting. She hasn't turned completely into a totally different person, like with Power Ranger punks. She's just a little bit different. But I will say, if you do have the opportunity, I see people who are saying who they're going to vote on, that they're going to vote on the 3rd. That is great. If you do have the option to do early voting in your state, though, I definitely recommend it. I believe here in New York, we only have like a week before the election, and that makes things so we push it a little closer to the edge. But a lot of states are already doing early voting, and I definitely suggest going before Election Day if you can, to avoid the crowds and limit how crowded it's going to be there, so you can still engage in social distancing and be safe. Really, that's one of the big things with early voting, is it allows you to be safe in these current circumstances because you can spread things out over a greater period of time. With regard, okay, as far as how far into bloom are we? We are at 8 minutes, 22, 23, 24, 25 seconds. So we're just about 8.5 minutes into Bloom of Doom. As far as updates on episode 91 and possibilities of seeing it before the end of the year, it is my goal to release episode 91 before the end of the year. It will be tight. I don't know the exact date that it will be. I'm not working on it at the moment because I'm focusing on making this is basically my extracurriculars right now, as I guess you could say, outside of teaching. I am focusing on getting things ready for this election. So right now that means raising funds. So if you would like to contribute, again, we're at 132, so we are a little bit over 20% to our $600 goal for the day. Just another $18, we'll be a quarter of the way there. So if anybody's up for donating that, or wants to bring in people and give them a little nudge, that would be great. Because that will help us get on track to ensure that we are good to go for hitting the movie tomorrow. But yes, episode 91 is something that is completely filmed. So, and it is much less effects intensive. So I should be able to put it together over the winter break. I'm going to start working on it again after Election Day, when I'm no longer able to really contribute, and it's really going to be in the hands of lawyers in many regards, and poll workers. So I'm going to be focusing on that after Election Day. And I think I should have time to put it together before the end of the year. I don't have a set date yet. And I am expecting our first child by the end of the year, so I don't know how that may interfere with things. So it's gonna be a bit of a race. I'm gonna try and get that episode out before we have our first child. We'll see. You never know with these things.
Alright, so what am I supposed to do with this thing?
Nice.
Thank goodness it's in my hands because that clubhouse are trees.
I love that little smile from Kim there. Just that little, like, I'm so done with this. It's Morphin time. Zip buddies. And I feel like I'm watching these and I'm seeing the these stuntmen in the Ranger suits becoming more and more confident. Oh, that was nice, just that triple kick there. I wonder if they sped up the footage at all. Because I will admit, one thing that I do sometimes to make sure that action plays a little bit better within power reviews is I do occasionally speed up the footage. A lot of moves you don't need to speed up, but sometimes it is advantageous. And now we're getting to Jiu-2. It's interesting that the red on Jason's suit actually looks... A lot of their suits look darker in the American footage this episode. And I think that's because of the material, and because I think it was probably a cloudier day in the American footage. Ooh. Their reactions to this pollen are actually, they kind of make me a little uncomfortable with the knowledge that, that heat rays actually exist. That is something to watch out for if you have, if you do engage in any sort of organized protest. Some authorities do have access to literal heat rays, which I know sounds insane and sounds like a conspiracy theory thing, but like, basically what it is an experimental focused microwave, like what you would use in a microwave oven. And it makes you feel the exact way that the Rangers were describing just now. Like your skin is on fire, and you need to get away from whatever is causing that. It's very much a dangerous thing. It's not something that I think has actually been used yet, but there's been some consideration of its use, which is terrifying. Because it was actually deemed too erratic and unpredictable for the military. So, not a good thing. I hate this. Sometimes I hate to bring in these real-world contexts to Power Rangers, but there are actual dangers out there that people should be aware of. And when I can see ways to draw those connections, I often do, as you've seen with Conversations in Context. As much as Power Rangers is so much of an escape from, like, the craziness of the world to a different kind of craziness, it's also, you know, a lens and a mirror where you can see the world through a different perspective, and that allows you to understand it, and you can see things sort of reflected back in a way that you can understand, where it's in this simplified, brightly colored world that you can connect to and relate to. And that's one of the things that I always loved about Power Rangers, is that it is a show that takes very real fears that people have trouble always articulating, and puts it into the context of a physical creature that you can fight, that you can combat. Because we have so many things in our lives, inside of us, that we just don't know how to fight, and it's cathartic to see those things manifested as something that you can fight and destroy. And not have that sort of negative energy directed towards other people. And instead you get that feeling of catharsis of knowing, hey, this can be overcome. This is something that we can deal with. At least that's a lot of how I look at Power Rangers. I know that it's a little... I tend to make a lot more... I read into it a lot more. Also, I love Billy's explanation for how to break this spell, because it makes no sense. You just need to throw your daggers at a 90-degree angle, and that will cut through a dimension and break a jealousy spell. And I'm just like, okay, but why though? How did that work? A 90-degree angle to what? Like, do you just have to throw it sideways? instead of in front of you? Or do you turn and then it's 90-degree angle to what? An angle is defined. Okay, geometry teacher coming out here. Not that I teach geometry at the moment, but I have. The definition of an angle is a pair of rays emerging from the same point. So it always, an angle is always like the difference between one direction and another. So you're throwing your daggers at a 90-degree angle. But a 90-degree angle to what? It makes no sense. Oh, man. Oh, yes, I heard, I feel like I'd heard it earlier, but yeah, I heard that Sierra Hana is pregnant with her first child, so congratulations to her. This Megaforce and Super Megaforce Yellow Ranger, Gia. You know, I feel like so many people are having kids right now, and we're just in sort of, we were planning on it, but we're also sort of on that train. Like, apparently Mindy Kaling from, like, you know, The Office and the Mindy Project, she apparently just had a baby last month, and nobody even knew she was pregnant. Because everybody's, you know, been quarantined away, so you don't even realize this sort of stuff is happening. Goldar's always begging for forgiveness when he hasn't done anything. This is one of my issues with Solo Zed. Like, he's a great character. You know, in terms of how he's characterized as just such a nasty, intimidating villain. Also, of course, everybody actually loves Kimberly's Club, because of course it's that way. Although I do think that it would probably be an important lesson to learn how to deal with failure. But that's for another time. But yeah, getting back. Now I got myself. Now I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was learning. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, time to expose their true identities. Need some water. Melissa Benoist on Supergirl just had a baby. Everybody's having babies right now. It's an exciting time. Ours is planned. We had been planning that, but I know that other people, it's been sort of a result of being in quarantine. But yeah, we are so looking forward to the arrival of our first child. I'm looking forward to, you know, to being able to focus on that instead of all the other craziness in the world, even though I know it's a different kind of craziness. Boom, boom. Laughing at the misfortune of Vulcan Skull as the credits roll. So, next up, what do we got next? Next up is The Green Dream. So right now I'm seeing the end credits, so if you guys need to be getting ready for The Green Dream, I'm going to be updating that to our Now Playing. I'm liking that I'm getting better with this interface a little bit. So I want to just say thank you again to, I know that it's a small group right now, rotating in and out, but I love that you guys are joining me on this journey, helping me raise funds for people to vote and get their voices heard. Again, we are raising funds for Spread the Vote. We are looking to try and get to 600 before the end of the day, so that tomorrow I'll be hitting Power Rangers the movie, the 1995 movie. And we are kicking things off now. We skipped right past the opening credits and straight into The Green Dream. Title on screen right now. So we're just over a minute in already. So if you're following along on Netflix, we are at 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is another episode by Stuart St. John, who did a lot of event episodes and really seemed to do a lot of Tommy-focused episodes, which this one happens to be. This is another fantastic monster that we have coming up. Like, seriously, like, who doesn't love RoboGoat? We are on RoboGoat now. Like, our good Lord's RoboGoat coming up. Well, I got a RoboGoat here. I do have a RoboGoat here. I actually do have the figure for RoboGoat again in storage back in my parents' home. One day when we have like a proper house, I'll get all those figures out somewhere, and MJ will not know what to do with all of them. But yeah, RoboGoat figure from Heroes of the Grid right there. I'm just gonna keep rotating through these fantastic Zhu monsters that I just love to death. I have so many little... I'm like completely surrounded by random toys and things right now. I don't know how I'm ever escaping from this couch. Okay, so what is the Sword of Power? This is a good question for the ages. What is the Sword of Power? We've never seen it before. We've never heard. And we are back. And right now the Now Playing has defaulted back to the Mutiny Part 1. We are not on the Mutiny Part 1. What are we talking about? We are up to the Green Dream. I have it paused right now as everything sort of restarts. Hopefully, if there's anyone who you can remind that we are rolling now. If there's any fans out there who are big fans of RoboGoat, you should be getting them in here. So feel free to spread on social media that we are up to the RoboGoat episode, The Green Dream. And I am just quickly making a few little adjustments to get everything looking okay again. But yeah, I know that we could definitely use a new laptop. We just don't. Right now we are saving up for, as I was mentioning just before, the arrival of a baby. So, that is a little bit lower on the priority list right now. We did just, update. We at least updated with the cam link so that I can run things through the camera instead of the computer, which is hopefully giving you guys a little bit of a cleaner stream. Maybe if I remove the tip ticker, maybe that might make things a little bit nicer. Because I don't want to crash again. Alright, so I am currently 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the Green Dream, and I'm about to resume. So if you are trying to figure out when to join back in with me, I'm at 3 minutes 22 seconds, and I am hitting play now. Mythology. Tommy's do a paper on mythology. They just keep coming up with all this different, like, AV gear right now. So again, like, I know I said it I typed it out in the chat, but, Billy's just jamming their signal all sorts of ways. I like it. It is nice that your scrambling device does work, Billy. So yeah, as I said in a recent video, we are all sort of fighting to save the world right now. We are in a major crisis scenario, and the big thing that we can do to sort of target and focus ourselves and not be too overwhelmed is to try and find ways that we can help people vote and make voting easier. And the way that I'm doing that is through this live stream, where we're raising funds for spreadthevote.org, making sure that people are able to vote in accordance with voter ID laws in various states. And he just hopped right over that putty. And and I will also be doing. I also have been doing a few hours of phone banking each week. I'm going to try and keep doing more to keep those get out the vote efforts going, making sure to inform and mobilize voters. So if you have something that you're doing to volunteer, like I know some people are volunteering to work the polls. We need more poll workers to keep polling places open. That's a great thing that you can do. So, or just raising awareness online, making donations, like through this stream right now. So let us know in the chat what you're doing to help save the world. It can be anything, no matter how small. Oh man, Goldar's got Tommy, and he's got Zed's staff. I can't believe that I forgot that Goldar gets to hold Zed's staff here. That's just kind of great. Resuming that stream, here we go, and we're back again. This thing just keeps cutting out on me, and it's really unfortunate. I have paused the episode again because I'd lost you guys again. But thank you again to Cairo's Final Cut, donating and sending their best from worlds elsewhere, our online theater organization founded by Kyle Calgren and friends, which some of you might recall I took part in the inaugural production with Midsummer Night's Dream, where I played Starveling. And they are currently working on putting together Lysistrata for later this month. So the episode, again, The Green Dream, while the stream was frozen, I put this on pause. Right now I see it at 6:37, so if you need to sync up, we're at 6:37. I'm about to hit play. Here we go, 6:37 on The Green Dream. Tommy, your mind is no longer your own. I just got another little message. Ooh, who was that just now? Thank you, Dave. Here we go. I love that Robo-Goat is from mythology. I don't know what myth has a Robo-Goat. I don't know what that means. Like, what myth is Robo-Goat from? Can somebody tell me who's like more familiar with mythology than I am, maybe? Do we have any classics majors in here who can tell us the ballad of the Robo-Goat? There we go. Just trying to get the settings back to normal here. There we go. So yes, as I was saying before, this has now gotten us a quarter of our way to our goal for today, which is fantastic. At this point, we are now a quarter of. We are. Yeah, I know that I had to. It took me a moment to correct the leaderboard and everything. So we are less than 3 hours into our almost 14-hour day, and we're already a quarter of the way there. So good work, people. We'll keep this rolling. I'm very hopeful and optimistic that we can hit our goals for this weekend. We've got a lot of goals to hit. We've got 600 to hit for today, 600 to hit for tomorrow. Our big goal for the 3-day weekend is to see if we can get to 2,000 and queue up Zeo for next weekend. We'll see if we can get to it. Also, Jason David Frank was having so much fun with getting to be evil again. He's like, oh, will I get to be evil again? Oh, I get to do the laugh again? You know that's what he was doing. Ranger Vision suggesting after this episode I put some pizza in the oven so it can be ready in 2 hours. Actually, this time I'm microwaving a quesadilla. Oh, that's just so cruel. Also, like, everybody acts like the Sword of Power is just a
thing when it's never been a thing? What is the Sword of Power? What is the deal with this random MacGuffin?
Where'd you go? Come on, fight. That's the sword power back. Wait, there it is.
Like, it's so strange to me that the Sword of Power is not like introduced per se in this episode. Ah, that running through the explosions. Like, I know we've been skipping over the opening credits every episode, but I have so strong an image in my head of him doing the run through explosions from those opening credits, and that's the scene. It's the RoboGoat. The RoboGoat battle. Okay, yeah, I get it. The sword belongs to the Power Rangers, but where'd you get this sword? Why have you never used it? Why do we never see it again? Like, this haunts my green dreams. Oof. Also, there's this whole thing about the Sword of Power, and he's fighting him with a stick instead of using the actual Sword of Power. Nope, it's a stick too. Everything's a stick. Okay, Scott, I have to ask, how many things do you watch at a time? Because I feel like you are always up on, like, so many different shows. And I feel, if you actually are literally watching multiple TV shows simultaneously, I would believe that. Are you just like the architect from The Matrix, where you just have like 500 televisions, just all playing different television series? Boom! Morphin time! Okay, so what we need to do, somebody reach out to Ryan Parrott. That's what we need to have happen here. We need somebody to reach out to Ryan Parrott and get an origin for the Sword of Power. Actually, if anyone out there wants to message Ryan Parrott or Ranger Danger Podcast or Kyle Higgins or one from Boom Studios, feel free. I would love to talk with them. I just, again, haven't been able to get in touch with too many people because I've been so busy. We do have a lot of people who are going to be on the stream throughout the weekend, but... Oh, that is a good point. I like that. I just got the message from Kairo's Final Cut, Dave, that RoboGoat could be based off a satyr. I never thought of that. That makes so much sense. Like Pan. He could be based off Pan. Like the same sort of creature as as the fawn from Pan's Labyrinth. I mean, that works. You know what? I like that interpretation. I have spent 26 years trying to figure out what mythological creature RoboGoat was supposed to represent. And the idea that he represents a satyr, I love that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Like, there you go. That folklore and mythology degree paying off. Like, there we go. Also, I just gotta say, I had a figure of RoboGoat as a kid, and that was also just like a great, like, solid figure. Like, I really, really liked RoboGoat. And I forget what his action feature was. I think I could move his arm and then, like, he would do, like, a headbutt. And I miss those action features that, like, those monster figures were so great because they were distinct and collectible, and everyone had its own feature that made it, fun to play with.
I still can't believe how much we've already managed to raise today. You guys are rock stars. We'll keep it rolling throughout the weekend. I have faith in every one of you. We are going to we so long as we continue to work together, like the Power Rangers, we can save the world. That should be all of our goals. All right. And I see that somebody has just joined my Skype. Welcome, Orande. And you know what? I think I'll bring him in for this Zord battle. We've got the mix of the Skype music with the Power Rangers theme right now. It's great. Boom ba doom. Hey, Eric.
Hey, hello.
We're just wrapping up the Green Dream right now, so I figured we could.
I can't believe I'm missing RoboGoat.
Yeah, we're fighting RoboGoat. It's the RoboGoat Zord battle right now with all of the choppy editing of that experience. All right, I'm gonna flip you over here, flipping you sideways, flipping you around. Everyone, say a hearty welcome to Mr. Eric Barry, Trekkie B47 of the Ranger Command Power Hour. Just in time for a RoboGoat battle.
It's the best. I couldn't miss RoboGoat.
Yeah. Did you hear that we were discussing what creature from mythology RoboGoat was supposed to be? And
yeah, like a satyr.
Yeah. I love that idea.
I think that makes sense.
It makes so much sense.
I don't know where the Robo comes from, but you know.
He's a modern satyr. He's a cyber satyr. I could not say that.
A cyber satyr.
Cyber satyr. This is why they decided to just call him RoboGoat, because nobody could say cyber satyr. Give him
like his cousin.
Yeah, no, give him a katana. Then he could be a super samurai cyber satyr.
I can't believe how broken the dragon dagger is. Like the prop here is all bent and it's weird.
I believe it. It's amazing that anything is intact at this stage.
Exactly.
Everything's put together with duct tape and a hearty prayer. You don't scare me. You're in a completely different Sentai source footage. Oh no!
And he's toast.
It's amazing how much just that effect of the after image of the sword plays as if they are actually interacting.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right, Zed. RoboGoat is precious to all of us. I was just showing off earlier the little Heroes of the Grid RoboGoat figure. Those things are just...
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. It's super detailed. It's amazing. And I can't wait, because they're doing a new fundraising goal. They're doing a new campaign this coming week.
Is that for the new deck building game? Or is that for Heroes of the Grid?
No, that's for Heroes of the Grid. So it's the packs that they've been teasing, like the...
right.
What was it? The, like, Squad and Babu pack and the Legendary Rangers.
Yeah, so that Rocky, Adam, Aisha, and Kat each to get their own separate figures.
Yeah. It'd be nice if they did like the Ninjetti powers or something.
I figure that's got to be what's next on. That's got to be what's next on the line if they keep working through all this different Mighty Morphin stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I still haven't picked up the Allies pack. I need to. I feel like I'm like obligated to. And I feel
think you are.
I am obligated to. Like, you know, I've got my co-host right here, the strong silent type.
Exactly. Shout out to the comics for that line.
Oh man, I need to get caught up on the comics too. I'm so far behind on like everything.
Well, you're a busy guy. Doing things like this.
Yeah, I do. You know, make very, very good use of my time by spending entire weekends at a time just watching 100 episodes of a children's television show from the 90s all at one go. But it's for a good cause.
All right.
That's what I like to tell myself.
Everyone should go vote.
Yes.
So are we ready to start up the next episode?
Yes, it is queuing up. It does. My Netflix does skip past the opening credits. It gives me that little countdown first. Yeah,
I just skipped it.
Okay, so it's loading up now. We got our little percentage and it's here we go. Cleanup drive. We are on for the Power Stealer. We are 1 minute 5 seconds in. It is a slow news day in Angel Grove.
You got that right.
Oh, and Zach's got his new hair. Look at that.
Which you can currently see in the Lightning figure
standalone
release.
Like we only got to see this hairstyle for you know, like the handful of episodes before they left the show.
Yeah.
Tony Oliver and Barbara Oliver. Is Barbara Oliver his wife? I feel like she might be.
Or is no relation. I don't know.
Because I feel like there were. Because I also saw like I want to say it was David and Ellen Sarnoff for another one. I feel like there were a few married couple writing teams on here. We know Cheryl Saban was involved with a lot of things.
Yes.
I like that. We are your men. Men. So they want all that equipment. They're just going to steal it.
That's not right.
But they're Vulcan Skull, so of course they are. They're not cops yet. They're just aspiring cops. So they're totally fine with breaking the law right now, as opposed to after becoming cops, in which case they are obviously totally law-abiding citizens, because that's how society operates always.
But I did like this phase where they're trying to uncover the identity of the Power Rangers. It's fantastic.
It gave them a really nice through line. Like, really, there's some really good sense of direction during these early episodes, even while you know they're kind of throwing things together. Because they gave Vulcan Skull a running purpose, which they didn't have previously. And we know that we are working towards the reveal of the White Ranger. Like, after that, everything falls apart in many regards until they get their feet under them again. You know, for the movie. But this whole lead-up right now is really about, okay, we got to establish Zed as a threat, and we got to knock out Tommy's powers so that we can get ready for the big reveal of the White Ranger. That's our plan. And they do a good job with it.
Yeah.
And actually, you know what? Now that Zed's on screen again, I just remembered something I was talking about very briefly at the beginning of the stream. Eric, did you watch the show Face Off on Sci-Fi?
I have, yes.
One of the things that I loved about Face Off, it was the only reality show that MJ and I actually watched, for one thing. But the first season, the guy who won, Connor, I forget his last name, but they showed his sort of his history of his, you know, demonstration of his work when they were introducing all the contestants, and he worked on Lord Zed.
Yeah, Yes, I remember that because I was watching Face Off with Teresa. We started watching the first season,
Yeah.
and I saw that Lord Zed thing, and I was like, "Oh my God, I had no idea."
Exactly. And then he ended up winning the whole season because he was insanely talented.
Yeah, he was incredible. Yeah.
Um.
And just Lord Zed, even when he debuted, when I watched that as a kid, it was the most freaky, best, awesome monster suit design because you've never seen anything like that.
Exactly. Like, yeah, I just brought my Lightning Zed back into frame here. And he, like, there's this wonderful level of detail on the texturing of the musculature that really sells it. Like, if it was just just a flat red muscle suit, it wouldn't play as well. But because you can see like all those striations and the tendons in there, it really sells it. And that's when you know you have.
I think they made him like look moist too, which kind of added to everything.
Oh yeah, that's Fritz.
Yeah. But it's so great, and that's one of the reasons, like, when SPD aired, Grum gave me such a Lord Zed vibe because of, like, the exposed brains and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was intentional when they were designing Grum, but definitely invoked a lot of Lord Zed vibes for me.
I could totally imagine, like, Greg Aronowitz being like, okay, we should try and make our own version of Zed. Like, that same sort of feeling, but be very much our own thing. Because if you look at Grum, it does sort of look like you trying to create your own version of Lord Zed in a number of ways. Like, there's the emphasis on the bones on his chest. He's more green as opposed to counterpoint to the red. I could totally see that being the goal for creation of Grum.
Oh, yeah. And plus, I mean, they brought back Ron Wasserman for SPD, so that was just a bonus.
Yeah, exactly. Always gotta watch out for those running cameras, just like in the middle of random fights. Gotta watch out for them. Nowadays, you gotta make sure nobody's got their phone up. But yeah, we've got some great goals. MJ just put the link again into the chat to continue raising funds for spreadthevote.org. I feel like this might be the same footage of Zed from when he introduced himself originally, just overlaid off something else.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, again, our goal for today is 600, so that we'll be tackling the movie tomorrow. If we get to 1,200 by the movie, then we'll be rolling into Monday with season 3. If we get to 1,500, we're gonna hit Alien Rangers. If we hit our big goal of 2,000, next weekend is Zio.
So spread the word, let people know. Let's raise some money.
Exactly. And yes, to again address Arande earlier. Yes, this is my Phantom suit in the background here. So basically, with the positioning of the phone, pretty much whoever is my guest is basically the new identity for the Phantom Ranger. So congratulations on taking on the mantle there, Eric. You're just sitting there on the suit. Let me position you a little bit better there. There you are. Hey, it's Morphin time. There we go. I'm still just... I still love the Zhu suits. Like...
Oh, me too.
They were created on the fly without any, real thing to support them as far as narratively. But they look great.
Yeah, and that's why I love the Zhu 2 or the Zhu 2 footage so much, was because they match so aesthetically with the rest of Zhu Ranger that it was very seamless. And with the footage that they created for the Rangers, that's when they brought like the Mighty Morphin personalities into the extra footage.
Yeah. Which
right here, this is a perfect example with the Blue Ranger being like smart and inquisitive. And
yeah.
I love early season 2 so much is because I don't know, it just felt like a more cohesive Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
In many regards, yeah, which is ironic because it's so much choppier in many because they're putting up different things together.
Oh yeah, you look at the Zord footage; it's all over the place.
Man, even the Octo-Phantom is admiring the craftsmanship on that monster suit there.
Let's get some of these monsters into the Lightning Collection monster line.
Yeah. I know.
The accessory with his jar and like Billy's mirror that he has.
I still can't believe just the hype that Pumpkin Wrapper has accumulated in recent years that he's going to be one of our first Lightning Collection monsters.
I was so excited when they said that they could do the pumpkins to swap with the Ranger heads. It was awesome.
That's amazing. That is great. Like, that's a great play model there.
I can't wait for so many people to recreate that scene of that GIF that goes around so much.
Yeah, every October. We're into October now. Also,
see, they need to bring back the phrase "back to action."
Yes, it's true. It's a good phrase. It's simple. It works.
Yeah. I always looked at like them looking directly at the camera and.
It's like hey, children at home, there is about to be an action scene right now, so you should start paying attention. Stop playing with your Legos. It's time for some fighting. Also, I feel like they just got all of these posts just like at the same time, just at Home Depot. They're just like, that one. Let's get 3 of those, just in case we need to tie up more Power Rangers. And the Home Depot guy selling them just like, okay, sure, fine. You need help getting these out?
I really like the one-on-one fight here.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a lot of tension.
Nice job, Billy.
Bam.
Oh, and every episode, well, not every, it feels like every episode there's some new gadget that they have Billy with, or something new that has, like, this is the second mirror we've already seen this season with a Triceratops logo on it.
That's what I'm saying. The Lightning Pack has to have both mirrors.
Oh, yeah? That'd be great.
Because it looks like a shield at first, too.
Yeah. And it is. It's just a mirror shield, which is pretty spiffy. It reminds me of the Mirror of Destruction from Season 1. Or the Mirror of Regret, which we've got coming up in a bit.
But the fact that it's got like the Triceratops coin on it.
Yeah.
That felt like such a callback to the action figures when they had the coins on the chest.
I also find it funny that the mirror from the Premator episode also was blue with the Triceratops on it.
Yeah.
But it was apparently Kimberly's mirror that she just had with her while she was in the command center I do not know where she pulled that mirror out from. I don't know why she had a mirror that was so clearly designed for Billy. I'm wondering if there might, like, I'm just going to keep looking at different things in this season and be like, Ryan Parrott, give us a backstory for this. Like, were Kimberly and Billy secretly dating during this time too? Is that why she had Billy's mirror with her? I don't know. What's the origin of the Power Sword? give us that. I want to know what the deal is with that power sword that we never saw again. Or, correction, the Sword of Power. Not to be confused with the Power Sword, or the Megazord Sword, which was sometimes called the Power Sword. But yes, if we do... Oh, did I not... Oh, I didn't update the Now Playing. Thank you, Scott, for letting me know that. I forgot that, yeah, we are on the Power Stealer. We are no longer on the Green Dream. What's wrong with me? I need to update this. Boom.
It's probably my favorite Zord call. I just, even to this day, like, I love how epic this whole call is and how the Zords morph. It's really great what they did here.
It's wonderful too, and I keep pointing out how funny it is how they managed to make the Thunderzords feel so majestic and grand, when really you have like when one of them is literally a unicorn shaped like a foot.
Yep.
And I don't know how you managed to make a unicorn shaped like a foot feel so majestic, but they did it with the combination of the music. And really the designs on the Thunderzords do make them feel... It's the gold and the black that really make something feel powerful.
And the green and gold highlights too. That really ties it together.
I feel like Toku Chris would very much agree that black and gold makes everything look better.
Exactly. I know you're not caught up with the comics, but these past few issues of Mighty Morphin, the Thunderzords are definitely getting some love.
Oh, nice.
We definitely see more unicorn action, especially in the last issue that came out.
Yeah. I've got mine right here. This is literally my deluxe Thunderzord from 1994. This was our joint Hanukkah gift for me and my brother when we were kids, for the last night of Hanukkah. He got the Red Dragon Thunderzord, I got the Thunderzord Assault Team. I think we also got the white Tiger Zord from that combo as well.
Yeah, I remember for me, that was my favorite Christmas, because that's when I got the White Tiger Zord, and God, getting that on Christmas, and you know, with the White Ranger figure and all that, it was really fun. But yeah, I had the Assault Team too. That was a great set.
Yep, and it had the little... I don't have the stand with me, but I loved having the little stand as a kid, and then putting them all on there, and just having it fly around the living room.
Yeah, with that handle on the back of it.
Yeah. And again, it's just basically a brick that you're just like having fly around. But it's something oddly satisfying about having that handle on there.
Hey, guys, what do you got there? Our ticket to fame. Yeah, we are about to show the world who the power is really on.
Ooh. They've got the video. But of course, nobody can just, watch they couldn't just watch it at home because they don't have access to advanced VCR technology. They need to bring it here. Why are you hitting all those buttons?
Why not? Well, because it's not labeled yet. What's the big idea? Shut up. Just put the label on.
Yeah, I mean, you would want to lose something so important.
Nice switcheroo.
They're just being so sneaky. Like, yeah, now it's labeled with a blank label. So you don't get it confused. Okay, so here's the question. Let's see who can get the deep cut here. What show are they watching right now? What cartoon did Saban own that we are currently watching? Because we know it's a Saban cartoon.
Yeah, it has to be. I actually have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got it underneath his hoodie there. I find it interesting how much Billy swapped back and forth between wearing glasses and not during the course of the season. He's literally watching... Wait. Oh, I didn't catch that before. But for like a second, it was the Thunder Megazord transformation on the TV.
Oh, I didn't see that.
That is so random.
Ran out of anime to show.
Yeah, it just switched over to actual Power Rangers footage for like a few seconds, and then switched back again. Wow. Also, it's interesting. Scorpina is still in the closing credits. I didn't notice that before. She hasn't appeared since Zed showed up in the first episode, but Wendy Lee, I think, is still being credited for Scorpina at this point, even without the character, which is fascinating.
I wish they did so much more with her. Alright, so let me know when we start the next one.
Alright. Are you blokes ready for a Beetle invasion?
Remember to update the now playing.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm opening it up now.
Alright.
We're getting an invasion of beetles. Which for some reason ends up being about brooms, and I don't know why. And we are playing. We are 1 minute in. Here we go. Title up on the Beetle Invasion. I love how, like, athletic Ernie is. Like, he trained Tommy on football, and now he's training him on broomball. And of course, these teens who've never heard of broomball before are now about to become masters of broomball and, like, win a tournament. Written by Mark Hoffmeyer. He wrote a lot of episodes.
Oh, hey, guest stars of Stoke Canyon.
Like, okay. Yeah, these guys don't need to be, like, honestly, if you hadn't had that attitude, you wouldn't have anyone to play against right now.
Exactly.
But yeah, we have, like, this is his third episode in a row of just trying to take out Tommy, and you really just feel like he is targeted on that. His first few episodes were just about trying to break up the team in general, but now he has narrowed his vision, and he's going straight after Green Boy.
And I like his justification. He wants to wipe away all of Rita's failures.
Yeah. And it's a twofer. He also wants to, remove their most powerful member. Even if Tommy no longer, has the Dragon Sword at his disposal.
I wonder if for the illustration of the poster, they just used, like, the Japanese concept sketches.
I feel like it must have been it. Like, same thing with RoboGoat in that mythology book. I feel it's the same sort of circumstances. I also am really amused at how well this Lord Zed figure continues to balance on the edge of my laptop. Technically it's MJ's laptop, but still. Oh, Richie! Oh. I'm kind of sad this never went anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, this was.
Gotta have that fake out though.
Yeah, you gotta have all the White Ranger potential new team members introduced throughout. But giving Trini a love interest is kind of great. Even if it never actually went anywhere. I would have liked to have seen Trini get a little bit more love there. You know that's just a piece off the Pudgy Pig costume. It must be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, pretend we're doing interviews with a giant pig nose. Because that's legitimate journalism. Then again,
I feel
they're
bad for the original Pudgy Pig costume. They just cut off his nose for this dumb prop.
oh my god. Relating back to, again, random, like, real world contexts. Like, I was watching somebody do a video about Project Veritas the other day, and just how absurd they are with trying to, like, trick people into saying incriminating things and, like, create completely fabricated stories while calling themselves Project Veritas, which is, you know, for truth.
Right.
And and right now this is what I'm imagining them trying to do an interview for, just having like this random device. It's like, no, ignore that. That's totally not related to it. This is legitimate journalism.
I don't know if you caught that, but Kim just did like a random pose move before she launched into all of this.
Oh, as you should. It makes it more powerful when you pose. Like, if you've ever wondered, like, you know, why you can't, like, if you've ever tried to like kick above your head and it hasn't worked out, it's because you didn't pose first. That's the way that works.
Right.
Stag Beetle was another great one. Like these,
I remember having this figure.
Same. And those were really satisfying figures.
Yeah, they really were.
With the little grabber pinchers.
Mm-hmm.
I also love that Stag Beetle gets its own little teleportation effect with all the little beetles come together.
I was gonna mention that. That is so well done.
Keep myself hydrated this time.
And one of the great things I love about, especially the early second season, was how much like original fight footage we got like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the claw shield for Tommy looks like garbage. But
oh yeah, of course.
The amount of choreography that they did for these were amazing.
I love that one move with Kim just now, where she did this.
Yeah.
And traditionally, the way that usually goes is, you know, oh, I punched this guy while elbowing this guy, but this one was, I punched this guy and then this guy ran into my elbow.
No one said the putties were particularly smart or anything.
I know. Also, that just jumping onto them and just like kick. That's always a fun move too. We got a lot of they did a lot of fun, playful moves back then.
Yeah.
And I feel like some of that gets a little lost nowadays when we try and make things look so much cleaner. You lose some of the fun when you sort of clean up your production process in certain regards. Like, obviously, it should be still a professionally run production where people are, you know, able to be safe.
But have fun with the action scenes.
Yeah, do wacky things where you can. Like, I've enjoyed whenever I can get good fights, whenever I can get fight scenes in on Power Reviews. But sometimes you just go with whatever, like, feels like it would work with the characters. Like, back before Database Ranger knew that he was the Phantom, like, his go-to move for knocking out bad guys was literally carrying around a bottle of a lemon juice bottle full of sedatives, and just be like, smell this. And that would be like, that's the whole move for knocking people out. I think I just got some little notifications there.
When the beetle attacked us, definitely targeted Tommy.
That must be part of Zed's plan.
Nice.
We must learn exactly what the Stag Beetle has done to him.
I love that people are sharing on Twitter. Always good. Always appreciated.
Be careful. If the beetle has stolen Tommy's powers, it could do the same to any of you. As long as it controls...
One of the fun things is whenever I get a Twitter notification, it just briefly shows up at the top of Eric's head. Due to our super advanced technology, that's totally a feature. Like, you think my phone is actually here? No, we've just gotten really good at Streamlabs, so it makes it look like I just have a phone on a tripod next to me.
Remember, Power Rangers,
We've even got the little bit of reflection there so that it looks like you're seeing a little bit of the TV over there. It's an illusion. It's that film magic. Tommy must be exhausted. He's gotten, like, either abducted or had his powers drained or both, like, 3 times in 3 weeks. Dude's having a rough time. I mean, I think we all know that feeling at this point. Like,
Oh yeah, for sure.
we lost, like, Tommy, we were late. We lost power, like, all day yesterday. It was awful. We couldn't even, like, watch TV.
Ugh. Yeah, I had a brownout earlier this week. Thankfully, it only lasted like a few seconds, but it like shut down my personal and work computer at the same time, and I was like, oh, this is...
Yeah. I was literally in the middle of uploading an assignment for my students. It was so annoying. So I was able to post to tell them that I was just going to post things like at the end of the weekend, not to worry about it, because the original estimates was that we wouldn't get our power back until tonight. So we actually got our power back like 30 hours before we thought we would. So I had actually made plans to go over to somebody else's home to do this stream there today. Fortunately, we didn't.
It's always good to have a backup.
Yeah, fortunately we didn't have to do that. But big shout out to Yash, who is my stunt double in the most recent episodes. For offering to let me use his place and his internet, because just having me over talking about Power Rangers for 14 hours straight, that's exhausting. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that's not. Even if you're like not at home for it, like just the knowledge that there is a Jake in your home talking about Power Rangers for 14 hours straight, that's got to be an exhausting thing to be aware of.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I mean, it'd be cool to hang out.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we're getting to hang out now. You know, we're getting our social distancing in.
Yeah.
We're doing the real social distancing. I'm not even looking directly at your face right now. I am looking at your face on my laptop as filmed through my camera, which is pointed at my phone. You got to keep those levels of separation.
This prop has the random dragon coins left on the front of it.
Gotta get that merchandising in.
Everything's about branding.
It's all about the merch. Like, you don't realize it, but like, they had a deal with Ernie. You know how he was able to give away all those free smoothies? It's the merchandising, man. That's where the money is. So yeah, they just keep plugging. They'll use a device once, and then the Rangers make a visit to Ernie's, and it's like, hey, you want to sell this? Give some if you see any color-coded teenagers, give them free smoothies. And they're like, yeah, we got this. We got a good thing going. Oh, that shot. How many times do we see that shot of them like ducking at the cliff to avoid the lightning over the course of this season? Because I know that gets recycled for other monsters. Like, I'm pretty sure that gets used for Skellerina later. Some power blaster time. I forgot how much they used the power blaster this season. Like, I feel like they've already used it like more times than we got it in all the previous season.
In the first season, yeah.
And I love the power blaster. I want more of those combo weapons.
I know you can complete it now with like the Lightning Collection, but I really appreciated that they include that in the Jason 2-pack. Like,
yeah.
Power blaster.
Which is great. I'm trying to think, like, so it's rare now that Sentai actually does the combo weapons anymore, and it's kind of sad.
Or even like a big team cannon.
Yeah.
I miss those.
Yeah, big team cannons are fun. Give me both. I want both. I want the combo, and then I want the big team cannon. It's great to have that variety, but the combo weapons, I think, really sort of emphasize that sense of teamwork that you in a physical way. Yeah.
Did you watch Go Sager?
I didn't watch Go Sager. I've only seen Megaforce. But I know.
Oh, okay.
Are you talking about their combo weapon?
Yeah, and I just like that the whole, like, I know they use Go Sager for Megaforce, but
Right.
It definitely helped because it had the original color scheme.
Yep.
From Mighty Morphin, and like, say what you will about Super Megaforce or
Right.
whatever, but Megaforce, I thought, invoking Mighty Morphin a bit, I think it worked early on.
It did. Those first few episodes.
It was fortunate that Go Sager had such great, like, singular weapons that they also used.
Yeah, I felt like there was some potential in those early episodes of Megaforce. Up until Robo Knight was introduced, and they really sort of solidified what Megaforce was. And it's like, oh, okay, no, these early episodes, these aren't just sort of giving us sort of an easing us into it callback. This is all the show is going to be. And
oh, there's a shot earlier. We just saw that shot recycled about them all, like,
yeah,
leaning back in the one corner of the cockpit.
yeah, there's so much shot recycling here. Like, also, I kind of those match cuts, like, I love them so much because they communicate it so well. Like, that wasn't even the same sword. You know that wasn't the same sword.
No. Not at all.
Like, it's a katana instead of a broadsword. I know it's not even technically a katana, but it's a katana-style blade.
Yeah.
Even though it's obviously actually a Chinese sword. I say obviously. I wouldn't actually know that if I didn't know that Die Ranger was based off Chinese mythology.
Right. Oh my god, I love that line. Kaboom's my favorite sound. Why? That's the sound of defeat for you guys.
I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to come up with a reason, and and nothing good is coming to my mind. So I'm just gonna let that one slide.
Oh, we're getting that sweet broom ball action.
Oh man, this is it. This is it, dude. Where is broomball at the Olympics? Come on. We've got curling. Let's get broomball in there.
I mean, I've been waiting. I don't know about you, but I've been waiting for this scene for like the past 20 minutes.
Oh yeah. This smell-o-matic.
It was just so
like
creepy.
it just. Like it's blowing the air away. How is that effective? And now it's sucking things up as it should.
Totally inappropriate now for the age of COVID.
Personal space.
Yeah.
What's that?
Now,
And of course, Tommy needs to get in.
Was Stone Canyon mentioned at all in season 1?
I don't recall them mentioning Stone Canyon in season 1.
Because I'm wondering if that was just a way for them to slowly, like, you know, add this location for when they eventually replaced people.
Well, the thing is, I feel like they didn't. That's an aspect I feel like they didn't. I feel like it's more the other way around. When they lost people, they're like, oh no, we need to bring in new people. Where can we bring people from? Oh, we just established this neighboring town of Stone Canyon. Let's have them be from there.
Yeah.
Because it is interesting how much, like, foreshadowing can sometimes be unintentional. Where it's less, oh, we have this idea for something later, so let's put in a nod to it earlier. But there are plenty of times when, oh, this thing was really fun. let's use it again. And it's always sort of curious, wondering which way it was supposed to, which way it actually happened.
I feel like most of Mighty Morphin is just a series of happy accidents and coincidences, you know?
Yeah. It's and like there are a number of things in Power Reviews that I foreshadowed way in advance, like 40 episodes in advance. But there were some things where I'm like, oh man, if I do this will play perfectly into that, and so I'm going to lean into that. And it goes back and forth. Like the thing I was talking about before with, you know, him using the sedatives to counteract the, oh, we gotta get ready for Welcome to Venus Island. We've got next episode coming up. Let me put this on the now playing list.
Okay.
But yeah, the sedatives as a running gag sort of just emerged early in the show, and never intended to be anything but a one-off gag.
Right.
Oh, Netflix.
And you know what? You're on time now.
Netflix is casting aspersions upon me. It is judging me. It's asking, are you still watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? I will not be judged for my choices. Of course I'm still watching. The question is, why aren't you still watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Why isn't everyone currently watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? We need more people in here. Come on. Alright, so now I will hit continue watching and go. There we go. Welcome to Venus Island. Coming up right there. There's our title, 110. We are in 1 minute, 10 minutes. 1 minute and... written by Judd Lin. Right. This was, I think, his first written episode. I forgot that. Who would have thought that this episode would be the first one written by the guy who would end up writing, like, the most Power Rangers episodes of any person ever. Oh, Richie. Oh, that smile.
Yep.
That guy's a heartbreaker right there. Castle Next Door.
Yeah, who's this random kid that we're hanging out with?
It's like, she lives... Yeah, Trini, so this random girl that we're hanging out with this week, who we've never hung out with before and likely won't see again, like your cousin Sylvia, who is she again? Why is she... Where are her parents? Are we her parents now?
Vulcan Skull, it's a little bit too early for Halloween just yet.
It's October. I'll roll with it. Gotta love the pie tint Z markers there.
Yes.
Zed is always just watching everything.
It's super creepy.
I want a chair like that.
Wait, teach them a lesson about bringing kids to the beach? What?
I think it's teach them a lesson about making fun of putties, apparently.
All right.
As if he doesn't, like, constantly insult his own creations all the time.
Now wait, I thought she was next to them the whole time.
She ran off.
She just wanders off?
Yes. That's responsible child rearing right there. That's how she ended up with them at the beach to begin with. She was with her parents and just wandered off and followed them to the beach. And they're like, who's I don't know, we have a new kid follow us each week. I'm sure we know her something. Is she your cousin, Tommy? Oh, no, Trini, she's your neighbor. Oh, okay. Okay. I knew we knew her from somewhere. What language is that? Oh, man. Just double checking on little notifications here and there. Goldar, he's like, yeah, I kidnapped that little, I fought off that little, but I did it.
What a glorious battle this was.
This is the sign. This right here was the sign that Goldar's like self-respect had really gone downhill from the previous season. He's like, last season's like, I am Goldar. No human can defeat me. And then after he gets smacked upside the head by a Megazord a few dozen times, he's like, I defeated a little girl. All hail Goldar. The bar is very low at this point. Goldar's self-esteem is very low. Goldar will take whatever boost of morale Goldar can find.
Oh man, I really hate Netflix subtitles. They just do such a bad job of like spelling things and.
I know 5 for 1 was being shown as Fight for 1 earlier.
Yeah.
I also got an offset in the morph call, so that like each ranger was being subtitled with the previous ranger's animal, and it was great.
The trade winds blowed.
Look, Billy, we know.
We're bringing weather into this now.
Yeah. Like, Billy, we know that, you got that B last year with regards to entomology, but we're trusting you to know meteorology this week. Right. Billy, we know that we are, millennia old interdimensional beings, but we're relying on you because you are an honors student. Why isn't Alpha ever the one to come up with the gadgets? It's always got to be Billy.
I just want Alpha to work more with Billy.
Yeah.
Power Rangers, you must not miss sunset. I fear the island is much too unstable to last another day.
The subtitles said mustn't.
I guess.
Yeah, nobody knows how this thing's supposed to work. Needs a scrunchie. Get the scrunchie. Come on, scrunchie. There's always just some random, very simple thing wrong with every device that he's created this season.
Yes.
It's like, oh, I forgot to put in the microchip. Oh, I forgot that the batteries are in backwards. Oh, I need a scrunchie to make this work.
Alright, go Power Balloon.
There we go.
I'm surprised it wasn't blue with a big Triceratops going on.
Well, it's because it wasn't from the Ju2 footage. The Ju2 footage is where all that comes from. We need Ju2 footage of the weather balloon, faithful. Where is that lost Ju2 footage of the weather balloon with the Triceratops marker?
Kimberly's right. Your powers have been significantly weakened. If Zed should force a long fight, it could drain the last of your energy. You could be lost along with the island.
Look, if Zed was anything, teleport back here.
We simply don't have enough footage for you.
Look, this island is needed elsewhere. We've got to put Matthew Shepard and Terry and
oh no.
we need to put like 42 people on this island in a few years. We've got to get it ready. It's not ready yet. We've got to make sure that Michael Emerson's career is successfully launched.
What's happening?
Lord Zed is trying to make Allie evil. When the red fog has taken over her entire body, she will be lost to his evil control.
We'll see about that. Maybe teleport.
Jason's really upset by that, but at the same time I'm like, oh man, guys, you're gonna have to fight a little girl. This is totally the Island of Illusion right now. That was the Island of Illusion footage.
Yes, I remember that. And apparently, transporting just looks like falling to Earth.
Yep, pretty much. I love that they just have these giant, just like green leaves with just. What did they make that out of? Cardboard? Is it foam?
They took Venus Island a little bit too literally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they really wanted to take Venus Island literally, they would have just women in clamshells everywhere.
Wait, if this was Lord Zed's island to begin with, why wasn't this monster, like, already on the island?
I don't know. I don't know what this island... What... Like... Actually, no, I think this island, it is an evil island that he has for his purposes, but it's not for the usual evil purposes. He doesn't, like, have monsters or other threats there. It's not like a dungeon kind of island. This is just his offshore tax shelter, which is one of the reasons that it always disappears, so that way no one can trace it. Thinking that through.
Monster is so creepy. I love it.
Yeah. And this was another one where, like, I had so many of these monster figures. I really liked collecting them. This one had, like, if you hit, like, the button on the back, like, the chest would open. And it was just so, like, yeah, that's just kind of gruesome.
Ugh.
Truth be told, it actually looked a bit better on the figure. Instead of just, like, flapping open like that. It was like a...
And what I appreciate, because this is like a trainee episode,
yeah.
I did like, before, I liked the triple dagger attack. That was nice.
I love how there's just this one area of Venus Island that has like we see these little Venus flytraps everywhere, and then they get to this one island, that part of the island that just looks a lot like a park, like a really big park. And they just step over and they're in a tree surrounded by Venus flytraps again. It's a diverse botanical environment.
You know, if he's so weak on his powers, why is he staying morphed? Like, if you're in the command center, just demorph, man.
I feel like it's like with a car. It's like, okay, you can take...
Oh, like a car with a dead battery, like it's better if you jump-start it to keep it going?
Yeah, he's kind of running on fumes right now. Like, it's sort of like he's just kind of in park right now instead of engaging the accelerator, so he's not wasting gas. It takes more to actually, like, morph and demorph than just to remain in sort of the standby mode of the helmetless form. That's my personal theory.
Yeah.
If I ever come back to hurt you any of it, tell it for me. I'm sorry.
God, I really just like this scene.
There's some genuine emotion going on in this scene.
Yeah, he hugs Trini. He thinks this is going to be his last battle, and even throwing it out there, like, if Lord Zed, like, if I ever become evil again.
Yeah.
It's really good. Hey, great job, Chiplin.
Yeah. Good first outing.
Yeah.
Of course, the Venus flytrap cannot withstand heat.
Of course. Just like the Salaguana could not withstand cold, and the Octophantom required a mirror, and the Primator also required a mirror. Everything requires either heat, cold, or a mirror. Why haven't we realized this? But yeah,
Big magnifying glass.
and then you got your fully covered there. But yeah, this feels like this is the first time that we've actually gotten... I think this is the only time that we actually get a Tommy Trini team up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's worked with all the others in so many different ways in so many different episodes. You know, we had, obviously, Oyster Stew, which is a great episode for him and Zach. You know, he gets to work with Billy throughout multiple seasons. You know, he's got the close friendship with Jason and the relationship with Kimberly. But this is the only episode where we get a Tommy and Trini focus.
Yeah. So many weird things going on right now.
Just keep punching.
Yeah. Punches mean heat.
The punches were inside of you all along. I feel like that's like the most trite thing I've said all day. I want to have that on like a bumper sticker now. The punches were inside of you all along. Power Blaster again.
Yes.
Killing it.
This is a treat. I always like when Trini's move is just throw the daggers. Just
Yes.
throw them right at the enemy.
When in doubt, just throw things. Actually, you know what? One thing I'm wondering now, which would be smart if they actually thought it through to this extent. I'm wondering if they specifically tried to hold off on Power Blaster footage of the Zhu 2 footage for season 2 because they knew that they were going to be changing up the Zords. And so that way they would have a way to still have that climactic battle without having the Zord fight. Because we've seen Power Blaster quite a few times these last few episodes. And it would be smart if they actually chose to do them in the order where all the Zord fights were earlier, and then the Power Blaster ones were later. I might be giving them too much credit, I don't know.
Okay, how can it sink into the ocean? I thought it was just like a floating island.
Hey, it doesn't matter where.
Make up your minds, writers.
Hey, it could be floating above the ocean.
I thought it was more of like an interdimensional thing. But...
Well, okay, maybe it's an interdimensional thing, and they're going to teleport it to the ocean and then sink it.
Oh wait, it's that cave again.
Gotta love that cave. It's a great cave. They used this cave for so many things across the course of those first 10 years. I love that Netflix thinks that Zed is apparently spelled like, you know, the British Z. It's like we only got one D.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like the subtitles are bad, but at least they're consistent.
Oh, nice. You shot the lasers. Shooting the lasers works. We should shoot more lasers, apparently. Okay, that's just genuinely adorable and sweet.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you would say to a little girl who's just called you a prince.
Oh yeah.
Also, part of me wants to think that in Trini's mind it's like, okay, I don't know if this will work. I don't know if shooting the lasers will free the little girl, but if not, we'll make sure that we don't have to fight an evil little girl later. It's actually accurate. How do you know that? How do you know that?
What? Uh-oh.
Also, there's... Oh wow, I've got...
Rangers and French artists.
Some... I just see in the chat, hello Tyler, how are you doing? Tyler is one of my students from the first school I taught at. I hope that you're doing well. How is that French? Your French is fascinating. Le Piccheroni of...
of De La Power Ranger cookies.
I will now reveal
Let's
the
see.
true power.
Now what is this going? Oh, what is that picture? Okay. So, yeah, Tyler, the link is in the description. It's the Streamlabs link. If somebody could paste that into the chat. I know we've got it here.
It's also in the description for
Yes.
this video.
Yes, if you go look in it's the Streamlabs donate link. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I know that somebody copied and pasted it in the chat a few times. Usually MJ is copying and pasting it. Where's the link? Trying to get access to it from my end. I click here. Can I see? Nope, that's the wrong thing. What am I looking at here? Nope, I cannot access that from where I'm looking at. Somebody who's watching it, you can just copy it from the description into the chat to make it easier to find. I'm sure that you guys have seen it before. Thank you, MJ. But yeah, Tyler, you missed it. We were talking about geometry earlier. How you actually managed to throw power daggers at a 90-degree angle to sever, to break a jealousy spell and also free your friend from another dimension. Because that's basic geometry, obviously. Alright, time to upgrade the Now Playing, because we are rolling right into the Song of Guitardo. It's playing now. We are 1 minute in with the title coming up, the Song of Guitardo. I will update my Now Playing. I like that here we kind of get to play up that Amy Jo Johnson can actually, like, play the guitar.
Yeah.
Even though that's not... Tyler, I miss you too, man. You guys were... It was fun working with you guys. It was fun having my first teaching experience out there. I don't know if you're still in touch with Noah or anybody else. But it's always a pleasure to hear from my former students and seeing how they're doing. I know I'm getting to be old now. One of my former students, I believe, has his master's now, and I'm realizing, oh man, because I've been teaching for, I started teaching when I was 30, and I'm 35 now. Now, truth be told, I did take 2 years off to get my master's degree. But yeah, teaching at a private school was an interesting experience. As those of you who have been watching live reactions for the last several years may have observed during the year that I was living on campus, and we once had to deal with a flooding bathroom in the middle of live reactions. I think that was while we were watching Warg World from Power Rangers Dino Supercharge. And they're really hyping up Richie here.
Kim's looking at Trini like,
yeah. Oh my god. This is a great bit right now. Just a princess, they're doing a Princess and Dragon routine, and it's amazing.
Pink and then a green dragon. Come on.
Yeah, big time. Now, this is obviously foreshadowing how Skull would eventually end up with Kimberly, and clearly they would have the kid Spike together.
Of course.
These guys. But I do feel like the statement, "Wow, he's a nice guy,"
shame he couldn't stick around is like the perfect just encapsulation of Richie's character.
Yeah.
I feel like there's no better description of Richie as, wow, nice guy. Shame he couldn't stick around.
Well, at least Bulk and Skull were successful in luring the Power Rangers.
Yep, as they often
They
are.
just didn't know it.
Nice little PSA moment in there. I love their total, how that just totally flew over their heads.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, I can't wait.
Good old guitar magic. Who doesn't love guitar magic? This was also like a weird thing with Zed's powers that I found really interesting, where they establish, oh, I can only create monsters from living creatures, or that are based off living creatures. Even though, like, you know, Robo-Goat was created out of a book. Apparently they need to be based off living creatures, so he couldn't make a guitar monster. But later, in later episodes, he makes monsters out of inanimate objects
Like
all the time.
Monster, yeah.
So my personal theory is since this is right before Green No More, it was an extra ability that he actually gained from the Green Crystal. Is my interpretation.
Oh. Well, that was a living creature.
Yeah. That's why he had to make it out of the cicada instead of out of the guitar.
The guitar just gave him the idea.
Yeah, but he couldn't make it out of the guitar because it's just an object made out of wood. Which is a weird kind of caveat for magic, you know, monster making powers. But I lean into the idea that green crystal was the thing that gave him the ability to start doing that. Yeah.
So many cut off sleeves in this group.
It was I feel like I've got to like roll up the sleeves now. We got to roll up the sleeves. We got to fit in here. There we go. Bring out the gun show.
Zach is stylish with the like the translucent shirt going on.
Yeah. Well, Zach always had the best sense of style. Let's.
Oh yeah.
Like. He makes the purple work for him. Like. Just like after
I stole the guitar. Haha.
After a point, you're just like, okay, what? Why did they steal my guitar? What now? It's like what? They want a kaleidoscope? What are they trying? What? Where did my sock go? Is it a monster now? Is that where I lost my sock? I'm so sick of this. Where are my keys? And like half the things I just listed off do become monsters at some point. Now here's the thing, a tree is alive, to Sheree in the chat, a tree is alive, but wood is not. So that's the thing. It's a fine line there.
Wood is dead tree skin.
Yeah, it's dead, not alive, therefore doesn't quite work. Although I suppose he could make a tree monster out of a wood thing because it would be the inspiration for a monster based off a living thing, since we've seen that he can turn a book image into a monster somehow. The rules here are very vague. we're trying to make them work as best we can. Like, we had a picture of a beetle, and that turned into a beetle, and we'll just kind of roll with that. Really, it's, we wanted to do a guitar monster, but all this YouTube footage are made from animals, so we've got to have this one be an animal too, until we run out of YouTube footage.
Man, they've really been playing up the how powerless Tommy is the past few episodes. I do appreciate the story build up to Green No More.
Exactly.
Looks like we got big trouble.
I don't know. I just love the pitched up voice. It's hilarious.
It's like Guitardo never got the kind of love that Pumpkin Rapper did. Like, and considering how much of Power Rangers is based in rock, you know, with those rock music soundtracks, it is a little weird that Guitardo never got more love. Justice for Guitardo.
I just noticed when they did the zoom in, his bug-themed guitar. It's a nice touch.
Yeah, it's got an axe for the neck of it, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Just don't think happy thoughts, or else you're going to be up there too. What do we do? What do we do?
Do it.
Yeah, that is an interesting guitar design. I love this. My worst fears. How many times have your worst fears been realized, Zordon?
My worst fears have been realized. They're floating in the air.
This was your worst fear? Well, my worst fear was Zed showing up, and then he showed up, so this was my... Like, I'm on to my, like, 5th worst fear coming to life now, so... I don't like heights. So, floating is bad. Zordon's got some weird fears.
Oh, isn't this with the dragon dagger and the bow?
Yes, which is such a great move, and I love it. We got that Green Ranger song going. I feel like is there a Heroes of the Grid card of Kimberly being able to do the Dragon Dagger move? Because I feel like I've seen it.
I mean, it was definitely in the comics.
Okay, when was it used in the comics? When she used Dragon Dagger with the bow? I'm trying to remember.
In Shattered Grid to defeat Draken.
Right.
Yes, because that's when she had the dragon shield.
That was such a fantastic moment. Kimberly with the dragon shield was such a stroke of genius.
That was a gorgeous, like, 2-panel spread when she fired it off and it hit Dragon. That was beautiful.
It's amazing.
He got his own stage. It's great.
Love it.
Oh, look, you can see the white diamonds under the shield.
Yeah. Who would have thought it? Yeah, that's a weird little thing with that lightning figure, and I have no clue why they ended up doing that. Apart from, I guess, they just wanted to save the money. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sir Paladin, we're watching Guitardo rock out on stage. Oh, he is owning it right now. He is destroying his audience.
I know this is such a small time monster, but
yeah.
if they did his Lightning Collection figure, I would love to see like clear effects pieces with those music note blasts.
That would be amazing. I have the 8-inch figure of Guitardo.
Nice.
And it was actually weird because I think, because Power Rangers, I didn't catch every episode back then. This was season 2 when I was still, it hadn't firmly established itself as a part of my internalized identity.
Yeah.
But so I did occasionally miss episodes without like having a mental breakdown. That was really like 10 onwards. And so I didn't see the Guitardo episode the first time around. But I did get the Guitardo figure, which was the 8-inch figure. And I kept wondering which episode he was from. And I could never, and it took me forever to actually place it.
Oh. She turned it into a harp.
That was lovely. Yeah, I like the extra strings on there.
Yeah. Oh, and they're the Ranger colors, so
yeah.
Perfect.
and they've each got their own instruments that they can use now. Like he didn't summon the Dragon Zord, he just used music to counteract Guitardo, and it works.
Yeah.
I'll probably be grabbing some lunch after this one.
Well, yeah, you're a little bit ahead in the schedule, so.
Yeah.
I think you deserve a little bit of a break.
Yeah, well, it's one of the nice things where although as much as I love those season 2 opening credits, one of the nice things about there's that move.
Yes.
Nice. One of the nice things about rolling through the credits is that we get that little bit of buffer if I need to like take a little break here and there. So all times listed in our separate schedule is are approximate to make sure guests have a general idea of when things are going to be. Use your resources, Zed. Actually, one thing I find really ironic about Guitardo is that he was released as an 8-inch figure, but didn't fight the Megazord. That's interesting. There we go. Polk still has that thing stuck on his head. Because remember, we taught you that lesson at the beginning of the day. At the beginning of the episode. Even though it didn't have anything to do with the rest of the episode, we taught you at the beginning of the episode. Therefore, we gotta do a callback. That thing is really on there well.
Oh, boy. I mean, he had, a great hairnet. Skull was just,
he committed to it.
Appropriately wigged up for that.
Yep.
That was commitment.
Hello, Dragon Trainer. Welcome, along with Sir Paladin. Everybody else. Always a pleasure to have more people. On the guitar's back to normal. Aww. Gotta cheer up Tommy. Sweet.
You're leaving the team.
She is so talented.
Yeah.
Like, she's got a lovely voice. She plays guitar. She's a fantastic gymnast. And she's a solid actress as well. And now she's directing. Like, she's a very talented person. Aww.
Cue a montage.
That's so cute and so sweet. Aww.
Except when I write my breakup letter to you.
Yeah. It's like, oh, she sent me this letter. She also sent me a mixtape of like a bunch of different songs to break up with me. I felt like that was a little bit of overkill. I guess her career's been taken off. All right, hitting those closing credits. So I'll pause it now before it rolls in.
Okay. Well, this has been great. A lot of fun.
It's always fantastic to have you on.
Thank you.
You know, you and the rest of Ranger Command Power Hour are always welcome. So if you ever want us, we could, if AP ever wants to just like be a blank phone or anything or anyone else.
A blank, yeah.
But
yeah, it's been fun. So thanks for the opportunity, and yeah, I hope you're successful with the whole weekend's goals. So
yeah,
I'll keep plugging it throughout the weekend. So definitely.
Yeah, this one we're going. Like it was hard to figure out a way to step up from the 60 episodes of the first one. So I'm like, we just got to go all out.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so reminder again to everyone, we are raising funds for spreadthevote.org. We're trying to make sure that people are able to get their voter IDs, get to the polls, have the information they need to vote safely and successfully in this time when there is, it is difficult to safely get to the polls in person or to get your absentee ballots out. And we're trying to make that easier for people how best we can. We have a big goal of $600 today. We're about a quarter of the way there. We're about 4 hours into this stream. So let's keep that rolling. We want to make sure to get at least to our halfway point as best we can in those next couple hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
all right.
Eric, anything you wanna any last plugs you would like to do before heading out?
Sure, yeah. Just if you're interested in Power Rangers, check out Ranger Command Power Hour at rangercommand.com. We're having a Twitter giveaway at Ranger Command PH on Twitter for a Dino Thunder White Ranger with the corrected helmet from Hasbro. So check that out, follow us, and give us a listen on the podcast.
There you go. Fantastic. Always happy to have your support and support back. Likewise, you guys should. I mean, I don't know. Do you think there's anyone on this stream who likes Power Rangers or is interested in Power Rangers?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe.
I don't know if we're appealing to the right audience here.
But yeah, thanks for having me on, Jake. And
of course.
Yeah, like I said, we'll keep plugging the stream. So good luck with some of the future guest watchers coming up.
Yes, exactly. All right. Well, I'll let you head on out, and I will toss my quesadilla into the microwave. And I'm gonna remind everyone in the chat to make their donations and let us know how you're planning to help save the world going into this election. So if you have something that you're doing to volunteer, make us aware of that so we can help out too. And that's an opportunity, that's something you guys can do in the chat. So,
absolutely.
Thank you again, Eric. We can sign on off.
All right. See you later. Bye, everyone.
Catch you later, Phantom Eric. And to be fair, I did not set my food on fire last time either. It was just very, very dry and crispy. Alright, time for me to pop that quesadilla in there. So, chat, tell me things. What are good things you're doing? Tell me all the good things you're doing to make the world a better place. I want to hear them. got that going for a minute right now. I want to hear what you guys are doing to make the world a better place. So, next up, I have another guest lined up as we are going into Green No More. I shall message them to let them know that we're ahead of schedule. The last thing I currently see on there is again the reminder that I should not set my food on fire. I'll take Zed down for the moment, so you can see my face here. Obviously, this is the moneymaker. This is where you guys have all come here to see all this, and now you're going to see this. Eat a quesadilla as we check out Green No More coming up next. We just had a great little, Tommy and Kim focus there with Song of Guitardo, getting to see, the musical matchup of weaponry. I'm going to grab my quesadilla from the microwave again. If you want to continue to raise awareness for this cause, spreadthevote.org, by all means, please share this link on Twitter, Facebook. I don't have Instagram or the Snapchats or the TikToks. If you engage in those forms of social media, feel free to let people know. I think I still have I don't know if Tumblr is still a thing. Use those social medias. And again, I am going to go grab my lunch as we prepare for Green No More. Unfortunately, it's always a little bit tricky to directly interact with the it's always a little bit tricky to directly interact with the chat just because I know there's like a 30-second delay on everything. So hopefully during that time you guys are able to think of something that you're doing to help make the world a better place. If you're trying to think, if you're not sure what to do, if you don't have the money to donate, and I get that not everybody does, one thing you can do to help out this stream is, like I said, share us on social media. But other things that you can do to, again, help save the world is you can do phone banking. I do phone banking through swingleft.org. It's great. It connects you to a bunch of different swing states so that you can call people, sort of see where they're at, if they're still somehow undecided, and believe it or not, there are still some people who are undecided. You can help them make that important decision to save the world, to go out and vote, to take part in this process. And it's great because everything's virtual now, so you can call to help out in different swing states. I live in New York. I know that there's very little I can do to sway an election here in New York. But I know that people in Ohio and Iowa and Florida and Texas need help getting people to the polls, getting people the information they need, making sure that people are making those good decisions. So those are things that you can do outside of this chat to help take part of it. So that's some of my personal suggestions. Obviously, I'm trying to do what I can, but I know there's always more to do. It's remarkable how many states are swing states this year, and therefore we really need to do what we can to make it as safe as possible for people to be able to go out and vote, because it is going to be so very tight. I'm also happy to answer any questions that people have during this time throughout the chat, as I'm sort of waiting for my quesadilla to cool a little bit before I dig into it. And my next guest should be arriving soon on the Skippy Skypies. Because I just got a message from him. Oh, Sir Paladin, you are in Michigan. That is an important state right there. So you have things. You live in a place where it's definitely going to make a difference. I know that there was the obviously the recent threat to the governor, which thank goodness that everything was resolved peacefully without anything happening. These are the sorts of things that we need to watch out for. And when I do talk about the threat of palingenetic ultranationalism, better known as fascism, these are sort of the things that are consequences of what we're seeing when we see this sort of vilification of elected officials in a way that makes it seem like violence needs to be taken against them. Again, when I say that someone is a fascist or a palingenetic ultranationalist, it's not an attempt to vilify them per se. It is an attempt to accurately describe ideologies and make sure that that people are able to recognize the threat that they present, so that they can be dealt with accordingly through not giving them power, through not giving them these public forums to spread their ideology, through not making sure that authorities can take proper action when they engage in threatening activity, like trying to kidnap a governor for simply enacting health restrictions or public health measures during a public health crisis. So, yeah, important issues. We're watching Power Rangers here. I know that we like to keep it light wherever we can. But ultimately, as I have said during our previous live stream, what Power Rangers is really about are ordinary people. These are just teenagers. They had no special abilities prior to being selected as Power Rangers. They are simply ordinary people being placed in extraordinary circumstances, trying their best to rise to the occasion and being the best versions of themselves they can be. So that's what this stream is about. All of us being ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances and trying our best to rise to these occasions and be the best people that we can be and make a difference. So, I believe, there we go. I am going to see if I can start up this new call here so we can dive into Green No More. Connecting. Oh. Did that not go through? Can I... Oh, is it... we might be doing the Discord instead of the Skippy Skypes. Let me try through Discord instead. Sorry for the delay. Let me see if this will work. Ah, there we go.
Hey, man. Sorry, I'm a little out of sorts. It's been a bit of a busy morning, and apparently Skype locked me out. So
oh man.
Fun.
All right, well, let's bring you in. I want to say thank you for this lovely phone stand that I've clamped to my little tripod here.
It did get there.
It did. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Welcome to the Vacuuminator. There we
Hello,
go.
It's me. I am the vac who also huminates.
What? When did you start huminating? Who taught you how to huminate?
What it even means. I don't know what I just said. Listen, it's been an odd couple of days at work, and Ranger T's still missing. Hey, I found Lightning Collection Wave 6 at Walmart. That's nice. Oh, everyone's finding Wave 7 now. Great.
There we go. So, as you might have noticed, I've got my Phantom Ranger helmet here. So really, with the positioning of the phone, whoever my guest is the Phantom Ranger during that time. So congratulations on your promotion.
I I don't know if I'm ready for this much responsibility.
Well, are you ready for some Power Rangers?
I think so. I'm getting it queued up now. My download starts with the Today on Power Rangers bit. Should I get past that?
Yes. My Netflix skips right past the opening credits. So
Okay, so
I'm gonna update my now playing to reflect Green No More Part 1.
Alright, I'm right at the final shot of the title and the intro, putting my volume at
Alright, I'm gonna finish up these credits from Song Guitardo. And then it should, so I'll let you know the moment that it reaches the new episode.
Okay.
There we go. So everything's working well. There we go. Yeah, I just microwaved a quesadilla. This is my lunch here.
Oh, fantastic. I've been up, I don't know how long, but the last thing I ate was a breakfast sandwich from Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh man, how long ago was that? Hopefully not too long.
I don't know, like a little bit, maybe.
Okay. You do seem a little out of it today.
I'll be fine. I'm fine. I'll be fine. I can get through this.
You sound like me right now. Well, you sound like me on most days. I'm actually doing okay today.
Well, you know.
Oh, it is.
I learned from the
there
past.
we go. We are zooming in on the youth center.
Okay,
got Tommy.
I've been playing. I'm doing that now too.
There we go. Green No More Part 1. The title is up.
Alright, so I'm maybe like 4 or 5 seconds behind you. No
Okay.
big deal.
Yeah, we're pretty close there.
Maybe someone had to find a way to increase your powers.
I swear, Stuart St. John was their go-to guy for writing like all the Tommy episodes, all the big Tommy episodes.
Surprising he's never done a convention then, at least as far as I know.
No, he's been at Power Morphicon before.
Oh, he has? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember which one or how many times, but I do remember that he has been there
Oh my
before.
god, Tommy, you're a ghost!
I'm you from future.
Future Tommy!
Final battle. Remember,
I completely forgot about this part of the episode. It's genuinely weirding me out.
This time travel moment is so weird because even though we see the other half of this later.
It's such a not MMPR kind of plot point, you know? Like, this is something I'd expect from a Disney season.
But at the same time, we do get into time travel a lot later in the season.
That's true.
But we see the other half of that scene later in part 2. And that's not what he says. And it's such a weird time loop.
I love how the entire, like, first half of season 2 is just Zed picking on Tommy.
Mm.
If you just watched these episodes, you'd think that was the whole show.
I mean, that's how a lot of people feel about the show at this
or
stage.
Power Rangers in general, he's just after Tommy.
And here we're very much on the false White Ranger, you know, red herrings. Got Curtis in here now, doing a little moonwalking. Hey, Curtis.
I don't know if I've ever talked to you about this. How do you feel about the idea that Curtis and Richie should have replaced Jason and Zach?
I could have seen it working.
Because I've always been very into that idea. Like, you had these characters, you were already seeding them for the White Ranger, why not just pivot to that when the cast walked off?
I mean, to be fair, Richie never really displayed much leadership ability.
Yeah, Richie's kind of just there, but Curtis is, I think, just as charming as Zach.
There was a line about Richie in the previous episode. I love this conversation. I love everything about this conversation right here. You know, it was weird. There was this guy in the park that looked just like me. It's like, Tommy, that was you from the future. He said he was you from the future. But Billy just immediately goes, well, you know, I suppose it could be a rip in the space-time continuum. It's like, wait. Tommy way undersold what just happened, and Billy way overinterpreted from that.
That's because they are scared.
Oh no, the new kids. Evil bully kids.
Hey, it's the Dark Rangers! Everybody's favorite evil team of Power Rangers!
Obviously the best iteration of the Dark Rangers. But yeah, in the previous episode, the Rangers said about Richie, wow, he's such a nice guy. Shame he couldn't stick around, though. And that just perfectly encapsulates his entire character.
Yeah. I do wish they'd done more with Richie. He's such a blank slate that they could have really gone anywhere with, but that's kind of a lot of characters in MMPR, if we're being honest.
It's very true. Like
the Dark Rangers, they could have been a whole arc. They could have been whole interesting characters, but they're just generic bullies that Zig gives powers to at one point.
They serve their purpose, basically.
You joke, Sir Paladin, but I would buy a Dark Rangers Lightning Collection box set in a heartbeat.
It would be kind of
I
amazing.
haven't bought the Psycho Rangers yet, but I'd pre-order that. Just for the sheer audacity of it existing.
I need to grab. I forgot. I've got that crystal. I just keep like running off to grab like little random toys and things. Got the green crystal. I should be showing off the little green crystal here.
I love this outfit Tommy is wearing. It's like the most generic Tommy outfit possible for the 90s.
Got that green crystal right there. Looking lovely. There's one thing significant about your vision. Even though you were in the middle of the battle, you were not wearing your Green Ranger suit. So it's like, wait, that's the only thing significant about your vision, not that it was you from the future?
So he came from the beginning of an episode. That's what you're telling us, Zordon.
Hey, I talked to Trinity today. She's staying with her grandmother.
What'd she say?
She's worried about Tom and Zig.
Don't worry. You should know how to cut her stand short.
Whoa, what a funky looking shell.
This is a weird thing that they do way too often in early MMPR of just putting, especially Billy and Kimberly, I notice, in situations that makes them look way younger than they actually are.
Yeah.
Like just messing around on the beach like this, looking for shells. That's like the way you normally write a kid in elementary school, not a teenager, to start a scene.
Well, they did that was something that they always seem to do with these teens, were try to make them relatable to younger children. Like they're presented as, you know, being that those more mature role models to look up to, but still having the same sort of activities that their audience would have engaged in.
Yeah.
Also, it's interesting how they chose to how like Trinity's just like off visiting relatives, and I believe that's because Tui Trang had broken her leg at that time.
Oh, okay.
It's a subtle thing. In another episode, I believe if I recall correctly, in what was it? In Missing Green, which I reviewed in Power Reviews, episode 32.
Use that in the comics too, don't they? Like
Yeah.
they actually expand on that. There's a story from an annual where she's visiting relatives.
Yes, but actually, I was thinking of the paper cuts. Of the paper cuts issue for a moment, but she broke her leg, and so they actually had her like hide her leg behind the rad bug in that episode, just the way that they blocked her, and she had just very baggy pants on. Turpin Shell. It's so
This is
weird.
definitely one of Zed's most Digimon-esque monsters.
That is accurate. I will agree on that. Yeah, like a Dragon Trainer is just saying that it would be cool if they'd used the Die Ranger suits for the Dark Rangers, or the Jetman
I've always
suits.
heard that passed around that they like wanted to get those suits in that Morpher in the show forever until the Morpher showed up in Lost Galaxy.
Yeah.
And I definitely think it would have been cool, but I don't know how well it would have been received at the time, and also it would have made those suits showing up in Super Megaforce even weirder, I think.
I don't know about that. I
It's
feel like
not
it would
like
have.
they ever transform into the Psycho Rangers.
Oh, if they'd used the Die Ranger suits as Dark Rangers, yeah, turning into Dark Rangers would have been a little strange. That is true. Tommy, only you can prevent forest fires.
That is some real generic advice there, Zordon.
That being said, best wishes to everyone out in California. Obviously. Yep. It's scary out there.
It is. Oh boy. I still remember the day I came home from work and just saw my dad watching the news, and I was like, oh, California's on fire again. That's where we're at this year. All right.
Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm hoping Australia stays safe when they get into their season.
Scott Sandler, the timestamp I'm at for Green No More Part 1 is 12 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah. I'm at 11:50. So right around 12 minutes, you should be good.
Oh no, that's I went I'm ahead of you, and then I remember this Today on Power Rangers bit is in my download.
Like.
No, I think California is still on fire, Sir Paladin.
It's from last I checked, it was still orange skies. I have not heard of the fire stopping yet. That's one of the issues.
Then again, that's kind of how the news works. Is you just hear a bad thing is happening, and you never hear if it got fixed or not.
Yeah, I actually was trying to research with my recent video, the Why I'm Scared video.
Mm-hmm.
And when I made mention,
very good.
Thank you. I there was a lot in there I had been wanting to say for a long time. And when I made mention of the Amazon, like I had to look up to double check. I'm like, did it ever stop? Is it still on fire? And I couldn't find anything indicating that it stopped. Only that the 2019 fires had extended into 2020 and had been going on for at least a full year as of like August. So if they've stopped, it was very recent. And that's just crazy to me that they're allowing that to happen. Because that's not even something where it's like, a dry climate just, making it more susceptible to fire. That one is like active forest clearing. And that's just insane to me.
But anyway, here's a robot beating up a mollusk.
Yes, there we go. Is that what is he supposed to be? What type of, I've never really known exactly what creature Turban Shell was supposed to be.
I mean, it kind of looks like he's wearing a conch shell around his waist, but I don't know if any creature that lives in a conch shell.
I'm sure there is, I'm just trying to think what. Because the thing that always comes to mind is a hermit crab. But he doesn't look like a hermit crab. He looks more like some sort of... I don't even know if I'd say...
He kind of looks like a crawdaddy in the face.
Yeah, that... I was trying to think of... He does seem like some sort of crawfish or like something in that family. He does...
Oh, is that some Jew Ranger footage?
That's you too. We're still in you too.
Okay. I was gonna say, I could have sworn I saw that I remember that from when I watched True Jew Ranger, but that was a couple of years ago now.
Yeah, why are you back there? Oh, okay.
Jay says a conch lives in a conch shell.
Oh, that makes sense.
I don't know, I mean,
I forgot there's a creature called a conch.
That would be logical, that would make sense.
That would make sense. Hey, Jen. We are on part 1 of Green No More.
Indeed.
We are, maybe about 15 minutes in? Yep, about 15 and a half minutes in. Oh no, Turban Shell grabbed Tommy. That's not good.
God, I love the over-emoting on the suits in MMPR. It always looks just on the edge of they sped it up. But
Yeah.
you can tell those actors were just, like, really hopped up on coffee or something.
It's what you gotta do in order to act in those suits. You really need to sell everything so hard. But yeah, I like how we've just been steadily leading up to this at this point.
Yeah, it was amazing to me when I first watched through MMPR back in, I want to say, 2011, 2012, because I had only seen a few episodes from when I was real little.
Yeah.
But people always sold it to me like it was just these 2 episodes where Zed goes after Tommy and gets rid of the Green Ranger powers.
Oh no, this is just
the entire open of this season is just Zed slowly chipping away at it.
Yeah, like when we were talking about it earlier, like Zed started off with just a basic attack, not really knowing who he was dealing with. Then he gets into trying to break down the team. Then he gets into specifically targeting Tommy and slowly wearing him down until he manages to succeed in that goal. Zed is shockingly consistent in his methods in many regards.
Yeah.
He's been testing his enemies basically to try and figure out the best way to accomplish a specific goal.
It's the opening of History of Power Rangers Season 2.
Yeah, there you go. With this Lightning Collection crystal, limited time only, I will beat the world.
I've got Lightning Collection Season 2 Zach here. He's one of the figures that I found at Walmart yesterday. Got that helmetless head sculpt that looks like he's got Play-Doh on his head because apparently Hasbro doesn't know how to sculpt dreadlocks.
Zed is so proud of these Dark Rangers, and it's amazing. Because they don't do anything ever.
He's like, it's almost like he sewed the costumes together himself. He's like, look at this! I've worked all weekend!
Look at how much work I put into my pageant costume. I'm going to be the greatest state of Florida that this high school has ever seen. They don't know. They don't care. They're under spell. The fact they even interacted with you at all is actually kind of surprising.
Man, the cojones on these suit actors to actually do lip flaps in those masks and force those poor actors to have to try and sing with it.
I mean, for all we know, those are just the actors that we saw earlier. And they are just speaking through those things.
That would be amazing. Somebody get those actors at a convention just so they can be asked that.
I love how there's just such a laundry list of people that we can just invite to conventions for Power Rangers. The list of people is so long at this point.
I mean, really, if the Power Rangers fandom wanted to, we could get as fanatical as, like, Star Trek fans or bronies and just invite anyone who's done anything on the show ever to conventions.
I mean, we do regularly have Pineapple the Clown at Power Morphicon, which is kind of amazing. But, like, one thing I still find kind of remarkable is that, like, do you know who was like a second unit director on this season?
Who?
Chris Auer. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing the last name right. The voice of Robo Knight.
Huh.
He was involved this early on as a second unit director, long before he was ever Robo Knight.
Let me know when you're ready to press play on part 2.
Alright, it's saying it's giving me 15-second countdown. I gotta update my now playing. We are rolling into part 2. Oh, I used Roman numerals before. There we go. That's what I want. Alright, it's giving me, it says 1 second and then it's loading up, so it'll be kicking off right after the opening credits, and here we go. There we go. It's saying Green No More. I'm at 105. Written by Stuart St. John. Very well known for writing a number of Tommy-focused episodes, and someone who I would love to have a conversation with and find out how he kind of was saddled with this job of writing so many of the big events episodes for those early seasons of Power Rangers.
But that is amazing to me because the whole thing about Robo Knight's voice actor.
Yeah.
Because I knew he had worked on the show before. I had read that somewhere, but I didn't know it was this early.
Exactly. Also, I gotta say, Tommy just bolted through that tall grass. He was moving.
Yeah. Well, this whole sequence that kind of goes through most of the episode of Tommy playing hide and go seek in this tall grass with the monster and later with Goldar.
Nice.
Is probably one of the best parts of this 2-part.
Indeed. Oh man, can you imagine being the person in that suit? That giant, awkward suit with the huge conch shell. Having to roll down a hill.
At least it's padded.
Very padded. But it's like...
I've watched scenes from like early Kamen Rider where they had the suit actor who was this because in early Kamen Rider what's his name, the guy who plays Kamen Rider 1 did the suit acting as well because he was a martial artist.
Okay.
And there's scenes where he's rolling down like these hills with like massive boulders all around him, and I'm like, if he'd been a few feet to the right, they would be out their main actor.
Well, I think you've probably heard the stories of like Jackie Chan before he started doing American movies. And like one of the things that he did, where there was like a set of shipping containers, and like one of the shipping containers in the movie got like rammed into, and it was sliding over, and so he was trapped between two shipping containers, and he escapes just in time not to be crushed by the shipping containers. Do you know what the safety measure they had for that stunt was?
What?
Like a milk crate that they placed between them to delay them colliding together by like a split second so he could get his head out from in between them.
Wow.
That was it. If he had been a split second too late getting his head out of there, he would have popped his head like a grape. Crazy.
Eastern film production is on another level, man.
They don't have OSHA. They do not have OSHA over there. Yeah, Sir Paladin was just pointing out that Kamen Rider 1 getting injured was what led to Kamen Rider 2 existing.
Yep. That's a whole thing of like, if they hadn't been trying to cheap out by making him both the face and suit actor, a major element of the franchise would never have come into play.
Exactly. Like, you know, and really anything, it feels like anything that's become like a recurring franchise with rolling cast members, like what we see in Power Rangers, Kamen Rider, Doctor Who, etc. It really seems to always come down to, we wanted to keep making more episodes, but we couldn't hold on to our actors to keep making more episodes, so we just had to have new heroes take over the roles. And that was how that started. Like, you know, the whole reason that we even have Rangers that trade in and out really was because of union issues, when you get right down to it.
I do like this whole idea here of Goldar trying to really wear Tommy down mentally as well by being like, yeah, you were the linchpin of the team. Without you, they would have gotten beat a dozen times over, and now you can't go help them. You're stuck here with me.
Exactly.
Like, that's an interesting idea that we should probably hit on more in Tommy's stories.
He's just trying to break him right now. And that's just really, whenever they try to really break down the Rangers, like mentally and emotionally, it's always fascinating.
Hey, it's not a worm, Zach, it's a conch.
Yeah, they like...
Right. One of the details of Billy's science lab is just a picture of DNA up on a cabinet.
Hey, you gotta have proper decor. Decor is important.
I never noticed that before watching this right now.
I didn't notice either. I was just I got some Twitter notifications because people are once again spreading word of the stream, which is good, and everybody should be doing that. And we should be continuing to raise funds. So if you are new to the stream and you have not yet partaken in raising funds, I know that MJ keeps posting that link in there. It is also in the description for where you can donate to help raise funds for spreadthevote.org. Making sure people will be able to vote in this election, getting them the IDs that they need, the information they need, transportation they need to make sure that they are capable of voting in this election, so we can all help save the world. We've got 24 days left, so we've got a lot to accomplish in those 24 days.
Yeah,
and in this moment, I love this moment.
Make sure you guys drop in whatever you can. I unfortunately am not able to drop in a donation this week just because my paycheck came in a little lower than expected, but you guys, this is an important cause. I'm out here both days. Jake here is out here all weekend long. You gotta drop in what you can because it's definitely very important that everybody who wants to be able to vote should be able to.
And don't forget, you're also getting the little bonus of the more that we raise, the more Power Rangers that you will get to observe me commenting on and dissecting to death.
Shit.
Our big goal for today is $600, so that tomorrow we will be looking at Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. So let's make sure that we can at least get there today. That is a big goal, but we are already a quarter of the way there. At more than a quarter of the way there. We want to try and see if we can get to our halfway point by the time we get to the halfway point in this stream. So, nice. He used Goldar's little teleportation thing to get rid of him. I mean, you do have a device that apparently can teleport. I have so many questions about so many things here with this device. Like, he just teleported Goldar away. So it's clear the device can be used to teleport. So why doesn't he just use that device?
And yeah, somehow the past self knows to give him the communicator. Even though he didn't have the message this time. Nothing about this time loop makes sense.
It's, it's one of those Power Rangers moments where you just kind of have to go with it, man.
It's like, future him told him to remember communicator, and then past him remembered the communicator. At no point did he say anything about the communicator.
Also, is it just me, or is that shirt way too big for Jason? He looks like he just got out of bed.
That is a giant shirt, especially considering just how, like, ripped Austin St. John is. Like, the dude has insane shoulders. Also, we're totally recycling this shot of Alpha on the monitor. It's great.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure was that shot ever used in the intro? I feel like I recognize it from that.
It's used so much, I think it might be in the intro. But it is used all over the place. Oh, green crystal! Crystal! No! Do you know how much that cost on eBay?
I love that Goldar's right there and says, like, oh, it's impossible, he's here. Like, did Goldar not tell him that Tommy had sent him away and probably escaped?
It's like, nah. He's dead. I was surprised too. We'll never see him again. I decided to leave of my own accord to see you, Sir Boss. That's how that.
Definitely all things Goldar would say.
Except he would say it like Goldar. Boom. Flippity dippity. One thing that I find kind of interesting, in terms of me remembering different monsters from Season 2, and different monsters in general, I always seem to better retain memories of the monsters that have Zord fights. Like, Guitardo and Invincible Flytrap were a few that we were just looking at. And their episodes don't tremendously stand out to me. As far as the episodes I remember. The episodes themselves are fine. But memory-wise, because they never fought the Megazord, they don't stick in my mind when I think of classic monsters in quite the same way. And I don't know if it's that way for anybody else. Or maybe it was just because, like, those episodes, I think, were aired while I was at school and I had to catch them in reruns later. That could also entirely be it. But...
yeah, I mean, like, I can't really speak to that, because I didn't come into Power Rangers until about the midpoint of the Disney era. But
yeah,
it definitely is interesting how, like, the Zord fights are such a cornerstone of Power Rangers that when there's not a Zord fight in an episode, it feels weird. Like, you'd think it would be like, oh, cool, they subverted that trope, or we're not doing the tedious Zord fight, but for a lot of people it's like, there's no Zord fight. Well, what's the point then?
It's so iconic. And, you know, sometimes... I just lost the helmet here. Sometimes, you know, yes, there are iconic episodes that don't have Zord fights, but that's because there's something else about the episode that really, really makes it iconic. But yeah, I've got my original flavor Thunder Megazord right here.
That's a beautiful piece of toy. I'd love to get a hold of one of those one day.
This thing, I'm pretty sure, is older than you are.
Oh, it's definitely older than I am, because I was born in 97, and I'm pretty sure that came out in 94.
Yep. I've had this since Hanukkah of 1994.
Ooh.
Very nice 8th night of Hanukkah gift for me and my brother. Oof. The Red Dragon Zord's not doing great.
Red Dragon Zord's just like, alright, I'm out of here. We couldn't do it with the Megazord. I'm leaving.
Yep.
The only way to defeat
This is also, if I recall correctly, the only time that we see the Dragon Zord outside of the mutiny during this stretch of episodes. We pretty much only see...
Tommy uses his wrist to answer the communicator, even though he doesn't have it on there as a ranger. You'd think he'd, tap his helmet or something.
I also find it funny that it's just... He hides perfectly within that just truck full of watermelons. It's like, I know where I can hide. Truck full of watermelons. It was in the watermelon district. It sure is convenient that we were in the watermelon district.
So.
Also, I was commenting on this earlier, how like half the monsters this season are defeated by heat, cold, or mirrors. Like, because you have Primitor and Octophantom. Their weaknesses were mirrors in both cases. Turban Shell and Invincible Flytrap were both vulnerable to heat. Salaguana was vulnerable to cold, and I feel like I'm probably forgetting another one. We got a little Lion Zord right here. Oh, that's right. He's vulnerable to the combination of heat and cold. So it's everything. Also, it's interesting that we actually saw this shot earlier during the news report where he had the white face. So that was a little bit of an odd choice of which footage to use there. That's it. Alright, bring them back together. Even as I'm slowly disassembling mine. Because I haven't been showing them off as individuals. I have not disassembled this Megazord in years.
How's the power to joints holding up?
Oh, these things are solid.
Nice.
Maybe a little squeaky.
I've heard there's some fragility on some copies of the Red Dragon Zord's legs, but I don't have any personal experience with that.
The attachment of the arms is always a little shaky for the Lion Zord pieces. They did such a good job cutting these things together. Honestly, like it's very much licking a prayer, but it works.
Yeah.
Behold, the mystical griffin shaped like a foot.
It's very interesting that there's like no dramatic moment of the powers actually fading away, like the costume slowly fading off of Tommy in that last scene.
Yeah.
These days, in Power Rangers, if they did that, it would be like a big dramatic moment of the other Rangers running off to fight as like the costume slowly dissolves off of them.
They just decide to be friends to them, and they decide they just want friends, even though clearly they have friends. There's 5 of them.
And we will never speak to these people again.
Good. Good. We're friends now. That means that we never need to think of you ever again. Just like Sylvie. Who's Sylvie? There is no Sylvie. What are you talking about?
He invented battleizers, I think.
Actually, Sylvie was a bad example because she is someone who comes back. I meant to say Cousin Sylvia.
Ah.
Good old Cousin Sylvia. Who not only didn't come...
character.
For whatever reason, the next time we see Trini with like a little girl, it's just like the neighbor's kid. And it's like, but why though?
It's like hanging out with girls who are younger than her. Makes her feel smart.
Meanwhile, Tommy's been like, oh, school break's kicking up. No. The power of what's inside of you is what's important. I feel like that's where this was like the early seeds of Jason David Frank always trying to be inspirational.
Also, Tommy, you're not a Power Ranger now, so you need to get the heck out of the command center. Sorry.
And that was the last episode that anyone ever saw Tommy Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
He was
Much
never heard from again.
Yeah. He definitely didn't go on to be one of the most overbooked characters in the franchise. That would spawn many irritating fans.
It's nice they knew not to overplay him. They knew.
Yeah, you know.
You just hit hard and you fade away. That's the way it's got to be.
And you know, his fan base definitely doesn't have a large number of very irritating people who harass me, and then leave me feeling very disappointed in myself.
Why would that be?
On regular intervals. Anyways, Green No More. We're Missing Green.
Missing Green.
We should get on to Missing Green.
Missing Green. Now playing. Here we go. It is on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I really did. This was. It's kind of crazy to me that this was the first episode of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers that I actually reviewed for Power Reviews.
Mm-hmm. And it's like one of the best ones too, from a character standpoint.
It's a standout episode for Jason. And it's calling back to something from the previous season. It's not even from the previous episode. It's from the previous season that the previous episode just triggers.
The only problem I actually have with this episode, as far as thinking back, because I'm probably going to get a new perspective on it watching it now, but the only problem I have on this episode is just that Jason isn't focused on more being Green No More, because he could have been like a secondary character in that in order to illustrate just how frustrated he is here, but that's not this episode's fault.
Right. Well, in Green No More, like, he was the one who was supposed to save Tommy. And then Zach is the perfect person for him to be talking about, because Zach was the one who told him to come back. But Tommy could lose his powers. Yeah, but if we don't act now, he could lose his life. So, Zach's got to feel some of the pressure of that, too. He gets where Jason's coming from. Because he had to kind of be the one to deliver those news.
And having them be the ones dealing with this problem, because you could also throw Kimberly into this dynamic, but having it be Jason and Zach also throws back to the fact that before Tommy came in, Jason and Zach were the bromance.
Yeah. And it kind of, it really does kind of flow in and out of it being the Jason Zach bromance versus the Jason Tommy bromance. And you see, during this handful of episodes, we don't see Trini walking around because she kind of can't right now. Because, you know, she had that injury.
Yeah, I've actually hardly noticed her in these episodes so far.
Yeah, they did a quite a good job of sort of writing around her.
And I mean, when you've got so many characters to play around with in a show like Power Rangers, it's easy to just let somebody fade into the background for a little bit.
That was just such a nice little, like, one-liner to slip in. It's nice of my aunt to lend us their taxi. It's a shame we had to put the meter on. Like, that's a genuinely good joke.
Yeah.
Also, just like, Mark Richardson, you put so many things on other random things. What is that camera? Oh, and you can see she's
on the front of it. What the?
You can see as Trini's getting out the back of the car, she is limping. I believe she's wearing a cast. It's they do a very good job of masking it, but it's there if you know what to look for.
Oh yeah, she's like hardly in frame.
It really is interesting all the different things that you can see when you know what you're looking for. And not just in Power Rangers, but really just in general. Yeah. And like Zach was standing right in front of her leg, so we couldn't see that leg. But now it's fine because now she's morphed.
There's something about the juxtaposition of that suit on just a nice grassy hill in the middle of a day that's hilarious.
You gotta imagine that this was so much fun to film for so many years. And I'm sure it still is, even now that it is a bit more polished. But those early days when you're just like going to like, you know, random public spots and just filming where you can, when you can.
What do you mean the Rangers are going to be here any minute, Bulk? They're right there. You probably could have just seen them morph if you turned your head 2 degrees.
Exactly. I guess he just couldn't see them on the other side of the car? I don't know. Or hear Goldar say Power Rangers? Ah, man.
Also, again, from a strategy standpoint, this does make great sense for Zed to immediately be going after everyone else on the team except for the Red Ranger after taking out the Green Ranger.
Yeah.
Because the Green Ranger was their strongest asset.
Yep.
The Red Ranger is their second strongest, but if you take out all the other ones, then it's like half that power is depleted. Just the Red Ranger isn't going to be enough to stop Zed in any case.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, truth be told, though, I will admit that if you do take out Red, you are in a better spot simply because you cannot form a Megazord without that Dragon Zord, and you do not have anything else that is an effect. Like, oh yeah, you're going to be a big threat from the unicorn. The foot-shaped unicorn. Versus the dragon that turns into a guy with a staff.
I'm sure the fire word would be annoying for like 10 seconds.
Oh, and I just remembered this. This is another thing about this episode. And I wasn't listening for it in the previous episode. And I don't think it's the case in the previous episode. But if I recall correctly, I think this is the first time when we don't have Austin St. John and Twee Trang and Walter Emmanuel Jones for ADR. So I think that...
say, a little bit earlier, I heard a line from Jason that made me go, oh, is that some I can't believe it's not Jason?
Yeah. And we're gonna hear, I believe we're gonna hear quite a bit of that in the fight between him and Golda. And you see, here we go. This is what I was talking about with Song of Guitardo. Where in Song of Guitardo he said that he can only create monsters from living things, which is why all of his monsters up until this point were based off of animals. But this monster was based off a trophy, and I think that it's because he got a power upgrade, basically, from the green crystal. And that changed his ability to be able to create...
It's entirely possible.
Yeah. It's the only theory I have, because it's like, right, this is like 3 episodes after he had said that he can't just make monsters from anything. And then he literally makes a monster out of a trophy. Also, the Dark Dimension is a great set.
It is. It's got some nice kind of quirky, put together vibes.
I wonder if it's like... I wonder if it's something that exists elsewhere that they use, or if it's just a set that they have on hand or need to rebuild each time. Because I feel like it's...
I don't give ASJ, sorry to interrupt you, I don't give ASJ enough credit. He's doing a really good job at acting like he's super concerned for his friends right now.
Yeah. I mean, he was, like, you know, his appearances in sort of his 2 later team-up appearances, he doesn't quite have that same gravitas as he did during his original run. But
he's kind of just man.
Yeah.
But he was a great Red Ranger. Like, he really did sort of set the mold in many regards.
It's interesting. I don't like throwing actors under the bus this way, but I almost theorize like back when they were making the show, the first few seasons, he was committed to playing this character, and now when he comes back for team-ups, it's like he's just playing himself as a Power Ranger.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of there, because, you know, you're not in that headspace anymore when you're coming back for just like a day or two. And it's hard to get back into that headspace, I would imagine, after so many years. When we're looking at these old episodes, like, you gotta keep in mind that they were doing these, you know, dozens of episodes a year. They were filming every day to get a couple episodes out every week. And when you're working that much, you're just living that character. And here we get to finally get our first actual Die Ranger fight. Like, this is, like, up until now we keep using just stock shots of the Thunder Megazord fighting, and intercutting it. But here we get an actual fight, and it's a great fight for them to use as their first full-on Die Ranger fight.
I mean, some of these explosion effects are just beautiful. I have to wonder if this was like the first few episodes of Die Ranger when they're just introducing those swords.
Right, because it's a solo fight with the Red Dragon Zord, and that sort of thing is usually what you get very close to the beginning of a series. So I feel like this is probably one of the first episodes of Die Ranger that we're looking at right now. I would need to double check.
Somebody who knows things about Super Sentai history, tell us.
Yeah, like if you look at Ranger Wiki, I'm sure you can find something.
Or I was gonna say, where's Dan from Dan's Toku Rants when you need him?
Oh my God, he loved Die Ranger so much.
He loves it so much.
I know there was a little bit of a falling out there, but I know that those guys had a good sense of community for a good long while. It is a shame that things went down the way they did. Nice spin attack. But yeah, I feel like they just sort of held on to they're like, okay, when we do get to the footage, let's have it be strong right out the gate with a Jason focus episode right after we've lost the Green Ranger.
Good call.
And it's kind of crazy too that we're like 15 episodes in now. Can't believe I've already. Yeah, this is the 14th episode because I have been watching that much. I have been watching that much Power Rangers today. This is the 14th episode I've watched today. And this is the first time that we have an actual Zord fight straight from the Sentai. And when you think about it that way,
I can't believe it's not Jason.
Yeah. Huh. Huh. That nice spin. That early wire work when they first started using it. Part of me wants to believe that this is I want to know more about this location. The Dark Dimension location. Okay, what has been set on fire here? I would like to know what is burning right now. He knocked over these candles, and then there was a blaze of fire. But what just got set on? Were there curtains on the floor underneath all that dry ice?
There's a carpet.
All over our nice shag carpet. Come on.
Yes, it's a big fan of having his feet be cozy. His metal feet.
All right. And I do believe that this is Paul Rosenthal who does the voice, if I understand correctly.
who's a producer on the show for like pretty much the entire first 10 years.
The pizza's not burning, MJ. It's fine.
Everything's all good.
It's such a simple effect for restoring the powers, but I love it every time.
Yeah. Kick him in the face. I hate getting kicked in the face. Oh, that was a poor choice of a line when he's going to be leaving in like 10 episodes.
The portal to Zed's dimension has now closed. In order to ensure your safety, Jason took the risk of being trapped.
Oh, just kidding. You should have seen your faces, guys. I feel like Zordon's just like always. He has that speech ready for whenever he loses a Ranger at some point. And he's just like, unfortunately, you will never see your teammate again. Oh, they're all right. Okay. Well, I'll just file this away for next time.
So it stands to reason that he just has Google Docs open all the time, and he's just like, there's nothing going on right now, no monster attack. Guess I'll just write a speech.
And what color is Tommy wearing? What could it mean? Why would he be wearing that color right now? What could it mean?
Oh my God, he's wearing brown. He's gonna become a sanitation worker.
Exactly. Oh, I just dropped it. It sure is convenient that he's speaking this letter out loud while he's writing it, so that we can hear.
I like to imagine there's just a family having a picnic slightly off screen, just staring at him like, why is this crazy man talking to himself in the middle of the park like he's writing a letter? He's not even writing anything on that pad.
No, he was. We could just see just now because the viewing globe could also look over his shoulder to see his writing. I really want to get caught up on the Power Rangers comics and check out the new Dark Rangers and everything. I still haven't finished Necessary Evil yet. I'm so behind.
Yeah, I think I've only read like the first 2 issues of Necessary Evil myself. I skipped over Beyond the Grid because it bored me to tears, but...
Beyond the Grid was, I think, a mishandled opportunity, personally. Oh no, the eggs.
How does Bulk know it's the last one if he's never seen it?
I don't know. Jason... Also, these are people just in such peak physical condition.
You know they had to have been working out like every morning.
Well, basically just being on this show is a workout. This is intensive. And a lot of times I don't think people really realize, how exhausting filming a fight scene is.
I mean, there is a reason why, Hasbro now puts must-have superhero looks in the call sheets.
Fair enough.
Because having that implies that you can stand up to the kind of physical punishment that filming this show takes.
It's tough. It is tough. Even the little fight scenes that I do for power reviews, they do take quite a bit out of you, because, especially if you're wearing a Ranger suit. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for, a suit actor, in Goldar's outfit trying to do a fight scene.
Just buckets of sweat.
But, yeah. It's exhausting. You know where he is. You just saw a video of him. That's such a weird thing to say.
Well, he's got to keep up appearances.
Alright. So I didn't know. So do you have to head out, or are you sticking around?
Yeah, I gotta go, man. I got a bunch of stuff going on and things I gotta take care of. But it was great dropping by, and I'll definitely be here tomorrow. I can't wait. We're gonna talk about a friend in need.
Yes.
I chose that fate for myself, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
I'm that much of a glutton for punishment.
Next up, we have some orchestral maneuvers in the park. So Vac, would you like to give yourself any little bit of plug-in before you head on out?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure people are fairly well acquainted with me on this channel because I make sporadic appearances. But if you don't know, I'm the Vacuuminator. I have been calling myself the Modular King of the Content Ring for a little while now. Kind of questioning how apt that name is right now, but you know that's besides the point. I make video reviews of toys and whatnot. I've done analysis of tokusatsu in the past. May do that in the future. It might be in the cards. Right now, I'm kind of reevaluating a lot of stuff given what happened at the end of my latest video, which was kind of a major over first impressions on the Lightning collection. So, hey, Power Rangers fans, go check that out. I'm also part of Modular Media, a creator co-op here on YouTube, where we do a weekly podcast called Analytical Fanboys. You can check that out. We just did an episode on the wrestling pay-per-view WCW Halloween Havoc 1998. So if you're a wrestling fan, go check that out. Tonight we're recording an episode on the Jim Carrey film The Mask. So, you know, we kind of bounce around and do all kinds of topics. And coming up in November, we're all going to be getting together in the same place for the first time ever to do our Modular Summit, which will be pretty much a week solid of us trying to create as much content as possible in 1 week. We're going to be doing all kinds of different videos and nightly live streams. So for you live stream fans who are here watching this, definitely go and subscribe to Modular Media. For that, we're going to be doing gameplay and all kinds of other fun stuff. Just a whole menagerie of content, really, to check out when it comes to me. But you can start off by going to my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/thevacuuminator. It's spelled VACUUMINATOR. And I'm also on Twitter and Instagram under those handles. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, thank you again, as always, Vac. And thank you for the phone stand that's getting plenty of use today.
I'm glad it got there, man, because they gave me that shipping confirmation, and I was like, well, where is it? He said it wasn't at his box. What's going on?
It's my bad. I don't check the mail as quickly as I used to. And when I do, I take it and I put it in the sun for a day and then pick it up. And I've been horrible about staying on top of my mail lately. I've been so neurotic this last 7 months or whatever it's been now.
It's definitely a year for neuroses.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Netflix has apparently paused for me because it's concerned about me.
Hooray! Checking in on your health and well-being. At least someone's doing that.
Exactly. So thank you again, Vac, and you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Now don't forget, guys, if you want to see us cover A Friend in Need, we're going to make sure that we hit those goals. And that includes getting to 600 today and then 600 again tomorrow, getting us all the way up to 1,200 so that we can do Season 3. So let me get myself out of there. There it goes. So we have a lot left to do. Right now, I know that we stalled out a little bit on our donations. We need to pick that back up if we can, even if it's just $1 or $2. Again, as always, if you can't donate, I perfectly understand. This is mostly a reminder for people who might not have been here earlier when we were racking up the donations. We want to try and hit $600 today. That is our goal, to be hitting Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie tomorrow. And we're raising funds to make sure that people can have voter IDs and vote, because
This is an extremely important election. We are looking to save the world here. We have 24 days left to save the world, but we only have so many hours left in today to try and hit these goals. So if you've already donated what you can, please spread the word of this stream. Feel free to invite Power Rangers alumni if you know them, or other content creators that you may like, that you would like to see visiting, just like we had our good friend Vac here, who would love to return for Friend in Need, but we need to get there first. And with all that said, let's kick off some orchestral maneuvers in the park. Because Netflix has once again asked me, are you still watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? And the answer is yes, of course. So, let's hit play on that and continue watching with orchestral maneuvers in the park. We are 1 minute and 9 seconds in, 10 seconds in. The title is on the screen and Richie is serving up some smoothies. Oh, Doug Sloan. We got Curtis here too. I love how they played up both Richie and Curtis as potential White Rangers. And we've got Chris back. Oh, I can hear the episode on your end too. There we go. Oh. I'll turn it down a little bit until you get yourself queued up. Talking about jazz. Obviously, the greatest jazz musician of all time is Ryan Gosling, obviously. If you've seen La La Land. I know, that's like a very silly and dated reference.
What kind of ball's one of the meanest horns you ever heard?
Hallucinations. Yes, this is right. Orchestral Maneuvers in the Park was our first episode this season where we got to look at a bunch of different past monsters. That's something that we hadn't done in a little while.
A famous trumpet? Yeah, see, our uncle is one of the greatest jazz musicians of all time.
Here we go.
I hear his trumpet well.
Alright, we've got Zach, Kim, and Billy out in the park together. It's lovely. So Chris, I hope that you're enjoying things. Foolproof plan. Who just donated? Ranger T. Oh, how mysterious. Giving us another $3 to bump us up into 155. There we go. Getting the ball rolling again. I appreciate it. Everyone appreciates it. We're going to keep things rolling as we conduct these orchestral maneuvers in the park. We definitely want to keep the ball rolling. So, and again, welcome to anyone who's just joining us. I hope that you're enjoying it. What is my favorite park maneuver? I'm gonna go with the parallel park. I think that will be my favorite park maneuver. When you can pull it off, it's just so satisfying. Come back. Wow, Netflix does not know what this song is. Right now, Netflix is subtitling it, go, 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 go back. It's hilarious. Yeah. Oh, they sprinkled the stuff on the thing. The trumpet's been fairy dusted. Now all the trumpet needs to do is think some good thoughts and it'll fly right away. Again, Walter Jones is really underrated as a martial artist in this series. You hear people all the time talking about Jason and Tommy. Zach kills it. That guy flies through the air like nobody's business. got the trumpet. Just, you know, don't, like, let it get turned into a monster or thrown into the garbage like some kids do with their tubas nowadays. They just throw those tubas in the garbage. They have no respect for nice things. Put the silly beast morphers. Hopefully this is music. One of the fun things right now is I have no idea how much my banter actually is hitting, because I know there's a 30-second delay on anyone's response in the chat. So it's always like, they might find something funny, but I won't know for at least a minute later. Let's see what they got going on this time. I'm going to guess that no one is playing an instrument right now. I'm pretty sure everyone is just mocking it, is my bet. This is a pretty nice little performance here. Favorite orchestral maneuver is a tuba on the swing set. Oh man, they've just been spellified. The new monster. Great stuff. Okay. Your musical prowess far exceeded my expectations. That's okay. Yeah, I get that. That they're trying to play it as if Billy's using big words and that's confusing people, but it comes across more as, I wasn't expecting it to be good, but it was pretty good. It's like, that's just a weird thing to say to somebody. They've put in so much effort surrounding this trumpet. Normally Zed just like zaps something and boom, it teleports somewhere and it's a monster. This trumpet they've had to like abscond with twice now. And yeah, these Die Ranger monsters with their cycloptic vision is now on full display at this point. This is... Nothing with cement is going to go well for you. Why would you expect anything with cement to go well for you? Gotta find that trumpet. Those Die Ranger monsters, they really love to zoom in on that single eye, and it's always creepy. I'm just checking in to make sure people are following up there. Grumblebee! This is where they really start to lean into using the G2 monsters in a different way. Saliguana, the Fighting Flea, like, this is really where it started. This heavy use of monster recycling during the latter half of Season 2. And this is where you really start to become more and more familiar with these monsters. Oh man, that Sakadillo suit actor is killing it. Who does like a series of backflips and handsprings while dressed as a giant armadillo? Like, that is a sentence that I could say, and that's one of the things that's amazing about this series. Rhino Blaster. All of these monsters. The praying mantis. Like, this is brutal right now. This is the first time that they really were faced with so many past monsters in this way. And even though it is an illusion, like, you can see how they're just being completely overwhelmed, especially now that they don't have Tommy. And I think that's a really good way for them to handle things. But Slippery Shark and the Stag Beetle just walked in. It's a really good way to play things up as far as them being on the ropes. And I love it when Power Rangers does that. A lot of times I feel like they fall, like the series in the middle can fall into the trend of just having the standard episodes and the Rangers are always winning. But a lot of the best arcs in Power Rangers are where you have the Rangers like right up against the wall. You don't know how they're going to make it out. Like right now, yes, it's an illusion, so the threat is somewhat muted. But they've never been up against 6 monsters at this point. Like generally it's only ever 1 monster. Like, at worst they fight 2 in a day, or they fight Goldar along with the monsters, or something like that. But in terms of getting worn down with a ton of monsters, that was something that they hadn't started doing yet. And so when you see that, you feel the stress that they're under. Like, you know, as much as they say, oh, Lord Zed is a greater threat than Rita ever was, it really comes down to, it's much less about what Zed was doing in terms of the power that he was presenting. Because, you know, they can just make the claim of, oh, this monster is more powerful, or now we need to fight with a more powerful Megazord. And they can say that out loud, but it doesn't necessarily always play. But what Zed really managed to do here was push them harder and harder and harder and try to splinter them and break them. And this is, you know, like 15 straight episodes of doing that now. You know, he made a big splash where they didn't know how to fight him. He took their Zords. Then he started making them doubt who was friend, who was foe in Putty on the Brain and Wannabe Ranger. Just messing with their ability to trust their own senses. Then he just targeted Tommy and relentlessly went after him episode after episode after episode until he succeeded in removing him from the team. Removing him as an ally for the Rangers. And so we are now 15 episodes into the Rangers being pushed and pushed and pushed, and basically, like, although they win each battle, they are not winning this war. So it's overwhelming, and that's what you want to see when you're trying to escalate things. You want to see your heroes being overwhelmed so you can see them overcome it. That's what made Green with Evil such a big deal. That's what made Lord Zed such a big deal. Just how hard he pushes the heroes. It's great stuff. This is what you want to see when you're looking at constructing a compelling narrative.
So what I'm waiting to bring is to think that we had a first city. Man, I've never seen so many of those creatures in one place before.
Alright, now they know, okay, it's an illusion. They can overcome it, they go after Trumpet Dog. And that's kind of what they're slowly trying to do at this point. They know that they've basically gotten beaten. And now they're trying to figure out how to overcome that overwhelming experience they've been having. Gotta love this one little random Ranger shot right there.
before we segue into the big Zord fight. I also find it interesting that the Lion Thunder Zord had rear legs in the Sentai footage and in the Zord footage that we see, but not in the toy, and I don't know why that was. Just from a design perspective, I don't know why that was. Do I have a favorite Curtis line? That trumpet riff was my favorite Curtis line. I have to admit, he was rocking that trumpet. Power lies on their side. And you know, that's the situation we're all in right now. We're all being pushed and pushed and pushed, and we're trying, and we're at this point now where we've got to be overcoming it. We've got to be pushing past it. We've been pushed all this time. Now is the point at which we can start getting a handle on things, rising above it, and overcoming the situations that we're in. Ooh, he got a hold of the Thunder Megazord Saber. Oof. But yeah, with regards to these Die Ranger Zord fights, I find it really interesting that we really only get like 2, 3, or wait, no, maybe 4 before we get the white Tiger Zord. Oof, and there goes Trumpet Head. But yeah, again, this is one of the few weaknesses to Zed here is that he does not utilize, he doesn't utilize his villains effectively, his minions effectively. Like we were commenting throughout season 1 how, oh, this is a Squat and Babu plan. Oh, Goldar is getting out there in the field, and every monster was something that was created by Finster, but every now and again it was created in some other way, or someone who Rita knew from the past who they recruited. Whereas here, we're getting into a bit too much repetition, as it's always created by the lead villain, and all the surrounding villains are really falling by the wayside, and it's kind of tipping the balance of the show in a bit. Also, I do need to give it to the writers for continually thinking of different ways for Bulk and Skull to try and find the identities of the Power Rangers. Like, footprint, smell, sound, video. We've basically been through all of it. Trying to lure the Power Rangers out. Just so many different routines. Okay, there we go. And there it goes. Oh, you hate to see it. This is the part of Power Rangers where it does play into a bit of the whole idea that the Rangers are bullying Bulk and Skull. Because this is the point at which, okay, Bulk and Skull are to a certain extent acting in good faith and getting messed with. And that's a shame. Yeah, I do sort of wonder who voiced the other Rangers during this sort of time period when we're transitioning here. Yeah, so many people in this show had to wear so many hats. It's amazing that they managed to put it together. Very much that sort of shoestring production, which I wish I could afford some shoestrings. That's the kind of production I run. Oh, we're getting some good old Evil Queen coming up. Next up, let me shift over our Now Playing. We've got Beauty and the Beast coming up. And we have kicked it right off. We are 1 minute and 5 seconds into Beauty and the Beast. Changing up our Now Playing to present that. And let's also not forget that we still have a goal to hit. We are at 155 today. And we want to try and get up to 600. So we have a lot left that we need to donate, so we need more people. So contact your friends. If you have any friends who like Power Rangers, if you know your fellow Ranger fans, get them over here. Look at my co-host here. He's falling apart. He's exhausted. This is also just such a bizarre little storyline where Zed all of a sudden decides that he wants a replacement for Rita.
Interesting there.
Now this episode is actually kind of interesting for me in a weird way. And it's because this started a hobby of mine. This was, well, not this episode per se. I think it was it this episode? Because here's what happened for me around this time. And it wasn't just this episode, but this episode I think might have been sort of where it started. I used to draw every Power Rangers monster. And actually, come to think of it, I think I might still have them here. So, you know what? Now that we're gotten to this point, I think I'm going to grab it. Okay, seeing Madam Swampy. Let me check real quick. I'm going to pause this. So if you guys pause for just a moment, I'm going to be right back. Let me see if I have these. Okay, guys, here we go. So I am 3 minutes and 2 seconds into this episode, and I'm pulling out the nostalgia. 3 minutes 2 and play. 3 minutes 2 seconds into the episode. 3 minutes 5 seconds into the episode. We are in on Madam Swampy. Do I have them here? I think I do. I'm gonna try and find them. Let me see here, because this is getting into. We are going on the deep dive into my childhood at the moment. Yet, now is a good time for people to donate. Donate if you can. There it is. Oh my goodness. I found them. These are ancient. These are my childhood right here. Oh man, this was the first. Yep. Here it is. This was me at 9 years old, drawing Mirror Maniac. I still have them. I've had them for 26 years. These are my monster sketchbooks, and we've now hit the point where I started drawing them. This was when I got really heavy into Power Rangers, and I was really heavy into drawing all the time. So, I've got tons of these old sketchbooks, just on hand. So this is a chance to sort of show off my 9-year-old artistic talents. So if you want, tell people that I'm breaking out like the old nostalgic stuff. This was the beginnings of Database Ranger really being a repository of Power Rangers. Fan material. This is my earliest fan art that I have with me. Which is something that I realized not many people actually know about me. I used to draw a lot, and I was actually pretty good at it. I know that there are other there are people who are genuine fan artists out there who still, produce great work and do commissions. I've never really been a guy who does commissions. And I'm not the sketch artist that I was back in like high school, but I have drawings up through like at least Time Force, I want to say. Oh no, magic dust! That for some reason does nothing, and I don't know why. Oh no, it makes her faint, that's what it does. But it doesn't actually put her under a spell afterwards, which is weird.
Great. Wonder if Madame Swami predicts this.
There is no need to visit a fortune teller now. I know what your future holds.
Yeah, I seriously doubt it, Mother.
But yeah, the Mirror Maniac, again. So here's Mirror Maniac. With the mirror, I even drew the little mirror, and I had a little title form. It says Mirror Maniac, and I did a reflected version of the phrase there. So yeah, this was my first ever monster drawing when I started drawing monsters regularly. Oh, apparently Curtis is a ladies' man. And I actually started recording Power Rangers all the time around this time so that I could play it back, get good reference images for the monsters. So, you know what? I'm going to start popping these forward each time that there's another monster that I drew. Mirror Maniac was one of the first. Well, was the first. And specifically, it was because of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game. Was the, I believe the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game on Super NES, which I did not own. I did not own a Super NES, but my friends did. And I would play it over at their place whenever I got the chance. Oh, they're rollerblading. But yeah, I like, it's really funny just realizing that we are up to that and having those images on hand. Hey, focus on Richie and Curtis. There we go. Nice little bit of Richie Curtis focus. Now they're trapped on the playground with rollerblades. It's a shame that, during these episodes leading up to Tui Trang's departure from the show, we really didn't get much focus on her because she had that leg injury. So she's sort of confined to the command center and sitting down. She doesn't really get any focus episodes after Welcome to Venus Island. We've only got a few more episodes before they disappear, and we are replaced with the with the Stone Canyon Trio. Kicks and Buddy indeed. You're strong and it's you're on your own, not rock and roll. Ah, nice. Every Zack fight is so good. Like, he is just a speed demon when it comes to those moves. One other thing that I do think we do kind of lose out on a little bit during this season is we don't get to see quite so much focus on character development as we did during the first season, in many regards. At this point, we've largely established these characters, and they're really a bit more focused on raising the stakes and pushing the story forward, rather than focusing on the characters themselves. So we don't really get too many character focuses that are really about the characters. They're more so usually about their they're usually more so about the challenges that they're facing from Zed. Although we do get that nice little bit there with Zack and Curtis. She's so tiny in that outfit. I still don't get why the spell didn't work. And it's so strange that they don't give an explanation for it. I love how much Amy Jo Johnson just devours the scene. She just kills it here. This is a very iconic scene. This is very good use of the Rita costume. I wish that I had the... I've never wished more that I had the Kimberly figure so that I could do the head swap. That'd be amazing. Why? But here's the thing. They could have explained why the spell didn't work if it wasn't a magic dust spell. If it was a laser spell, you have the mirror built into the plot. Use the mirror. But yeah, I love that Mirror Maniac was part of the Super NES game, and that was what started me on drawing Power Ranger monsters. So you are going to see childhood drawings throughout all of this. And the best way that you get to keep seeing more childhood drawings is by donating. So, or getting more people to donate. I know that the leaderboard is looking intimidating right now, but any little bit helps. Even $1 or $2. The more the merrier. Mirror Maniac, he's a maniac! That is so not Trini's voice. Like, not even a little. That sounded like Raja Barudi. Like, it wasn't, like, that had like a whole accent to it. I don't know what happened there with that voice on Trini. I can't believe you tricked Golda. What is... I say Raja Barudi, but honestly, I don't know what that accent was. It actually even sounded a little bit British. Why? Why is Trini British? And keep myself hydrated. Keep myself hydrated. I'm working through. Thirsty? No? Nothing? Alright, you're a trooper. You keep at it. Combat Netflix. It's combat, not go back. That's the opposite. I love the like very talkative hands that Mirror Maniac. That ain't gonna get the best of you. Oof. That looked uncomfortable. That looked like a shin to the neck. Not like the side of the neck either, like the throat. Ooh, that poor stunt guy. They're really like leaning more and more into the Rangers fighting the Z-Putties and getting more and more comfortable with what these stunt actors can do. It's really a remarkable comparison to the Mutiny, where they were really just trying to get the hang of fighting while wearing helmets. I forgot that Mirror Maniac basically does nothing. He's just cool looking. Well, why is his mirror broken now? He hasn't even combated any. He hasn't had any combat. Oh, hello. Who have we got here?
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Hey. Here we go. Let me turn up the...
Yeah, thanks. I see you're on your cell phone.
Yep,
Very nice.
that is
Workaround.
super advanced technology here. We are in the midst of the episode Beauty and the Beast, where they have just summoned their Thunderzords to fight the Mirror Maniac.
I don't know. I don't think of this Beauty and this Beast. I don't know if they're ever going to get along. It seems impossible, Jake.
All right.
Spoil this for me.
So
I just want to see it evolve.
I'm gonna put you on. You ready to be viewed by our fine Ranger fans? I'm turning this.
Okay.
Turn this sideways.
Camera holds up.
Hey, so Ranger fans out there, we have another guest here, another Power Reviews alumni. This is Stephen Hennel, also known as Agent H from Database Rangers Power Reviews.
Frozen up.
Oh.
I don't know if I'm frozen up.
No, I think we're okay. I just pointed you at the camera. So we should be good now.
I guess. Can you see that? Can you see the heart?
I'm gonna lift this up a
Give
little.
a thumbs up, just to be safe.
Okay.
There we go. All right.
Oh, there's the thumbs up. I could see that thumbs up.
Okay.
There we go.
So if my audio fails, I'll just be expressing myself entirely
In emoji form.
Emoticons.
Yes.
Are they called emoji now? That's how old I am. When I started using these things, they were called emoticons, like some kind of Transformers action.
No, I'm used to that. I do know they've transitioned into emoji being the more common terminology. They did have a movie.
Major motion picture.
Yeah. But yes, and then of course, he was also Commander Jarvis from Power Rangers Grid Defense. So.
That's true. That's true.
You have made excellent appearances, and it's always a pleasure to work with you. So it's a pleasure to have you here on this stream.
Well, it's always a pleasure to work with you, Jake. I would say, I wouldn't keep coming back if it wasn't such a pleasant, enjoyable experience, and just hanging out with friends. Even though, I am not a Power Rangers super fan, I've definitely been Power Rangers adjacent for most of my life. Watched a lot of anime, watched a lot of, Voltron and stuff like that. So, Power Rangers was like my one nerd blind spot. Through knowing you, I think I've gotten a little bit more information where I can kind of, pass for a fan, so long as I don't get into high-level conversations.
Yeah. I do my best to spread the love as best I can. And I do like that our channel is accessible for those who are not fully in the Power Rangers fandom. Although I know that Power Reviews has probably gotten less accessible over time as it's gotten more and more complicated. But
well, I think that's everything. I think that's all. That's all kind of like media reviews. After a while, you start off reviewing the brand, and then you become the brand. Once you become successful enough or good enough at storytelling, and I think that's what Power Reviews has done. That's certainly why I enjoy watching it, even when I'm not, in it. It's you can tell the love for the subject material in every frame. So when people see you having fun, they have fun. I think that's what makes it entertaining for people who might not necessarily be super fans.
I'm so glad to hear that. We are on Netflix. It's about to roll straight into
White Light Part 1.
Oh,
So
should I turn that on? Should I cue that up?
yeah, that way you can follow along. We skip over the opening credits because that's what my Netflix likes to do. It's just rolling. So I'll let you know when I get when it. If you need a moment to cue it up, I can pause it for a moment once it gets in there.
Oh, so many Power Rangers. What? Beasts? Dinosaurs? Which I think dinosaurs are beasts. Turbo? Ninja Steel? Okay, so...
You're looking for the Mighty Morphin. The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
These guys look familiar. Alright, Beauty and the Beast.
Alright, so we just finished that episode. So right now we're in the middle of season 2. This is season 2, episode 17 now? Yeah, 17. For White Light Part 1.
Ask not for who the bells toll. That's a classy reference. Okay.
For Whom the Bell Trolls, that was episode 9 of season 1, so you want to make sure you're in season 2.
It's a solid pun too. So
yeah.
Which number is it?
So season 2, episode 17, White Light Part 1. This is one of the big one. You came in just in time for one of the big moments of the season.
Okay.
This is iconic.
You can hear the music.
I can hear the music
you
on your end.
Skip the intro?
So I skipped the intro, so you can hit skip intro and I'll hit play.
Okay. Started.
There we go. Yep, right now. Hey, where are our sandwiches? White Light Part 1 has just popped up on the screen. You might want to turn down your volume a little bit because I know it's coming through your end too.
Alright, so are you still watching?
Yes, I've got it.
I would love to cast the actors who play Bulk and Skull in like a Waiting for Godot revival. I think they would be brilliant in it.
They would be, and
Is that a Civil War hat?
Yeah, and he's been wearing that a lot this season, and I don't know why.
I really hope he's on the right side of that. That could go one of two ways with the Civil War hat.
Yeah, they're getting near the end of their school break. Tommy's been away since he lost his Green Ranger powers, because they coincided with their spring break or whatever. Zed.
So I bet they would cheer him up and make him feel useful, right?
Yep, that's the idea. They want to give him a little party.
Lord Zed. Yeah. I met the actor who played Lord Zed at Genericon. He was asleep at the autograph table.
Yeah,
Otherwise, he seemed to be having a good time.
Yeah, he was a very, very sweet man. He passed away not long ago, due to various health issues that he suffered from for a number of years. But
I really respect the courage of someone who can just take a nap in public too. I feel like we all want to do it, and only some of us have the courage to do it.
Exactly. Living that life. That's a good memory. But yeah, I have a small Zed figure that he signed. I once was looking for some feedback on voice acting work, and he was very complimentary.
Speaking of voice work, I just found out Alpha 1 was the voice of Invader Zim, which blew my mind.
Yeah, Alpha 5.
Different characters.
Yeah, which is, and if you listen to him, it makes sense. He's got that pitch. And actually, when Richard Horvitz has been at Power Morphicon, he's often brought along his friend who plays Gur from Invader Zim.
What did the tubes on Lord Zed's costume do? Is he...
They ostensibly have his
Does he have kidney failure, or what are those tubes for?
I mean, I think that's like a nutrient stream or something. I don't know.
Something's definitely going through the tubes, and maybe that's a testament to the attention to detail of the show. You can see gross material being pumped through those tubes.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. How
Did you ever watch the show Face Off on Sci-Fi?
Nope.
Okay. It was like the only reality show that I ever really enjoyed. And it was about special effects makeup artists. And it was a competition show. And it really focused on the craft of creating characters through special effects makeup and prosthetics. And the first season, when they're first introducing the contestants, we see little images of their work. And this one guy, Connor, in the images of his work, he worked on Lord Zed. And he went on to win that whole competition for the first season. Fantastically talented. And Skull's just like...
Also, whoever penned the Balkan Skull theme deserves some sort of Emmy or Grammy, or maybe a combination.
Yeah.
A Grammy.
A Grammy. And yes, that is Rita's dumpster. And yes, I have my own.
This is where she wakes up, or is she still asleep?
She's napping. She's had a rough season. When Lord Zed came along, he kicked her to the curb and had his putties throw her dumpster back into space. But it seems that she has managed to circle back around.
This is why she should be more like Lord Zed and take, more naps in public, just wherever. Because if you do it like Benjamin Franklin that way, like, you don't have to binge nap. Like, you don't need to sleep for 10 or 12 hours. So.
Oh, we have another Ranger fan trying to join in on the call, I believe.
Her prison looks like a giant cupcake, and I love that.
Yeah, it's apparently a space dumpster. I don't know what makes it a dumpster, because I don't know why. I also love how the dumpster is hot, and so it makes his hand glow red. Because that's what hot things do.
Oh, am I still here?
You are, mostly. There we go. I was letting the other person join in, but I don't think it. There he goes. I'm all for more the merrier. Otherwise, it's basically me, myself, and I.
Oh, gross. Oh man, Jello mold.
Oh man, yep, they're getting all slimy there.
Oh man.
Major funky indeed, Zach. Gotta watch out for that.
Maybe it's a statement. I don't know. It could be like an art installment.
You never know.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just like going back to like when the cast is having fun, the audience is having fun. I feel like that's this cast of actors. You know what I mean?
They had fantastic chemistry.
Yeah. Although they don't always like have fun in the filming, from what I understand it. But
oh, it was exhausting.
Yeah, they're always able to project like, I don't know, just people who wouldn't rather be doing anything else.
Yeah. They were fantastically talented in so many different ways. Like, people like to be like, oh, it was cheesy acting, but like, there's genuine bonding that you see happening between these characters, and these people are insanely skilled in what they're capable of doing. Like, knocking out these episodes, week after week after week with the extreme physical activity. Yes, this is Chris. He's a fan who's been popping in and off to join us. But I think Chris, again, your audio's a little loud and out of sync on your end, so you gotta watch out for that. So right now, so you have to either turn it down on your end or else mute it on your end, or else mute your input if you can, and just unmute when you're talking. Actually, I think it just went louder on your end.
There's some pretty solid claymation effects. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I love the little claymation effect. Oh yeah, and I love that. I love how Zach adds those little dance moves to his fighting style. It's so distinctive.
Yeah.
And one day I will learn how to do a flip like that. Like, obviously not to that extent. But, oh, like, you look at that and you can see all the coordination that went into it, and you can see that this is a cooperative effort to make this work. So Chris, I think that's coming out of yours. So I'm just gonna put this out there. If you don't either turn down some of the audio over there, or keep it muted unless you're speaking, then I may need to drop you out because it's starting to create interference again. Okay? If you can hear me, okay. Alright. Wait, I think you're starting to get it. I love how they're convinced that this is how to get the secrets of the Power Rangers, even though they have no clear indication that this has anything to do with the Power Rangers.
I don't like this.
Civil War hat is backwards now. He's all business.
Alright, so...
Right.
Yeah. Chris, since we keep seeming to have the audio issues, I think I'm gonna drop... If you're okay with it, I'm gonna drop you out for now. Is that alright? Okay, I can't hear if you're saying yes or no, so I'm gonna take that as is it alright if oh, or did we get things sorted out? Okay. I'll drop you out for now, okay? If anything changes up, just let me know in the chat, but I am getting issues with the audio. Okay? Thanks for joining us, though. I super appreciate all the time you've been putting in today. Let's see how this works. I can figure out how to make this move in some way.
Can't hear any lights.
For some reason, it seems like everything but the emergency power's been shut down.
Sorry.
Trying to figure things out. Okay, we got this.
Hold on now, but take off and not notify us.
This is really weird.
All right.
Maybe I can access the.
Give me a moment. I'm gonna end the call for a moment because we are getting some weird audio issues going on, and then I'll resume with just the two of us, and I think that might be a little bit easier. Okay.
And there's activity on this disc. I just need to get back to my lab.
I know, the statue, that explosion.
Alright. I say we get back to Billy's lab, see if we can figure something out.
Let's do it.
There we go. Hopefully that'll make things a little easier. I'm thinking one at a time might be best audio-wise for the moment. They're just going to town on this prop right now. Yeah. Alpha and Zordon totally didn't give anyone a heads up on what's going on. I'm not connecting right now. Let me try that again. Okay.
Anything come up yet?
Okay, I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, wait, there he goes.
Okay. This is me.
There you are.
I don't know. You might have left.
The activity
I think you left me the other chat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The other person?
I couldn't figure out how to because he was having some audio issues and couldn't seem to recognize what I was asking. So I figured I'd just try to end the call and create a new one.
Okay, I think the other one's still going. I gotta make sure I leave that one.
Okay. All right, go for that. Because right now I think I just got your avatar, and now it's Morphin time, and we're looking at Nimrod, which, as I said to you, Ranger fans, before, I said I got the drawings. Nimrod, the Scarlet Sentinel,
Catcher's mitt?
created from that statue, the Sentinel statue.
Actually, he looks like Frylock from Aqua Teen.
From Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Looks a little bit like he's supposed to be a container of fries.
Yeah. Right now I'm not getting any video from you, by the way. I'm just getting your avatar at the moment.
Okay.
Just giving you that heads up.
How about now?
I see your... Alright. Alright, yeah, I see Chris commenting he had the TV and the fan off. Yeah, I don't know what the problem was. I'm sorry, Chris. I think it was that the, oh, and there's Steve back. I think it was that the audio from the stream, wait, and then I turn it around and then you're gone again. What?
Yeah, I think I'm just having problems with my camera. There we go.
Oh, so hopefully you'll be back in a second. I'm not seeing you right now.
You know, I have a pretty cool icon. Let's just leave that. I think that's me on a good day.
Okay.
Freshly shaved. Alright, so here, okay, so this has got to be post-movie Megazords, right?
No, actually, this is pre-movie. The movie Megazord was the Ninja Megazord. So actually, if we're not having your face now, I'll just spin it back over to me.
Okay.
But we can still pick you up on the audio. And
so they had a whole different Megazord before the movie?
Yes.
I didn't remember that. Wow.
Yeah, the Thunder Megazord. That was a big deal because that was the first change up. So they kicked off the second season with the introduction of Lord Zed and the Thunder Megazord. Also, that was when Bulk and Skull decided that their new goal in life was to find out the identities of the Rangers instead of just being general jerks.
So the Thunder Megazord is kind of like Suzanne Summers' replacement on Three's Company, just like kind of there. You know, people kind of remember the Thunder Megazord, but you know, it's not in any. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not iconic.
It's not as iconic as the original. I will give it that. But I do really like the black and gold design, and it did feel like it was an upgrade, which is what it was supposed to be. It was actually the original Dinozords transformed into mythical beasts, which is cool. I like it.
The suit looks better too. It looks easier to move in that suit, even though I wouldn't want to. It looks a little bit easier to move in.
Well, it really has sort of the look of kind of a... It's reminiscent of a samurai, but really more of an armored Chinese soldier, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Billy knows what's up. Well, he doesn't actually know what's up, but he's finding out what's up. He knows how to figure it out.
Do all the Rangers have color-coded flashlights too? Like, I notice he has a blue flashlight, but do they all have... Is there a scene with all of them using their flashlights?
No, they don't tend to have too many flashlight episodes. It's not a big focus of the show.
So we don't know if it does special Blue Ranger stuff.
No.
It could just be a flashlight.
Honestly, around second season, we seem to really see Billy just creating all sorts of gadgets that are just blue and with his logo, with his Triceratops logo on them for no apparent reason.
Nice.
Oh, gotta get that phase capacitance going.
Because I do remember seeing like the early episodes on TV. This guy was supposed to be the guy who just did not know how to fight, and like if he lived through a putty attack, it was mostly an accident.
Yes.
It looks like somewhere along the line he learned how to fight.
Yeah, by season 2, they decide to stop hiding the fact that his actor is like a talented gymnast.
That's what I didn't get, because I heard he was supposed to be like hired for his martial arts prowess, and his character's like the least talented, at least from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
well, he was supposed. Well, he auditioned actually for. He didn't initially audition specifically for Billy. The Rangers auditioned for just about everybody. So.
You can tell it's incomplete. There's no vest on that White Ranger.
Yeah, exactly, which is interesting. It's interesting seeing it in that mode. So right now I'm sort of letting it autoplay. It's got its 15-second countdown before your next episode.
Oh, maybe I'm ahead of you.
Entirely possible. Have you already skipped over to has the next episode started for you yet?
Yes, that's why I was commenting on the White Ranger. I will take it back and we will sync this up again.
Okay. Yeah, it's queuing up for right after the opening credits. And here we go. 104, right. 105. White Light Part 2. Part 2. I'll update that on the now playing.
Here's the Ranger autopsy video.
Yeah. This is what I was putting together just off screen, by the way. My Thunder Megazord. That is 26 years old come this Hanukkah.
So do the Rangers work like... You just see Billy without his helmet, so obviously it's like they're supposed to be under the helmets and stuff.
Right.
They're not like separate android bodies, correct?
No. They like, there is ostensibly a transformation into Power Rangers, so they are something... They're like this when they were wearing the suits. There's ostensibly the suits are essentially them during those times, but they are capable of removing the helmets to reveal their bodies underneath. They don't go into details really when they say what that means to transform into a Power Ranger, outside of you are now wearing this suit and you are now maybe a different height, because that happens.
Oh yeah. There used to be a Marvel comic called Darkhawk that had a similar take on the armored transition. And like one of the big twists, I think, halfway through the series is that he found out it wasn't really him under the armor. It was like this alien life form.
Yeah.
His brain was just, transported into.
That sounds familiar. Now, truth be told...
These guys have a lot of faith in Zordon.
Yeah.
That's baffling to me.
Well, I mean, when you get right down to it, like... I know we like to joke... we kind of like to joke about it in the fandom, how Zordon never tells them much of anything. But consider the situation they're in. They don't have too many options other than to trust Zordon. He always seems to bring out whatever it is that they need in order to win their battles, whether it's a new Zord, new weapon, whatever. He knows the situation that they're in better than they do. So
that's true.
They don't have too much choice but to trust his judgment.
But I guess the stakes of knowing what they're doing and why wouldn't really be, I don't know, something teenagers think about. But they do blow up quite a lot of people, is my point. Like, they for sure destroy quite a lot of sentient beings on this guy's say-so.
It's true.
And some of them are kind of stinkers. Other ones just like, want people to know about their passion for pizza pies.
There we go. Oh, the pizza pie, the pizza episode is a few seasons down the line.
Oh, we gotta build to that. Sorry, didn't mean to spoil it.
Don't want to spoil that whole Trouble by the Slice classic Power Rangers Turbo episode.
I loved in that lab
one scene, there was a tiny little robot on the shelf that was clearly like a dollar store toy.
Yeah.
Like they just keep it this.
They get so many
silent
random props.
lab.
I've seen the prop master Mark Richardson on a number of panels over the years, and he's very upfront with it. It's like, yeah, I just ran down to Walmart, Kmart, whatever, and just grabbed whatever I could off the rack. It's like, yeah, here's a new gadget that does a thing.
That was Star Wars too.
Yeah.
Essentially, that was how Star Wars got made.
This was such a built up to moment for so many fans. Like this was the trailer moment. This was the, oh man, what is this new Ranger? This is the thing they were building up to like this whole season at this point. Oh, we just got a donation from Mystery Match Squid. I'm gonna try and say that clearly. Mystery Match Sweet. Oh, I think it wasn't a donation. I think it was a new subscriber.
Thank you. In any case, we'll keep your secret, mystery person.
That was a very long name that I couldn't read all at one go. But thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it.
Why did she duck? That's a
Oh, did you say why did she duck? No, she fainted. She was like, oh!
She fainted.
She swooned.
She had the vapors. What is she, like a Victorian heroine?
She got a touch of the vapors.
She had too many emotions at the same time.
I also just kind of love that the floor is just straight up linoleum. This is sweet.
Maybe don't touch a woman that's fainted, bro.
Just trying to help her out. Like they're a thing, you know that like they're a whole thing.
Oh, I didn't know they were a thing.
Yeah, that's why she was so like invested in, you know, cheering him up and everything.
Yeah, it's really cool. I guess it's really cool that they reused the actor that played the Green Ranger. I know in like the Japanese series, there ain't no Green Ranger at this point because he's dead.
Yeah, exactly.
He died. And obviously they couldn't do that on a kid show, so I mean, it was good that they found a way to. So how did they splice different series together? Is the White Ranger really a part of the same TV series that he's appearing in right now?
White Ranger is part of a different Sentai series. So the first season was Kiryu Sentai Zyuranger, and this season is Gosei Sentai Dai Ranger. And there was sort of a transition between the two, where Toei created a bunch of additional monster fights for Saban because they just needed more fights to have more footage, and that's generally called Zyu 2 because that's additional Zyuranger footage. But we've now gotten to the point where they have run out of Zyuranger footage, so they've run out of even supplementary scenes of the classic Mighty Morphin team. And so now so the White Ranger is actually the only. I love this giant can opener bit. Where Mark Richardson, you and your props, man.
Gosh, these guys are like Carrot Top's unacknowledged children.
They're fantastic. They are our modern Abbott and Costello. They really are.
Yeah, I feel like Bulk and Skull and Jesse and James from Pokemon.
Yeah.
We're kind of like camp for our generation in the way that the Adam West Batman was camp for, you know, our parents.
Yeah. But yeah, so during the second season, the only Sentai footage that they used from Dai Ranger, for the most part, was the Zord footage. That's where the new Megazord came from. And now that they have Tommy in here, the White Ranger is the only Ranger from that team that got adapted. So there's 5 Rangers from this source footage that were never properly adapted. So they basically have been stalling for time to get to this point. You know, now that we're like 18 episodes into the season.
Okay, so this is going to be our first buddy fight with the White Ranger and all his buddies.
Well, the White Ranger is going to go fight the monster, the Scarlet Sentinel.
That makes it easier for the footage splicers, I guess, right?
Exactly. They split it up so that. Oh, and of course he screws up his Zord the first time he tries to use it, because Tommy's a mess.
He's so empathetic for his tiger. It's beautiful.
Good old Saba.
Did Saba just fall down? Like, did he fall down?
Well, Saba is the sword. The Zord is a separate thing.
Okay.
Oh man, I forgot. And these got kind of drawn over, but I even have like some sketches of the Thunder Zords themselves. Like there's the lion, there's the griffin, there's the unicorn. I'm just pulling out these old sketchbooks that are over 25 years old.
Oh, believe me, I had so many sketchbooks when I was a kid, mostly drawing variations on Ninja Turtles. So that was the style of the time.
But yet, basically, we've now spent about over 35 episodes sort of trying to slowly transition from purely Zyuranger fight footage to finally properly using the Die Ranger fight footage with both having a Ranger and Zords that they can work with. And so now we have finally reached that point.
I see. So they realized the dream. They found a way to sync things up properly with a good balance.
Yes. But here's the ironic thing, though. This is the thing that they've been working up to for like 35 episodes of trying to do it. And the sad thing is, and you probably can't really notice because you don't know the voices as well, that's not Austin St. John voicing Jason right now. We don't have Walter Jones voicing Zack right now. We don't have Twee Trang voicing Trini.
I did notice that their voices sounded super duper forced whenever they were in Ranger mode. Like kind of, I don't know. I feel like Red Ranger invented, the Batman Begins Batman voice.
Yes,
all on his own.
That's fair.
But like that small kid trying to act tough voice. You know what I mean?
But one of the things is, when I say it's not their voices right now, it's because the actors left the show. This is around the time that those three actors left the show. So they were here for filming, but they weren't here for the ADR at this point. So the post-production, they weren't there for because they had already left. So they had to get other people to voice them while in Ranger form, even though they had them in the episode.
So it's just like for this episode that they're different.
It was a string of episodes, actually.
Can I ask something?
What's up?
Like in the original footage, like was there a Zordon character that pretty much just looked like the Wizard of Oz from the Wizard of Oz? Because I feel like that's playing with some really American imagery there. What they're doing.
There wasn't a Zordon character in that same aesthetic. There was a mentor character, but he was humanoid, and he had like a staff. And yeah, people in the chat are pointing out one other amusing thing about the White Ranger. In the source material, the White Ranger was a child. So
that explains why he was super duper happy to see his kitty cat.
He's literally a 9-year-old.
Definitely a different personality from the Green Ranger. Like, is there an in-story explanation for why, I guess, the suit actor was playing such a wildly different character than the Green Ranger suit actor?
I'm gonna go with he was just really happy to not be worried about his powers dying anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, that does make sense.
Yeah. I love that the subtitles say make a, it's supposed to be Mega Tigazord transformation, and it says make a Tigazord transformation. I love this combo. I love that the Tigazord is able to combine with the four Zords, just like the Red Dragon Zord can. And this thing's just a beast. It's kind of great.
It's got a little crown.
Yeah.
See?
Very regal.
Yeah. Gotta respect his authority.
Like, you see that thing coming at you, you know it's gonna mess you up. Those shoulders.
Like you're gonna need some Magna Carta, monster to come and get him, because his power seems to be absolute.
Yeah. And I love that Firebird finisher, where it just launches the Pink Ranger Zord just straight through the monster.
See, now two vanished and one exploded. I'm sorry, I might not have been keeping up with the plot. Were two of them mirages?
Two of them, the other two were generated by the main monster.
Okay.
So I don't know if it'd be fair to call them mirages, but they were definitely not. They did not have the same level of agency.
Got it.
They were created from electricity and literally called AC and DC.
Interesting. They did look like a band. Not that band.
Yeah. They got the hair metal going there.
Are these three gonna get an apartment together? Are wacky hijinks gonna ensue?
As much fun as that would be. Also, I love the little Rita figure, which is amazing. I mean, I've got my own, but it's not quite the same.
Has Rita met Bulk and Skull formally at this point? I'm sure she must have incorporated them into her plans.
Oh yeah, she's made them suffer on multiple occasions. Yeah, that's not Walter Jones saying "Nighty Night, Rita" right now, I think. Well, they're exhausted. They've been can opening all day.
Yeah. They are can openers, not can't openers.
Yeah. But I do like that we have sort of this running thing of, it's not just that trying to find out the Rangers' identities give Bulk and Skull something to do this season. It also gives them a clear tie to the Rangers, as the Rangers need to keep foiling their plans, as incompetent as those plans may be.
Yeah, that is a solid raison d'etre.
And these two are also just fantastic.
Yeah, I can see why, you find new ways to incorporate them into the live action segments, because they are kind of, I don't know, like the most, and I hesitate to use the word, but the most entertaining aspects of the live action segments.
In many regards.
Because when it's everybody else, like, you're just waiting for them to become Rangers and fight something. Bulk and Skull, I can see why you need a break from that and try to find a B plot that amuses the kids.
Yeah. Well, they came close on multiple, on at least one occasion. They almost ended up having their own show. It didn't come together, but they got close.
Did you notice they used green icing for Welcome Back, Tommy?
Ah, I love those.
I can do high-end review stuff. I can pay attention. And there it is.
Yeah. And of course, the moment they walk in,
carrying a giant cake. Yeah.
There you go. It had to happen.
I love that gravity slows down just to enable this.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing. And they just walked in. They're like, we did it. We're done. We came on for this scene.
We fulfilled our contractual obligations of being around whenever there's a huge cake falling. That was a good episode.
I like it.
Excellent. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It is a classic. Often placed on those best of lists. It's
So who drives Skydive in 1? Do we know?
Who did you say? Who drives Sky Diamond 1?
Yeah, the car in the parking lot had a vanity license plate that said Skydive in 1.
That I do not know. That is a level of detail I did not spot there. So good eye on that.
Did these guys drive cars? I mean, I know they're clearly 35, but in the show, what are they, like 16?
Yeah, they kind of are. But we have seen them driving, just in an earlier episode just now. Let's see, 2 for 1 is queuing up. I'll change up my now playing icon here. 2 for 1. And it started playing. We've got the title on here. Kimberly's got her new purse that does not look like a purse. We've got another.
I think I'm ahead of you again.
We got another Doug Sloan penned episode here.
How far are you?
Right now, we just got a close up on the purse.
The purse, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. The timeline is saying
all shenanigans.
we're at 1:37 in. 1 minute 37 minutes.
1:37. Okay.
And MJ is asking me what's Dr. O's license plate number. I believe that it's 472TJX. I'm a little fuzzy on that, but I think that was the license plate for Tommy's Jeep in Power Rangers Dino Thunder, if I recall correctly. Working up that angle with Richie.
He looks like Zach from Saved by the Bell.
A little bit.
Except he's not being the most horrible person alive in this scene, so I don't think it's Zach from Saved by the Bell.
I've pointed out several times in a previous episode, the line that they had about Richie that really sums up his character perfectly is, Richie's a nice guy. Shame he couldn't stick around. And that just describes his entire character. I forgot how many episodes Richie was actually in. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Also,
Billy gets all the credit for being a super genius, but these guys sure are no slouches when it comes to inventions.
they got the wacky. They're bringing the wacky right
it's
now.
doing something. You know what I mean? Like, that's still impressive.
Yeah.
It's making noises. Like, the energy, the power source is working fine.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go?
Okay. She was getting impatient. Oh, it's 4. Oh, he's running late. Forgot to wind his watch.
Just like the
Kimberly, and here we see the seeds of Kimberly being like, you know what? Maybe I will write him a Dear John letter in a couple years.
Yeah. You know what? She should write him a Dear John letter now and just keep it in her drawer, because you never know when you're going to need, an emergency exit.
Like, truth be told, like, Tommy's a nice guy, but he's not super attentive. I'm not going to pretend that. Oh, this is just cute now that they're just
Who are those weirdos in the background just hanging out? Behind Lord Zed. There's just like 2 weirdos in the background just watching everything.
Oh, Squat and Babu, the blue guys? I love this Power Ranger detector.
I don't know, they were just extras, but it was...
But yeah, Squat and Babu just always sort of, well, they were pretty solid recurring minions throughout the first season, and then they just did not know what to do with them during the second season, so they're just like, we're gonna hide behind this wall and look through a peephole about what's going on. And I don't know why that was what they decided to do with them, but yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about them. There's just like 2 weird background characters that are watching everything.
Oh, okay. I may have missed that. Partially because I was thinking of Squat and Babu as being their role this season is just to be 2
These guys,
weird background characters.
Like, Kimmy and Tommy are like acting out. Okay.
Oh, this
Because
is...
it was like an erectile dysfunction commercial until the putties came along. It was just like, I could
just a
do
little
all of the things, you know, that I used to do. Walking down the street, walking on the beach, calisthenics.
But this does really nicely... that's just... Look at that. That's an insane thing to do. He just did... he just did like 5 of those spinning split kicks in a row.
Yeah. These guys, like, did not have stunt doubles, right? Like, they were hired so they could essentially do all the stunts, right?
Yeah, basically. Eventually we started getting more by way of stunt doubles for the Rangers. As the show slowly became more responsible, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a lot of work for people to be putting in.
Like, some of those kicks are just so great. And I love how they're just playing the putty rolling backwards. That's clearly just reversed footage, and it's great.
Yeah, okay, I think I caught up to you.
And now Zed's stolen the purse and lipstick, because that's a thing that they needed to go through. Yes! Such an intimidating name! Purse Head.
I know you. You are my purse.
Like, I do not understand why they had this weird, like, transparent box of a purse as the basis for this monster that looks like a regular leather change pouch.
Yeah, it's a grandma pouch.
It's so strange.
Here's 5 cents to go buy some Twizzlers. Thank you for doing your chores. It's that kind of purse.
Exactly. Oh, and here comes the lip sync. Lip syncer.
The lipstick looks so much like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure stand, and I forget its name.
Oh, yeah?
But JoJo's is pretty old. I would be... Actually, no, because... Well...
Oh, hey, Devious, did you just join in? I see we got Nerdy back. Great. So again, for people who are just joining us, we are up to 155 on our road to 600 for today. That is our goal for today. I believe we can do it. We're coming. We're right about at the halfway point of the day now. It's hard to believe. We've been going for 7 hours.
Oh, you started early, man.
I've been going since 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, geez, on a Saturday. Props to you, man.
Thank you. I love Billy's just being a walking thesaurus.
Yeah. There might be a Mentos monster that comes out of her purse next.
It's great. That is a great line.
Lip stickers all mine, sort of.
No, just Lord Zed has created a second monster from the contents of Kimberly's purse. Like, you know what show you are hearing a line from when you hear that line. There's no other show that could be from when you hear those words.
That was polite of them to hold their pose until he showed up. Oh wait, I see their
Oh yeah, because the mirror apparently could do that. Oh, dude.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, absolutely.
What's the most yais that Alpha has added to an I, and how dire was the situation that caused him to do so?
It's a good question. And the place my mind immediately goes to is honestly not even technically within the continuity of the show or anything else, but just the closing credits of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie literally has a song that's from Alpha's perspective that just goes ay 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 ay, and that's the refrain.
Okay, see, look, so you see them in the background, right? those putties?
Oh no, I didn't notice them. But I think I know what you're talking about. I'll need to look more close. Oh, did I lose? I think I missed it already.
I call dibs on writing the fan fiction for what the hell those are and what the hell they're doing.
By the way, swear Joe. Oh, that is not Jason saying Power of Thunder right there.
Man,
But actually,
I love
if...
the dragon sword.
Oh, I'm wondering if what you saw might be what I'm thinking of. Were the blue guys behind Lip Syncer?
It was actually behind Zed. It's usually behind Zed.
Oh, okay. If they're behind Zed, then yeah, that's Squat and Babu. The blue guys behind Zed are Squat and Babu.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not Squat and Babu.
It's not Squat and Babu?
They were all featureless. They were Slendermen, Jake.
Oh,
There
okay.
was 2 Slendermen in the background.
Okay, so those were just putties that looked a little blue under the lighting then.
Agree to disagree, but let's move on.
Or your Netflix is cursed and they're just going to weave their way into every show that you watch moving forward.
Possible, I think.
If that feels more likely to you, we can go with that, and I wish you well in your endeavors on that front.
But now that I know it's Slenderman, like that fan fiction has to have already been written. Like
There
I'm
we
sure it already exists.
Yeah. If only. How do you get the right coordinates on a refractor shield? Maybe I should go over that more. You know what? That's a dereliction of his physics teacher. I need to be more on top of these things. I need to make sure that my students know how to find the coordinator on their refractor shield.
Yeah.
It was just an awkward pause before going to commercial there. It was like a solid beat after the I.
Now here's a fan theory.
Yeah.
What if Bulk and Skull were the ones that invented Zordon, like in a Skynet situation, and he's just come back into the past, you know, to make sure that they're protected. Like the Power Rangers are only there to protect Bulk and Skull, so that they can someday invent Zordon.
That would be amazing. I'm not gonna lie, that does sound kind of great. I'm willing to roll with that. There have been plenty of fan fictions that explain things via time loops. That is a common trend.
He looks just like Bulk. His head is just like Bulk, you know, designing his custom wrestler and just hitting all the defaults. Like, yeah, this looks like me.
I love it. Okay, so this is a reverse ocular dilator. Is this device? And I'm like, a reverse ocular dilator would be something that makes your eyes constrict. So, did he literally invent a bright light? Is that what he just created? There we go. Bright light fixed it.
Just put a small spin on an existing invention, and that's how they make millions.
Exactly. You just need to add like a sharing feature or something, and it's brand new. Oh man. But yeah, Zed's continuing to step it up with this dual monster plan, and I think it's great. I've been talking about Zed's sense of escalation.
Previously, it was verboten to have 2 monsters in one episode. It's like, that's not the rules. You have one monster, and they all fight it. Like, you can't have 2.
Yeah. I love the dental floss label on that.
Yeah. So those are the boys. I'm not talking about those boys.
Let me see. So not these guys.
Is that also a purse item that he's got in his hand? Like dental floss?
That is dental floss.
Okay.
He's flossing him hard now. Right now.
Oh, that is terrifying.
What, that the sword can fly?
That the sword can, like, go crazy and shoot people with lasers. I mean, because you're a sword. You figure if a sword's going to attack me, it's probably going to be by, you know, stabbing me or something.
One thing that's kind of terrifying.
Lasers, how do you prepare for that?
He kicked that monster so hard it slid for like 20 feet and then blew up. Or didn't even blow up, just kind of just evaporated.
What is that plastic? That plastic thing looks like Magneto's prison. It doesn't look like a purse. It's like a clear toolbox.
It actually looks like there's a purse inside of it. So I don't know why it's referenced as the purse.
I mean, did like what I'm assuming to be 60-year-old men who wrote this show, did they assume like that's what was fashionable at the time?
I don't know. These weren't 60-year-old men though. These were late 20s, early 30-somethings, I'm sure, who had nowhere else to go, and thus this was their job. One of which I look forward to speaking to again later today.
Oh, nice. I'll clean up my act then. Jeez, this is really the War and Peace of superhero shows. I've always felt that way. So many characters.
There's so many massive
backstories.
Oh man, this is one of the few times we actually see the individual Zords fighting. This is great.
Yeah, I love when that happened in Voltron.
Yeah.
The new series is much better at it, where you see like the individual lines fighting and stuff. But it used to be like it was just, the preface of forming a larger thing.
I see we've been joined by Maddie J. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are in the middle of 2 for 1. We are observing the defeat of Lip Syncer at the moment.
Is it Sinker or Stinker?
Sinker. Lip Syncer.
Oh, okay.
Like what you do when you hear Power Rangers playing in the background.
Got it. I thought it might have been Lip Stinker, because she's a little stinker.
Oh man.
I love how they turned into a neat little sled too. That's cool.
Yeah, I wish I had that around. I think that's in storage. Because I've had this transformed as the... Gotta love it soaring through the air. Because I have it fully transformed as a Thunder Megazord right now. But I'm willing to bet this was probably, in the Sentai footage, probably like the second episode. Or at least the second episode with Zords. Because the focus on Red Dragon Zord being backed up by the other Zords does feel like one of those situations where, okay, we had an episode that focused with the Red Zord, then we have the Red Zord on the ropes, so we bring in the other Zords in that episode.
I gotta say, it's also really thoughtful of Zed and Rita to make monsters that explode when they die, because otherwise that is some horrible cleanup that, like, the city of Angel Grove has to do.
Exactly.
I'm so glad you got my mom's first back this minute.
Oh man, this is fun. I've been enjoying. They're still in the lake. They're still in the lake. How long were they holding their breath under there?
I know. They're incredible. I don't know why the Power Rangers get all the press. These guys are superhuman.
Oh man, you want to talk superhuman? Like the Bulk and Skull, the attempts to recreate Bulk and Skull in recent years have veered away from the whole like Abbott and Costello, Marx Brothers style slapstick humor, and have gone straight into cartoon humor, where it's just insane.
No, this is definitely lightning in a bottle when you see like physical comedians that are charming and not annoying. And I'll admit, they started off pretty annoying, but they win you over after a while. That's a hard thing to replicate. Yeah.
Also, that little thumbs up, little wink from Kimberly. That is such a gif that goes around the Power Rangers Twitter fandom all the time, everywhere.
Oh. It looks like I already started a new episode.
That's the way they get you.
Are you still watching this episode?
Right now it's running through the closing credits, and we're about to go into yet another.
I already have thoughts on this episode.
You already have thoughts? Oh, opposites attract. This is now we got a little love for Kim and Tommy in this one, but now Billy's gonna get some action going.
So we're skipping the intro.
Yep.
Some blue-colored invention.
So yes, and we are kicking it right off. Here we go. 1 minute and 5 seconds in with the magnet device there that looks very impressive, and Opposites Attract is on the screen as the title. Rare Solar Storm, yeah.
Precisely. I'm collecting data for the science club.
I love how many clubs they're involved in. It's amazing.
Are those like
These
are Girl Scout uniforms that they're
Yes.
These are wow. That's right, because they can't use the name like Girl Scouts of America or whatever. So.
Right. Wow.
This is high school, right?
Man, yeah, it is.
Is there like an Eagle? There's got to be like an Eagle Scout rank for I don't know.
Yeah, the equivalent.
That'd be an accurate evaluation.
But yeah, like, man, that was heavy swooning right there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
She's the outdoors type.
These two are so into each other.
My idea of a good time is reading a science.
So-
Trini and Billy?
Well,
Or
Billy and Kim's friend there.
I know
I'm
behind the scenes, these guys were pretty good friends.
Oh yeah. Well, Trini was definitely the one who served to translate Billy for the others. Was her early role there. So just a quick reminder to people there in the chat, to people just joining us, we have passed 7 hours of watching Season 2 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. We have raised $155. We have quite a bit left to go before the day is over. We want to hit a goal of $600 for spreadthevote.org, getting people the resources that they need to vote safely, getting them their voter IDs so that they are able to adhere to the voter ID laws of their state and not be denied their vote, and making sure that they have the information and access to transportation to getting to where they need to go to make sure they can cast their vote, either through early voting, absentee voting, voting by mail, or in-person voting on Election Day. So if you can donate, it is very much appreciated. Again, that goal for today is $600. If we hit it, then tomorrow I will be watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie following the conclusion of Season 2. So let's keep that rolling.
I much prefer Skull's urban vigilante look to his baffling Civil War costume from the previous episodes.
I don't know where they find these outfits. They're amazing.
Let's see if there's any Slenderman in this episode.
We'll keep our eyes open. And those guys are pumping it up there.
Well, that'll happen soon.
Now, Maddie, I believe that you do a weekly series with Easy Rider, don't you? If I recall correctly. Remember, that's how the buddy system works. If you get lost together, you sit down and you scream for help. If you get lost emotionally, you can also sit down and scream for help. That works as well.
You could split it up. Like one of you could scream help, and one of you could scream us. And that way, you're not burning out quicker.
So
Another good Skull invention.
So you're still digging those inventions of theirs, huh? I think they're working pretty well.
You gotta respect that they're thinking, like, because it's a good comparison. You look at Bulk and Skull inventions and Billy's inventions, And it's like Billy's very bland, very blue-colored, very obvious. Like you look at it, you instantly know what its function is. Bulk and Skull just outside-the-box thinkers, man. It's like classic Steve Jobs.
Good point. Good point.
The other guy whose name escapes me, Bill Gates. Yeah, it's Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. It's like a classic rivalry.
What was it? Tim Apple? That guy?
Yeah.
Good old Tim Apple.
Like Bulk and Skull, they're like the Steve Jobs, I think.
And here is the moment where we solidified Billy has just ascended in his fighting ability, and Goldar is just a joke at this point.
Yeah. When the guy who was mostly winning by accident in the first episode surpasses you as a threat, it's like time to retire, dude.
Yeah. And Putty's just like, wait, what's happening?
It's a hype man. The Putty is a hype man. You know, like in WWE, he's like the Stu Hart.
Like, those flips, also they really like doing that whole, like, you know, pull the monster by a string to show how far they've been thrown.
Yeah.
Billy's
Jimmy
just
Hart.
killing it.
I'm sorry. I'm correcting my own references.
I better get back to the command center.
So far, the Putty's ultimate, kryptonite appears to be hills and gentle inclines. They've done more damage to the Putties than I think our Rangers have.
It's don't be fooled by those gentle inclines. You never know that they're gonna get you. Oh man.
Yes, I'm here for it. See, the Slenderman, they're in the background. Look at the Slenderman.
Wait, I missed it. I don't know where the... How do I keep missing these Slendermen?
They're behind Zed's right shoulder. They always show up behind Zed's right shoulder.
Okay. It always happens like when I look down to the chat that you see the Slenderman. Also, I'm fairly certain that they are invading your mind. And if I acknowledge them, then they'll invade my mind, and then it'll just spread to the rest of the chat, and then the world.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Terrifying.
They should really do like a Cobra Kai with Bulk and Skull. You know what I mean?
Man.
The time is right.
You know what? You're right. You are not wrong.
They're like, you thought we were the bad guys, but those Power Rangers, like, wreck the city every week.
I mean, they have made appearances over the years, and it's been amazing.
I love the bear. Oh my god.
The bear is fantastic. So if you are looking to donate, you can find the link in the description for the stream. MJ, I know we haven't popped the link into the chat in a little while, so if you'd like to pop that in there, that would be appreciated. We definitely want to try and hit those goals. We have 24 days left to save the world. We're planning on doing it. And speaking of which, thank you, Maddie J. Donating $5, getting us up to a nice round 160. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So is what are the I'm sorry, this might be a stupid question.
Oh, sure.
But what are the prom lights that are zapping across everybody's, faces and stuff?
It's polarization.
Snow?
It's electromagnetic disturbances created by the magnet monster.
And that's how they chose to depict magnetic disturbances.
Yes.
Like with cartoon snow. Okay.
Yes.
It's a choice. It's a strong choice.
It is. It's a bold choice.
That magnetic brain has already begun to destroy Earth's delicate magnetic balance. If he is not
Oh yeah, MJ's just finishing up at work.
Power Rangers line. Oh man, Zed has turned my polarizer into a colossal monster.
You gotta love that.
Oh man.
Like what other shows have those like oh, my random object is now a monster. Like that doesn't just show up in most shows. And it's amazing. The magnet brain. What is that? Who knows?
He says, "Oh man," like in the cadence of someone whose check engine light comes on. It's like, oh man, can't believe it.
Well, that's basically his catchphrase. Oh man is basically Tommy's catchphrase, and has been for decades. North is nice. I don't know what it does. These words do all sorts of weird things. What buddies?
That's a good. I like that depiction of magnetism. That one, I don't know.
It makes things smash into other things. That's physics. I'm a physics teacher. That's how that works. Magnets make things smash into other things.
I like it better than the White Christmas we got earlier.
It makes the sparkles happen and the things smash into the other things, and that's where the science goes.
Oh no, gentle incline.
Also, I love that Tommy just kind of suddenly can fly. Like
doing the Raven move. Wow.
Like out of nowhere, as Tommy could just fly for that one moment, and then like never again. Nice. And this also has started the trend of basically just using the same song for Tommy for the Sixth Ranger, and then just changing one word and making it a new song.
Oh, okay.
Because they took the song Go Green Ranger Go and turned it into Go White Ranger Go. And almost nothing else has actually changed.
Another incline. These guys do not pick their battlegrounds well. If you have a weakness, like, you compensate for it. Fight like in the flatlands. You know, fight in a parking lot. Don't fight anywhere where there's hills, guys.
Like their best showing was in that random desert where they had the motocross race at the beginning of the season. And they also added Lord Zed to the lyrics as well.
I do like it when they have fights that kind of exist outside of the, I don't know, I guess you would call it like the post-apocalypse Sandlot that a lot of these fights happen in.
Yeah, this is a nice forest fight scene. I really do like forest fight scenes like that. One of my favorite fight scenes is from Power Rangers in Space between Ecliptor and Darkonda. It's a little forest, presumably on an alien planet, and they just go at it, and it's amazing because it's two monster suits going at it, and the acrobatics and swordplay.
Like the one-on-one fights.
Yeah.
Like with the name brand supervillains.
Yeah.
Because you're right how they just kind of, people like Goldar fade into the background after a while.
Yeah. Oof. That is not any of them speaking. This is the time when this is that time period when they're trying to figure out, oh man, we just lost 3 of our main actors and we don't know what to do. We lost half of our main cast. What do we do?
So which ones did they lose again?
Red, black, and yellow.
Got it.
So Jason, Zach, and Trini. Just randomly, like sometimes they use archival footage and archival voices. And other times it's just completely different voices, and it sounds very much not like them. Like right now, I believe Paul Rosenthal is the one who voiced Jason at this stage. And he's just like a producer on the show. They were really just doing whatever they could to keep this train rolling.
Wow, they're using all the toys in this episode.
Yeah, I love the Power Blaster. I've been saying it all day. It's
my favorite thing about the Power Blaster is like they all get.
Oh, is this the Slenderman that you're talking about there? Was that what you were talking about in the background?
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit ahead of you. But like the fused blaster, like where all of the weapons go together.
Yeah, but just now when Zed summoned his little grenade and threw it, were the guys in the background what you were talking about?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Those are just Z putties just standing there. They're just inactive Z putties.
What are Z putties?
The putties.
Oh, okay.
But they're Z putties because they're the upgrades for this season that have the Z on their chest because they're Lord Zed's. And he's all about that branding. Even though the Z's act as self-destruct buttons, and so they're actually quite a bit easier to defeat as a result.
Because he understands branding like the Power Rangers do.
Yeah. Like, we were commenting earlier how the reason that Billy puts, like, his little Triceratops logo on a bunch of different things is so that so that they can, like, have Ernie sell them as merchandise later. And that's how they get all those free smoothies.
And also going through the time to paint it blue.
I'm also surprised.
Has the robot ever fought without his helmet? Oh, no, yeah, he does all the time, right?
Well, the thing is, the helmet is part of the transformation. If it's the Red Zord on its own, then yeah. But obviously, when it's in Thunder Megazord form, the other Zords are engaging it as a full set of armor, which I always thought was kind of a cool concept. It doesn't feel quite so much like the unified vision of Zords coming together that you got out of the original Megazord, where each Zord was clearly a vital piece of the Megazord. But the whole idea of them acting as armor is still a pretty cool concept that we have seen repeated in later Zords.
Yeah.
And the polarizer is repolarized. Remember, kids, science and monsters don't mix. And we're so proud of how you're not going to tell your parents about any of this, right? Right? Because we would have to, we would hate to have to take back those badges that you worked so hard for.
Right. This merit badge is in not getting stitches.
Fantastic.
Billy, I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you earlier, but I'm really interested in your magnetosphere monitor.
This is
Barely gives that a glance. He's like, wow.
like Billy got so many girls. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's probably appealing to the audience when the nerd gets the girl.
Yeah.
That's smart writing, I guess.
Well, it's an attempt to play him up as the underdog, but like,
yeah,
nobody else had as many love interests as Billy, I think, in the entirety of the series.
No, yeah, I don't remember. Maybe Zach had one girlfriend for an episode or something.
Well, he had the love interest of Angela, who really strung him along big time. He worked hard, and she was having none of it. But then every now and again, if he did something nice for her, she'd be like, "Oh, well, maybe we could go out on a date." And he's like, "Oh, really? Yeah."
I don't know, man. We don't know her side of things.
We don't know her side of things.
Maybe he was a dick after the. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use that word. This is a family-friendly podcast.
This is.
But like maybe that dance competition went to his head. Maybe he was insufferable to deal with.
Yeah, but either way, it was one of those things where it was not a relationship that was ever going to last.
Yeah, I think that they were both mature about it. They both made a decision that ultimately worked out.
You ready for some Halloween?
Oh, yeah. Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
Zed's Monster Mash.
101. Oh, man, this is the reason for the season. I'm so glad I could be here for this.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Delightful.
Yeah. Are we on 101?
We are.
Okay.
We got, written by Cheryl Saban, so it's just rolling right through. We got Little Boy walking by in a Blue Ranger outfit, directed by Jerry P. Jacobs. And, oh man, this is the first episode without Jason, Trini, and Zach.
Oh, neat.
Because they're talking about the peace conference now. This is where they first float the idea of the peace conference.
So we've got Billy as some sort of mad scientist, I would imagine. Maybe this is his idea of dressing up, though. We don't know.
Yeah.
And Amy, I guess she's a court jester. Oh, wait a second, that's not her name. Her name is Kim.
Yeah, she's like a Harlequin, I want to say, something like that. It's super cute. Like, both of these are just super cute outfits.
Is that a costume? I don't know.
He's a pirate.
I love the cow. The cow costume.
You always gotta have a cow just walking around. Ernie's just being a gangster.
Guess what I am?
What could go wrong? It's not like we lost 3 of our chaperones due to union issues.
So we got, is that Bulk or Ernie? I can't tell. He's wearing a hat.
That was Ernie.
Okay.
I love that. I can't tell he's wearing a hat.
Yeah, well, it's like, the Great Muppet Caper, where no one can tell Fozzie from Kermit because Kermit's not wearing his hat. Our planet seems very egg-shaped from space.
That's because it's painted on a flat wall and we just changed the angle.
I see.
There apparently is, as we said before, there is apparently a flat Earth in the Power Rangers universe, and it's painted on Zed's wall.
Wow. It looks like the Goldar costume is degraded because one of those eyes is clearly about to pop out like a cheap doll.
Oh, man.
Ghost of a Chance, classic.
Yeah.
These aren't even costumes. What is that kid? Just wearing a lumberjack shirt. I don't know what that is.
Well, I think some of the people in the background are just dropping kids off. I don't know, maybe.
Oh, I see. That wasn't nice. Oh, like the monsters. They're your frenemies, man. They earned more than that at this point.
Yeah. And here we get the steam.
Don't Halloween shame them, Tommy. You're never too old for Halloween.
Classic. That's just good old-fashioned comedy right there.
I've eaten hot things before. They've never made me spin around. Or
No?
want to spin around.
You've never, eaten a food that made you moonwalk?
No, I've been told, drink milk. I've been told to eat bread. Nobody's ever instructed me to spin around in the manner of a Tasmanian devil.
Well, if the fire's on the outside of you, you need to stop, drop, and roll. But if it's on the inside of you, you just need to do the rolling part without stopping or dropping. And that'll do it.
It's important safety for next time. Yeah, look at that eye. It's ready to fall out. It's left eye.
I love these putties can just become children.
They're so excited when they're on Earth. I feel like maybe they're just excited because it's we get to get out of the office for a change, where we're all miserable.
Yeah. This is amazing.
So we have putties going undercover as kids dressed as Power Rangers.
Yes, with amazing paper mache helmets that are fantastic.
It is like nightmare fuel. It's like, I don't know, those little dolls from that Tales from the Hood movie.
Also, I love Vulcan Skull's idea in this one.
They have some good ones.
They're just like...
Did Tommy just take those children away?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, it's a trick-or-treating chaperone project. So...
Oh, get it.
He thought that they were just, you know, typical children for him to chaperone, but they didn't, like, say anything.
That seems very irresponsible of the school. Like, having teenagers be chaperones instead of adults and parents.
It's like a community service project. They had a lot of community service projects. Like more community service than, like, someone who's been convicted and has to do community service would normally have to do.
Oh, yeah. My school had that project. It's positive, you know, but it's, it can definitely, they definitely cut you off after maybe 10 hours or 20 hours.
Oh, I haven't, they've got to be over 100 hours of community service at this point. Nice silly string use. There you go.
That's a very creative sea monster costume. Props to the prop department on that one.
Love it. And this woman's just wailing on them. But I just love that thought process of, you dimwit! Power Rangers probably have the ability to shrink.
Yeah.
What indicator do you have of that? That's never happened.
I think they just saw Rita Repulsa shrink. It makes sense.
But well, here's one of the things. They weren't sure what was going on there. For all they knew, that was her normal size.
Yeah. They're outside the box thinkers.
Very outside the box. Your mission is to smile and nod. Smile and nod, Goldar. Smile and nod. Welcome back, Nerdy. Good to see you again. I love these just terribly cheap Power Rangers costumes, and it's not at all suspicious they have Z's on their belts. Kids, what? Wait, what? Oh, right, this is the life I...
Like, that were stolen by a meaner older brother who took a magnifying glass and fried their faces off.
And it's just like, he doesn't even have a moment to even react to the fact that the kids surrounding him are actually, like, monsters in disguise. It's just like, what? Oh, right, this is the life that I live. This is how my days go. Okay, I'm fighting now. I am fighting the children.
I don't understand all the rigmarole to make this scenario happen. He usually brings putties with him whenever they fight. Why did those putties need to go undercover when they can teleport pretty much anywhere?
I know.
If you're on Lord Zed's team, you can just have a team of putties anywhere you go. Like, they'll come with you.
I think it was specifically to lure him away from the others, was the divide and conquer strategy.
But I would say, like, they have that ability anyway, and their ability to teleport anywhere at any time.
I feel like this was one that I drew at some point. Also, I find it amazing that this monster shows up just for that one scene, and then does nothing else. That was that monster's entire scene.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
That's the end of that monster. That the Keymaster is gone.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain what happened between the last scene and this scene.
Oh, he just got teleported here, and now he's being faced with a bunch of resurrected monsters. What?
Why didn't... Like, did he lose that fight? Did he not decide to turn into a Power Rangers to fight them?
Goldar just kind of teleported him before he had a chance. Oh, and I do have some images from my monster sketchbook here, including both the graveyard monster Doomstone and good old pumpkin wrapper.
Parappa.
I legit have a pumpkin wrapper drawing here. I'd forgotten that I drawn pumpkin wrapper because that was one of those cases where first season episodes mostly aired at like 2:30 in the afternoon, so I was always like at school. And so I missed a lot of episodes. I would see them eventually, all of them. But
you just missed the in-story explanation for the absence of Zach, Trini.
Oh yes, they're chaperoning other kids. They're out.
Right.
And they can't get away.
Have you seen Zach, Trini, and the other guy? And he's like, nope, okay, dust the hands off. Well done.
How can you tell his morpher is missing? But I didn't realize that Pumpkin Wrapper was an old monster when I saw this, because I had missed the Pumpkin Wrapper episode the first time round. So I thought Pumpkin Wrapper was a new monster for this episode.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because Pumpkin Wrapper...
first Halloween episodes, I think.
Yeah. Pumpkin Wrapper is just a classic monster, and he's going to be one of the first to get a special Lightning Collection figure coming soon. So he's part of the new Lightning Collection. And he's never had a figure before, so that's going to be amazing.
What's the Goat Man's deal?
Oh, that's RoboGoat. RoboGoat's great. I just love him.
Okay, because I was going to say, just having one gimmick is not enough for these guys. Like, Pumpkin Wrapper is a pumpkin, but also a rapper. You can't just
be a goat, right?
That's
you got to be a RoboGoat. But yeah, again, we're leaning into the reuse of old monster suits and making it work. It's great.
Is it weird that I get like an anxiety attack from seeing notebook paper just depicted on screen?
I'm sorry.
I've been having a lot of high school stress dreams lately.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you wake up from them and then have to go into a high school in the midst of a pandemic?
No, I mean, I think I would probably be, I don't know, in trouble with security if I did that, but...
Okay, good.
I usually have to take a good 5-10 minutes at the beginning of the day to remind myself that I have no homework due. I have no term papers, which is a bit of a relief, but still.
That is a nice thing. But yeah, yeah, if you ever need to feel better... If you ever need to feel better, just remember you don't need to go to high school anymore, and certainly not in the midst of a public health crisis that's lasted for the better part of this year.
Yeah, there's multiple reasons why I don't need to go or should go.
Yeah.
Okay, see, 2 gimmicks. He's a monkey. He's also a centurion. I get it immediately.
We got Rhino Blaster. Premator was a shapeshifter.
Ah.
We're just going through all the Zhu monsters right now. It's great.
Are they positing that these monsters are all dead and this is like the afterlife?
Yeah, a little bit.
Lost?
He's just capable of just resurrecting random old monsters. And it's amazing.
There's a little bit more, because like you're acknowledging that they were killed.
Snizzard!
To say that they were resurrected.
Yeah. Well, they were blown up, so there is that. Snizzard is kind of amazing because he's not a Zhu monster, and neither is Pumpkin Wrapper, I believe, either. Or no, Pumpkin Wrapper might be. I'm not sure if Pumpkin Wrapper is Zhu suddenly. I'm having trouble placing it in my head all of a sudden.
Snake that's wearing snake pants.
Well, that's Snizzard.
Snake also wearing snake pants.
He's a snake lizard. He's Snizzard.
Oh, okay.
In case, see, I need to put your mind at ease. Also,
there has to be 2 gifts.
Also, with Snizzard, one of the big things with him, do you know who originally voiced Snizzard in his original episode?
Was it Bryan Cranston?
It was Bryan Cranston.
Nice.
That's the Bryan Cranston monster. And this is why I thought that this was the first episode with Pumpkin Wrapper, because he was grown for this. He got a Zord battle out of this.
That's cool. He didn't get a Zord battle before?
I don't think so. If I recall correctly, I think he was destroyed with the Power Blaster. But now, I mean, my brain's getting fried from watching so many episodes in a row that I'm starting to blend together a little bit. I'm not as good as I used to be on this front. Who remembers?
That's okay.
Let's double check with the chat. Who can tell me? Remind me. Was Pumpkin Wrapper destroyed with the Power Blaster? And was he a Zhu2 monster? Pumpkin Wrapper is finally back, and he is now on the attack.
So the original Zords transform into the new Zords every time they do this. Does
Yeah.
that mean, like, they can still conceivably use the old Zords?
If they really wanted to, ostensibly. They never do,
Yeah.
but ostensibly they could.
Okay, that makes me feel good.
By the way, interesting thing about the White Ranger in the Sentai footage, he, as I mentioned, he was a child. So he used his talking sword to talk for him. So,
How young was he that he couldn't talk? Was he, like, 3 months old?
well, he was 9 years old, and he didn't want the other Rangers to know that he was a 9-year-old, so he had the sword talk for him to give him an adult voice.
I see. Okay, so it was to disguise the fact that he had a child's voice.
Yeah, it was a deception. Nice.
That's really cool.
This is also fun because this is a fight between a Zhu2 monster and Die Ranger Zords. These two
So
Zords.
two different series.
Yeah, so this is all cut together. At no point are they in the same shot, which is kind of just amazing.
And we haven't seen, like, live action Kimberly, no, not Kimberly, Trini, Zach, and the other guy, Jason.
Right.
They haven't shown up in live action yet.
Exactly, because this was the first episode after they disappeared. After they had left the show. They really, really leaned into using those Zhu2 monsters and did not really use a lot of Die Ranger monsters during this season.
Yeah.
Boop, boop. Hey everybody, if you want to have a happy Halloween, I definitely recommend that we save the world. It's a good idea, so that we can continue to have a world after Halloween. We want to do more volunteering if you can. You know, do phone banking, do volunteer at your local polls if you can. And of course, spread the word to spread the vote with spreadthevote.org. Again, we're still raising funds. We're trying to hit 600 by the end of the day if we can, so that tomorrow we'll be watching Power Rangers the movie after we finish season 2, but only if we hit that $600 goal. And if we hit another 600 tomorrow, then that's going to push us to watching all of season 3. So if you want a third day of this, we need to keep those donations coming in. Reach out to your friends, have them join on. Tell them that we should all be working together to save the world, and this is one way that we can do that. So did you enjoy the little Halloween?
It was everything I hoped for. It was fun. It was goofy. It was a little bit dark because we're definitely dealing with the monster afterlife. The question of whether or not there is an afterlife for these monsters.
Oh, we've actually seen the monster afterlife in various future episodes and in other series. We are coming up on the Ninja Encounter. Just double
I'll
check.
wait till you catch up. I might get a seltzer.
We've got a trilogy happening here.
I can hang out for a while. This is fun. Okay, so are we...
It is loading up, and we're going to be 1 minute in in just a moment.
Okay.
Here we go. We are now 1 minute and 5 seconds in, with the ninja encounter has just gone off the screen. Oh man.
Tommy wearing his green clothes, very bold, because now he's the White Ranger. He should be wearing like a white shirt so people know who he is.
That shot of Trini just now, that close-up shot of Trini, that is not from this episode. That is, I'm pretty sure that was from Song Guitardo from a few episodes back.
She looked a little bit younger, I guess.
This was like 15 episodes back. Or not even actually. Song of Guitar wasn't actually that long ago. It was about just over 10 episodes ago. But
Yeah. Are these, I don't know, pro wrestlers or something? Who for some reason are dressed like domestic terrorists?
they're ninjas. It's a ninja competition for ninjas to ninja.
Oh, okay, got it.
The go ninja, go ninja, go. This is so interesting right now. That's the same shot of Trini smiling again.
Did they just invent a new skateboard?
Something.
They look like the human centipede of skateboards.
They do have some ridiculous skateboards for some reason. Yeah, Zed wants the ninjas. Aw. That's cute.
Was it the same baby from before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
Already that stroller is showing better survival skills than the putties. You know, it was able to take that gentle incline like a champ.
Oh man, we've already established that this. Oh, here we go. This is the most thrilling chase sequence of all time. Here we go. We are at the stroller, people. We are at the stroller. This is not a drill. All right. What's the time? We've got it at 4:57. He's chasing after Jacob. He is yelling Jacob. How long is this going to go for? Let's see. Oh, we've got rollerbladers. We've got spinning around. We have giant 2x4s in the middle of a park for no apparent reason. We are flipping over garbage cans, and the stroller is still in motion. It's still going, people. Jacob, stop him. Stop the baby. We are going. They are saying goodbye to not Jason, Zach, and Trini, because that guitar is specifically to hide the fact that's not Jason. They are currently wearing clothes from a previous episode to match scene before, and the stroller is still going. It's still going. Oh no, we have construction workers. They need to get out of the way because they don't want to get hit by a baby stroller, because those things will mess you up. Clearly, they will destroy a motorcycle. You don't want to know what a baby stroller will do to a man. Oh, we are going. We are moving. It keeps going. Oh, Skull's like, whoa, what's happening to the baby? Bulk is taking a face full of relish, and the baby is in motion. It is going. Bulk recognizes that this is his moment to take action. You do not let a child stay in danger. You need to stop that stroller. Bulk and Skull running into action. The baby going through picnics. People getting out of the way, making no action to stop the car. It is going. We are 2 minutes into this scene.
Trying to stop this out of control stroller with the baby.
Stop that baby. No one. Who will stop the baby? Will anyone stop this baby? We've got Bulk and Skull on triple skateboards. I don't even know what a triple skateboard is, but they meant these old people, they do not care one bit about this infant in danger. It's not an infant. It is a toddler in danger. We need to leap and just fly through the air past the old couple. Somehow you can do that if you've got rollerblades. Oh, we have a man on a ladder. He is falling. He is on the ground. People are running. We've got rangers running. We've got the triple skateboards in motion. They are tumbling past the old people who, again, are intent on eating their fruit. It is amazing. Oh, you love to see it. They get right back up. They are back in motion. That fruit looks delicious, and the father is behind everyone. He just wants him to stop. No one will stop the baby. We have the baby cam here. We are looking at the shoes. We are looking at those shoes. And Ninja Tournament Finals. We have foreshadowing. We are crashing straight through the foreshadowing. We are crashing straight through the bushes. Bulk and Skull are flying through the air. We have been going for 3 straight minutes, and the baby is still in motion. There he is. There he is, the father. The father is trying. This is our 3rd time seeing that same shot of Tommy, Kimberly, and Millie.
How long has that crib been rolling?
It's been rolling for 3 straight minutes, and now they have decided to stop now that the crib is... And we are doing a giant flip. Here we go, throwing the girls through the air at the stroller, flipping through the air, rollerblading through the air, and here we are at the cliff edge, which somehow exists, even though it's not actually a cliff, but a gentle hill, and the baby is safe.
Was that so hard? You just put out your arm, stop it, jeez.
We have saved the day. Oh, we've made it through. And the father is reunited with his child. Yeah, Chris, we can try connecting you through again. Hopefully we'll have fewer audio issues this time. We'll find out. Nice little intro now. All right. But yeah, if anyone else wants to join the call, feel free to let us know.
I see. So those are the new Power Rangers, and they made an entrance by saving a baby from a gentle incline.
Well, we've seen what those gentle inclines do to putties. We were talking about this. They're exhausting.
I think babies, like how babies can just swim if you put them in the pool, I think babies instinctually know how to deal with gentle inclines.
Oh, look who we have here. We've got a very special guest, Mr. Oliver. Hello, Oliver. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, buddy.
How's it going? Oh, are you talking about the person that just joined us?
Oh, I was actually talking about the cat that just popped in here.
Oh, okay.
Audio issues this time, we'll find out.
Okay, so now I know what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing through your end, Chris, it's definitely my voice looping around. So it's the audio from the stream. That's what we keep getting.
Hi, my name's Ron.
So if there's any way that you can, because I see you have the headphones. If you can plug things in so that you're not getting, so that we're not picking up the audio from the stream looping through itself. I think that was what was creating the issues earlier. Now that we've sort of cracked the code on that. Oh, that is not Jason, Zach, or Trini right now. I love those stand-ins.
So, how do you get us know Mr. Anderson? He's a teacher at Stone Canyon High. He's the absolute best.
So,
Stone Canyon High.
So,
if you could.
Is this a ninja competition or just like?
It is a ninja competition.
General fighting competition.
They call it a ninja competition, but it is also just a general fighting competition.
Because you don't usually see ninja fights in a wrestling ring.
Not usually, no. You don't usually see ninja fights in most places, generally. Very few establishments engage in ninja fights, last I checked.
It's probably
I'll give you in there.
by
In there, Chris.
the Ninja Federation.
Yeah. I'm getting that audio out of your end again, Chris. Sorry, man. Just giving you that heads up.
This is some good ninja stuff, though.
It's a great little fight.
Why could the baby have been stolen by ninjas? And this whole episode could have been save the baby from ninjas instead of a gentle incline.
I forget how much wire work Season 2 had. There's a fair amount of wire work at this point.
Hope you laid out a will. Yeah, you better say your prayers.
I hear people coming up and down the stairs. I don't know if that might be MJ swinging by. I think it's a little early. Nice fight here. I like how they actually like make the differentiation between like those fighters fight clean versus those fighters fight dirty. And it's really actually hard to tell that there's any difference. What was that spin?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't look legal.
That was a flying kick that spun from along the Y. How do you do a flying kick spinning on a Y axis like that? That's crazy.
Bringing this up to a ninja fight, like you do.
Yeah.
When it's your
Why are you... You do not care about your child there, sir. You just pass him off to random people. Bulk is now just holding the child. Here we go. Rocky, Adam, and Aisha. Winning the ninja competition. Good job.
You're good at ninja fighting, also, you know, rollerblading.
Yeah.
That's everything you need to be a Power Ranger, also the heart of a hero.
Yes, that too. Ninja fighting, rollerblading, and the heart of the hero. That is the trifecta. I hope that everyone enjoyed the baby stroller play-by-play. You like, if anyone wants to share this with like Linkara or anything, I'm sure that he would appreciate that scene. I know that he's commented on it plenty. But yeah, continue sharing the stream as best you can with everyone you can. If there are actors who you reach out to, please do so. If there's other content creators that you want to see on this stream, please reach out to them. Let them know this is going on, and that it's going on for a good cause. We're raising funds for spreadthevote.org. Trying to hit $600 by the end of today, and then roll straight into Power Rangers the movie after we finish season 2 tomorrow. I'll need to try and find some time to edit out that play-by-play. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Oh, Goldar, what's up?
Yeah, it was really great to meet y'all.
What are these putties doing?
Hey, well, let's get together.
What were these putties doing before they fell? Were they trying to form a pyramid?
They were trying to form a pyramid for no apparent reason. Also, I really loved some of Tommy's kicks in the previous episode where he just, like, went to town with, like, rapid fire, like, six kicks, just continually spinning at 90-degree angles, just boom, 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 boom. That's really the stuff that people remember Tommy for, more than really much anything else as a character, is just all those kicks and just being, just kicking everything all the time. That is the definition of Tommy's character right there. Why did Tommy get the most screen time? Because he got in the most kicks. You want more screen time, you gotta do more kicks.
Yeah.
Gotta ramp up your kick ratio. Goldar is very slowly abducting 4 people. And now... The baby! The baby! The baby! The baby! And this kid's just staring at them like, I'm 3, could you please not? Ooh, I'm getting a lot of, I'm getting the loop coming out of your end again, Chris. It's getting loud. Alright. Chris, if you're unable to block out that looping noise, I may have to cut you out again. I just don't want to create a constant feedback. So I'll give you another minute to try and see if you can fix it. If not, then I'm afraid I may have to cut you out again, and I apologize for that. I know that you volunteered for a lot today. We are on the Ninja Encounter Part 1. Just check out the now playing up top.
Let's go.
We are 3 minutes from the end.
We better get him out of here.
But welcome, Rotisserie. Great to have you on.
Keep an eye on the little munchkin until they do.
You gotta make sure not to turn the ninjas to the dark side. Or Jacob's father. Okay, so Chris, we're continuing to get that looping, unfortunately. So I think I'm gonna have to call it off. We are pretty well into season 2 right now. Alright. So Chris, unfortunately I think I'm gonna have to back you out again. I'm sorry, man. Just to reduce the looping on the audio. I don't know why we keep having the problem for you. I wish we could get around it. But it's presenting a problem. So are you able to back out of the call?
It is trying to turn them into its own evil warrior.
Oh, what about the baby, Jacob?
Baby Jacob is and in the hands of a couple of very unusual babysitters.
Welcome, Skull.
You'll be safe for the night.
Chris, are you able to back out of the call?
Father, it's in a secret dimension. We must.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. You can absolutely continue to join us in the chat. It's just we keep having the audio issues for you, and so that creates problems. And let me see if I can... Right now I'm just seeing my face, which is a little weird. But, okay.
I'm hearing icon form.
That's something. I can at least get myself out of there, so now it's weird that I was just staring at myself. This is cute. I like...
Maybe His Day Out was huge in theaters at this point.
Kid,
I don't know.
this kid is just so dismayed. It's like, what have I signed on for here? I don't think I signed on for any of this. Okay, so I'm going to pop the phone back out since I don't have video going with anybody right now.
I mean, that's going to be like a whole month with this therapist. Like, this day started off where, like, you know, my dad couldn't even be bothered to watch me properly, so I fell down this gentle incline to my stroller, and then I get taken to this ninja competition where I'm passed off to 2 strangers.
The to be continued on the like hairpin in the lock is just such a weird place to have a cliffhanger. That's like a really mild cliffhanger. But they are flying by the seat of their pants as they're writing this at this point.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Are you already in part 2?
It's doing those ending credits. We are kicking off part 2 though in just a few seconds. So it's going to do its little countdown before it segues right in there. Yeah, so it's been crazy stuff. So again, if you're out there and you have not donated yet and you have the capacity to do so, please do so. We're running out of daylight. We're running through the day fast, and we want to hit 600 by the end of today if we can. We've got 160, which is great, and we are rolling. We are at 105. Here we go. And the title should be coming up. There we go. The Ninja Encounter Part 2. Part 2. Part 2. Part 2. Dimension of despair? That's the worst dimension. Couldn't we have just gone to the dimension of mild discomfort? Don't make the weird putty things angry. It's rude.
Again, I think they're just really happy to be out of the office.
I just realized
we
that...
see them with Lord Zed in his chamber, like they're just standing at attention. They're not having a good time. But once I get down to Earth, it's like, yeah, you know, field trip.
I just realized that Oliver is on the couch behind me, and I didn't notice because his face is hidden by the Phantom Ranger. But there's a cat back there. Peekaboo. Oh no. Oh no, what have we got happening here? Oh, we got just the Terror Blossom, I believe. But yeah, we are flying along at this point. See, we're on... Oh wow, we are so ahead of schedule right now. I didn't realize how far ahead of schedule we actually were. We're like an hour ahead of schedule.
We could slow down. I don't know, take a snack break after this one. Really absorb and chew what we just witnessed.
I gotta let one of my other guests know. Yeah, don't stop turning people evil, Lord Zed. You just keep finding random people. Like the new ninjas in town, that group of 5 bullies, that one little girl. Stop trying to turn people evil. It's rude. Yeah, there was actually an episode earlier on where Lord Zed's evil plot involved turning a little girl evil. Like, it was a slow process, too. Wow!
Yeah.
They are flying.
Quality over quantity.
I forgot about this being in this episode. It's amazing.
The 3 of them flying and stuff as an excuse to not be on frame with their friends.
It's amazing. I also forgot just how absurd looking it was. Terror Blossom is pretty dapper. He's got like a jacket and everything. It's like a Mad Hatter, but with just a giant like Cherry Blossom head.
Yeah, well, he's dressed for fall weather, which is, I guess, the irony, because he's a very spring-themed villain.
I love the fake Jason voice. Paul Rosenthal, you're a champ.
What concerns him the most is Terror Blossom reproducing.
You gotta watch out.
Judgy, man.
I've got to message people to just let them know that we are about an hour ahead of schedule. Wow. Like, part of me wants to slow down, but on the other hand, I'm also like, this means I don't need to like be up until 11. That would be helpful actually, because I do have.
Between episodes, and I think pausing between episodes would help you sync it a little bit.
Yeah.
So that we're not like at different parts of the episode based on what our Netflix is doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I was expecting,
so
like, we had a lot of delays during the beginning part.
We got 2 monsters now. We've got the flower monster, and we have this, what must be their 3rd or 4th lizard-looking monster of this series.
Yeah.
And this isn't the lizard who had snake for pants.
Yeah, well, this is also actually a lizard from... Oh, we've got a donation from the Power Rangers guy. Thank you so much. Another $5. I was actually just about to message you that we are about an hour ahead of schedule. So giving you a heads up, if you are in the chat right now, I'm assuming that is Christian. So it's looking like everything's been like pushed up an hour because Netflix has been auto-playing smoothly, and we've actually been going along at a pretty good clip after a lot of technical delays early on. So I was in the process of messaging you on Twitter to let you know that.
Yeah, so what is this guy's gimmick? He kind of looks like a lizard, but he's also kind of, I don't know, bird-like.
He's the Hatchosaurus.
He's a thesaurus?
He
That'd be a good
he
a lizard that just...
Well, actually, his big thing was that he had a heart that operated independently of itself. So if he was destroyed, the heart was a separate intelligent monster that would cause him to resurrect. So they had to defeat the heart separately.
That's super Cronenberg. Like
It
that concept.
it kind of is. Cardiatron is pretty crazy. Oh, yeah, through Skype, you can reach out to me at Database Ranger, all one word. And yes, we are doing this through Skype. And if you're down for video, I've got a little setup here with my phone for popping people in and out for video. I can't do a double stream on the laptop because it's just not powerful enough for that. So we have our little guest in the little on my phone in the corner of the screen. I always love to see I love seeing the little Starman dance whenever there's a new donation. It's fantastic. And oh, and if people aren't already subscribed to this channel, please by all means, we do continue to do regular live streams of new Power Rangers episodes each week usually. Obviously this weekend we're doing the big marathon live streaming, and I'm doing this largely without my good spouse MJ by my side. All right, see you in a bit, Maddie. Warrior mode, yes. Hey, who's a good fluff? Who's a good fluff about? It's a kitty. It's a stripy kitty. It's a stripy kitty robot man. You like the stripy kitty robot man? I don't know if Oliver...
And also, kind of, that monster definitely has the same vibes as the bad guys from the Dark Crystals.
Very Skeksis in design, yeah.
It looks like a Skeksis.
He really does. Also, this monster, again, is from Season 1 footage, and I don't know why they're reusing him again. Especially considering...
Tear-gassing that monster, Jesus.
It's
Power Rangers become Portland PD?
Very strange. Like, some of the choices that they're making at this point are getting quite random. This is around the point where the show is starting to really get away from them. Hence the 4-minute long baby stroller chase sequence.
Yeah.
Hatchosaurus is resurrecting because it's done it before. I don't know why we're revisiting this plot.
That's the heart, I see. So bloody chunks of monster just blew up all over the place.
Yep.
And they're like, no, the heart's still alive. We need to kill the heart.
We need to kill the heart. That's the way it works.
Like it's Dracula from Castlevania.
Yep.
Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. I apologize, nerds.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
There's a Slenderman.
Yeah, it's just his putties just chilling back there. Oh, he's resurrecting bigger and badder. This is another monster that I wasn't sure I wasn't sure if it was new at the time because I had missed it like the first season. So it's very much like we're just sort of creating monsters that we're just bringing back monsters from like the first season that people may have forgotten about and just having them mashed up with the different set of Zords.
So, Jake, is Angel Grove like a suburb, or is it a thriving metropolis?
I'd say Angel Grove is a pretty thriving metropolis that has a very strong local suburban region.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
I feel it's, you know, like it even you kind of know how for I don't say exactly where we live, but I've made mention that we're in the general vicinity of the New York capital region. And if you know Albany,
capital region? Oh, Angel Grove?
no, I'm referring to where I live.
Oh, we now. Got it.
You know where I live.
Yeah.
The internet, I try not to be too specific. But with regards to, like, for instance, Albany, the city of Albany, a lot of times people who live in, like, Colony, which is right near Albany, we make reference to it as basically being Albany, but it's really more suburban.
Right.
Even though you have those big cities nearby. And that's sort of how I think of it.
So you think Angel Grove is like an Albany type
Yeah.
area? It's like the capital district.
Yeah. You know, it's got a good mix of city and suburb. It's the impression that I get. But then again, it could be more LA, where it's just like, you know, it's just a very sprawling.
Too, right?
I mean, ostensibly this is LA in terms of where they film, even though obviously the Japanese footage is
Because they have those beach scenes, unless they're river scenes. I'm
yeah,
pretty sure they're beach scenes.
yeah, it's a local lake. Nice.
Yeah.
I leave you alone in this cave for 2 minutes. And by 2 minutes, I realize I'm looking at my watch. It was like 22 minutes. Wow, the time gets away from me. I just meant to take a trip to the bathroom, but still. You know, this is what happens when you have a diet of snakes and spiders, but still. This episode is so filler.
So who's going to be the new Power Ranger? Is it going to be the deadbeat dad? Who's probably pushing 40?
It's probably the baby. Probably baby Jacob.
Could be the baby.
Also,
Look at that fully alive snake.
well, he said it was a wooden snake that will turn into a live snake, and that's part of the spell. This is too weird. I hate snakes. Rocky, you're right on there. This is a little too weird. Wow, they kept in that shot of the Megazord saber from season 1. I did not. This is such a weird extended fight. This episode.
I love the painting in the background, though, like the charcoal painting or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I guess if you do it in charcoal, it's not really a painting.
It's fair. This episode is such, like, it's fascinating how this is, like, the purest of pure filler of, like, any episode in so many regards.
Especially for a two-parter.
This is a 3-parter.
Wow.
Also, I love that they put Tommy in green just for this episode so they can match him to other shots from earlier in the season.
He's still adjusting to life with a different palette.
Also, Zach has switched back to his previous haircut. Like, this is this whole, like, this is, Billy's wearing his season 1 glasses.
He probably misses his old glasses.
Oh man, this is amazing. Like when you're a kid, you just don't know what's going on. You just like frustrated and confused. Like you know something is happening, but you can't even tell what.
Maybe Power Rangers is what made us frustrated and confused.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of culprits there. There's no shortage of... Why? Netflix, how do you not know how to spell Aisha? Why is there an E in there?
One of you must have a special skill. Who put their points in animal handling?
She was a character on in this franchise for like 50 episodes. And Netflix does not know how to spell her name. Why is there an E in Aisha now?
That's a good question.
Oh man, this is amazing. Also, the Dimension of Despair is just a cave. It's a cave. It's its own dimension, but it's just a cave.
Caves are not super happy places to be, generally.
I agree with you, Alpha, but I see no other way. Unless you can transport Jason and the others back to the command
Gosh, if only...
Why can't you transport them?
Godly robot powers to stop a snake.
What? None of this makes sense. This is amazing nonsense.
Because in the world of this show, it looks like the Pink Ranger, the Blue Ranger, and the White Ranger, like, are being super cliquey with their friends.
Yeah, they are.
You know that happens in a friend group where, like, you know, small nucleuses sort of shoot off, and you just, like, go off and you do your own thing, and it's like, you know, they're ostensibly our friends, but
oh my God,
when we want to have fun, we don't invite them.
I'm losing it right now because those poses, they are so clearly mannequins. Look at them.
Yeah, it's a Sears catalog pose.
Those are store mannequins.
It's all the same one. It's all the same pose.
And here's how you can... They don't have the puffy necks.
Maybe they felt themselves being frozen, and it's like, well, better strike a flattering pose.
He's just kind of nudging on the Zack mannequin.
It clearly has no weight. Like, it's light as a feather.
They do seem to have gotten better with the collars, actually, on the suits. They're not quite so puffy. Welcome back, Ranger Vision. Hopefully continuing to spread the word so we can continue to raise funds.
Yeah, that snake sure is taking its time.
That snake is moving so slow.
Why does he just, like, he clearly nodded towards Adam as if you should do something.
You
and, like,
should...
Adam's like, what?
Adam, quick!
What the heck do you want me?
Quick, cut to credits! Adam, cut to credits! We've run out of filler.
Johnny Young Bosch, one of my favorite anime voice actors, right?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Okay.
And now we are ready to roll right into Ninja Encounter Part 3. The filler continues.
This is way more than an encounter. This is a ninja, I don't know. This is a ninja Greek epic.
Oh, man. Season 2 is such a trip in so many ways.
That is some very on point, I don't like snakes acting for my age.
We are back for part 3. We are at minute 105, and Ninja Encounter Part 3 is kicked off. We are focused on these mannequins.
I got ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, what about them? You just left them. Like, guys, your mannequin friends will still be mannequins when you come back.
Once the 3 young ninjas are bitten.
The wooden snake is allowed to complete its transformation. Those 3 young ninjas will be filled with the venom of evil. Power Rangers, I love you so much.
I mean, come on, Zordon. They're way more than just ninjas. They have thoughts and dreams and ambitions. Ninjaing is just something they do for fun.
Yeah, we are like an hour ahead of schedule. I've been amazed at how quickly we've been moving along.
Did you, schedule for a half an hour instead of 22 minutes? Or?
Oh, I scheduled for 25 minutes for each one.
Oh, okay.
But since it's been skipping the credits, it's been moving fast. Because I allowed for the idea of maybe we'll need to pause occasionally, maybe we'll have some more technical issues, which we did for like the first hour. But it's been running so smoothly.
Each episode.
Yeah.
Then we'll jump into the new one together.
Yeah.
That way we can control the flow.
Yeah. We gotta believe in ourselves. This kid is not potty trained.
Well, he has to keep believing that Jacob's okay because he's never done a damn thing to ensure it himself.
Like, how much of this was I have so much trouble believing that, like, parts of this episode, I have trouble believing that they were actually written and not just people just trying to fill time.
I bet they pointed the camera at Vulcan's skull and just said, "Come on, guys, we need 5 more minutes. Just figure something out." So, in the Skull wardrobe, we've gone from Civil War reenactor to urban vigilante to beat poet.
The beat poet is kind of his classic look, though.
I dig that. Like, I can get more behind the beat poetry look than the Civil War reenactor, because that is it raises flags to me.
How do you fail at diapers this hard?
How does he not know how to breathe out of his mouth?
What is happening? What is happening?
Is the idea because wearing a diaper on your head is something I believe Skull would do anyway, in his own time, based on some of his choices in wardrobe. I just don't understand the rest of it.
How are you destroying all these diapers? You have hundreds of diapers. Do you have any idea how expensive those diapers are? They're diapers.
This is like an infomercial for a new brand of diaper, where they're showing you, just how useless the old brand of diapers is, where people just can't, put it on without tearing it.
Billy, stop waving the air traffic control wand at your mannequin friends and go save the people from the active threat of the evil wooden snake with the venom of evil. Come on.
I was going to say that's the leaf blower, because it looks like a leaf blower.
It's a leaf blower air traffic control wand. And now it suddenly worked? Maybe? No? What? There we go. There we go. There we go. No one understands what's going on here.
But for God's sake, keep your helmets on.
Yes. They just do not care about saving these people. They've had 5 opportunities to go save them, and they have taken none of them. I
I love how this is just like one episode's worth of plot spread out over 3 episodes. They just keep...
I forgot about the flower guy.
That's the thing, you keep forgetting about him. And he keeps, it's like...
So all this time, he was just running amok. Like, all this time as they were killing, you know, the Skeksis and going after the baby and the snake, he was just, I don't know, hanging out?
Yep.
Hanging out in the park?
Yep. So he came out, they went to fight him briefly, and then the Hatchosaurus, a monster from a previous season, just came back. They had to go fight it, blow it up, let it resurrect, blow it up again, not do anything to actually prevent it from resurrecting again, but just, now it's done. Then they go back to fighting the flower monster, but only 3 of them, who need to fly first to get the surprise on the flower monster, while the other 3 go to the cave, which is technically its own dimension of despair, to save the 3 ninjas and the baby's daddy. And they can't seem to do that because their friends, who had the advantage of flight for some reason, got turned into mannequins by flower petals. And so they then, because they couldn't teleport the mannequins by themselves, they needed all 6 for some reason. They had to then teleport back to save their mannequin friends, to take them to the command center, to hit them with the leaf blower air traffic control wand like 5 times until they eventually go back to normal. Then, you know, even though they're worried about this wooden snake in biting and spreading the venom of evil, they then have to go back to the flower monster a 3rd time, which is now grown, and now that's where we are. They're fighting the flower monster.
That old classic tale.
The tale is old as time, good sir. Can
so
you
why did he want to kidnap the white ninjas? Like, was the idea to turn them evil so they could be evil Power Rangers?
They're gonna be evil ninjas. He wants evil ninjas.
Oh, but not necessarily evil Power Rangers, just evil ninjas.
Who doesn't want evil ninjas? Oh my goodness.
So if they're gonna be real Lord Zed minions, like, there's gotta be a prop closet with a whole lot of ridiculous accoutrement, right? Like, okay, you're gonna be bowling ball monster, and here are your ninepins. You know how to juggle, right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. The filler is amazing. It just keeps going. We're just watching like a flower monster dance.
I mean, it'd be a great music video, except there's no music. Because this kind of reminds me of like the best 80s, 90s music videos. Like, you've got a snake for no reason, you've got some psychedelic stuff happening with the flowers, and this could be a good...
He just jumped backwards. They just played the jumping footage backwards for him to come back. I'm dying on this so hard. And now apparently Jason and Zach can finish this fight. They couldn't wait before. Even though they still haven't even bothered fighting him. They cannot stay on task for 2 seconds before they go and they're like, no, we need to do this thing instead. This is amazing.
This is the worst Dungeons and Dragons group ever. They're just always splitting up the party. And I feel like they're spending way too much time role-playing when they should be getting into the nitty-gritty.
This has just been outstanding. Oh my goodness.
Man, what a cool snake.
It is a cool snake. It's a pretty cool snake. I feel like part of this episode was just like, oh man, we need to buy time. We've got to keep producing episodes. Hey, anybody know that snake guy? Anybody got the number for that snake guy? Let's call up the snake guy. Okay, we got the snake. We got it for, oh, we can have it for the whole day? Okay, we're just gonna keep rolling with this snake. Just all day. Just keep being scared of the snake. It's a snake. Look out, it's a snake.
They had a good nucleus of themes, you know what I mean? If these episodes was going to be about passing the torch to a new generation. Because they have the side story about the baby. You know, the dad, who's obviously not the world's most responsible person. Just, you know, like learning how to trust other people with his child. And that like kind of fits the themes of passing the torch, like with the Power Rangers. It's like, okay, we're going to trust you, a new generation.
Oh no! Oh no! The snake! It's turned to rubber. Look out!
She can't believe it either. It's like, how is he losing a fight to something with no arms or legs?
Trinity loves to just shoot at people who are held captive. Yeah, what about those kids?
Yeah.
She does not have an explanation for why she just teleported him away and no one else.
It's a little bit late in the game to start caring about kids, dude, don't you think?
Oh, and now they're just gonna jump in on this fight because why not? There we go.
Social.
Nice. It's like, whoa, okay, sure, that's a thing.
I mean, they had no way of knowing who the good guys or the bad guys were. They just were just filled with rage.
I have so much anger. I've been trapped in a cave all day staring at a snake. I have a lot of energy right now.
Lights.
Punch. What was that putty trying to do?
That was an awesome Aisha punch.
No, you shouldn't let it bite you.
I think Billy just didn't feel like working today. It was like...
Also, just that stunt guy in the belly suit is like, just, how long do you want me to wrestle with this? Wait, how long do you want me to wrestle with this fake snake? Okay, I can keep going if, okay.
It makes you wonder just like what the point of Power Rangers are if just some teenagers can wreck the putty's crap, you know what I mean?
And the
Like,
Zord fight is still going.
These random teenagers have got it.
Oh man, this is just. It took them this long, and all the fight was just the finisher. They vamped for so much time just to work up to that finisher. That was amazing. So how's the chat doing? I haven't heard too much from you guys in a bit. Hopefully you are following along with the Ninja Encounter Part 3 and also having just as much fun as Steve and I are here.
Oh, there's the chat. That's neat.
Did you forget we had a chat?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I just can't see it on Skype.
That's fair. They're in the YouTube. Oh, Frankie, don't stand on that. Frankie, oh, come here, buddy. Oh, who's up? Okay, yeah, I got you. Oh, who's up, buddy?
All the Power Rangers to take on that snake.
Oh no, I'm under attack. Oh no, I'm under attack in the same way Billy is under attack. It's so brutal.
Yeah.
Frankie, you're not even gonna pretend with this. You're just gonna
shoot it.
just shoot the snake.
It really takes no prisoners, and I respect that.
I mean, it is literally a snake, a formerly wooden snake made of evil.
Yeah. Well, that's what they should have done from the beginning.
I know. Just shoot the snake. Well, to be fair, it was on Aisha's lap at first.
That's true. They had no problem shooting the chains, though. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Yep, and they're just like, well, I guess the jig is up. We just blew it. We've had a long day.
Way to go, Billy. We don't have any secret identities anymore because you couldn't be trusted to win a fight with the snake, the creature that has no arms, no legs, probably wasn't even venomous.
To be fair, we established it does have Venom of Evil.
Yeah.
Let's be fair.
We survived season after season of Bulk and Skull's hijinks, trying to find our secret identity. Zed and Rita, trying to destroy us, but no, the secret identity came out because you don't know how to fight a snake, Billy.
Also, this guy who plays Mr. Anderson is just like, all right, we need you to run around this park for like 5 hours, yelling Jacob, and then sit in a cave staring at a snake. What was that?
I mean, it must be all the quarantine and stuff, but to me that just sounds like a fun day out, running around the park. I do that now.
Everything about this shot is just kind of ridiculous because there are Zach and Trini and Jason are not there. They just keep cutting to people who are not there. I love this.
Background check on them. That I love. I love the fact that they're responsible enough to do a background check. That to me suggests that they've recruited rangers in the past.
This is how they do it.
Criminal records that they never looked into. Like, yeah, we learned our lesson after the Chartreuse Ranger. Turned out that guy was ripping off seniors and selling them junk bonds.
Oh. We have fun here. We have fun here. We gotta get more people up in here though. We've got to get more people up in this chat.
Oh yeah, I've shared on my Facebook.
Good.
Which is, I don't know, the hit place to be.
Oh man. You can keep it.
Not uncomfortable with his dad.
Yeah. That child has been just uncomfortable this entire trilogy. It's like, I don't want to be here. Why am I here?
Please don't send me home to the guy who almost sent me careening to a stroller-related death. Okay, we're gonna pause it for a sec.
I think that's a good idea. Get a little breather. We made it up. Oh.
Okay. So, what do people in the chat want to talk about that amazing episode?
Oh man.
Anything people want to bring up? Some notes, some ideas about where the father failed in his parenting responsibilities.
Oh boy.
I'm getting a seltzer.
Okay, that is fair. And again, so to people in the chat, like, I want to hear from you guys. I want, I'm hoping that you have friends who I can also hear from. I want to hear what you've been up to. What have you been doing, these recent weeks to try and do work to save the world? What do you plan to do in the next couple weeks if you haven't been able to make time yet? Like, I do feel like everyone should be trying to do something. Obviously, everyone has different circumstances. Not everybody can contribute monetarily. Not everyone can be out there working the polls. Not everyone can work the phones. But there's always something that you can do, to help and contribute. So yeah, we just finished up the Ninja Encounter Part 3. We're taking a little breather, a little break to recover, because that was honestly, that was a journey. That trilogy, that was an encounter of the ninja kind on a level that I had forgotten how absurd that trilogy was. And it's really something that you just lean into after a while with Power Rangers. And it's fantastic. I love it. It was so much fun to watch and engage with. And you should tell other people how much fun this has been. Hopefully it's been fun for you. I know obviously people are coming in, they're going out. I don't know how many people we've managed to reach today, but I really hope that you guys have been having a fun time watching me and my friends ramble about Power Rangers as we watch it. It's been crazy. Steve, you've been here for a good long while with me, and I appreciate that. I know Chris has been on for a good long while today. We had Eric Berry earlier. We've got a few more guests planned for today. The Vacuuminator was on here earlier. We've got, we also had Tom, who's also from Power Reviews, was on here earlier. As well as, like I said, Chris and the Pure Nerdy also got to pop on. We've had quite a few people today. And it sounds like MJ might be arriving. Hello.
I swear to God, if you point that camera at me.
Okay. We're just taking a little breather. We just watched the Ninja Encounter, which is that epic trilogy.
Why do you have the construction paper out?
Oh, it's because I was just grabbing my my monster notebooks and it was just part of the stack.
Ugh.
So you saw earlier, I think, when
I
was
did
showing
see
this off.
when you were showing off the notebooks. I just didn't see the construction paper.
Yeah, my monster sketchbooks, just calling back to classic stuff. I've got a whole just giant.
Nice.
stack
What do you got there? Let's see.
Well, the ones I was showing off earlier was like these are a few of them. I've got some more over here that I haven't gone through. I'm not sure if those are also monster sketchbooks or just other sketchbooks and construction paper. I just have like a stack.
Who's on the phone?
Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, Marissa, how's it going?
I'm tired.
Yep. Full day at work.
Good to hear from you.
And I just did all the grocery shopping.
Which I appreciate greatly.
You can show your appreciation later by going down and getting the rest of it.
Oh, okay.
I brought up all the fridgeable stuff.
Thank you. I'll be getting that later tonight at like 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Or whenever we end up wrapping, because we are definitely well ahead of schedule for today already. Like we are more than an hour ahead of schedule, which is amazing.
Do you got any hot gossip? Do you have any hot sip?
Any hot gossip?
Power Rangers and stuff. What's going on? What's the next season going to be like?
Oh, we've got.
Going to be Cowboys?
No, it's not going to be Cowboys. We already had a cowboy. That was all. We only got one.
Okay.
He was a ninja cowboy.
You only get one cowboy?
We had a ninja cowboy. That was about 2 years ago. We had a ninja cowboy, but that's done with. Although he occasionally pops up in little background Easter eggs here and there. Ranger Vision hopes you had a good day at work. And remember, it can only get better from here because you're home now. Alright, so Sean's asking me, what was my thought when the Rangers first got replaced? And that's a good question, and I'm not... It's hard to gauge exactly what my thought was. I think it was just kind of amazement and disbelief. I know that we're not there yet in the rewatch, so we've been talking about it this whole time. I was oddly okay with. I wasn't upset by it. I was surprised and amazed by it, but I wasn't tremendously upset by it. And part of that was because basically my line of thought was, well, they haven't really been doing anything for the last, 10 episodes. So I guess they're just kind of done with these characters. Not realizing that the reason that they hadn't been doing anything for, 10 episodes was because the actors had been gone. And so it felt like the characters had sort of stagnated because I wasn't seeing them anymore. And that's just sort of a fascinating little side effect there that I was not expecting.
Oh, I forgot to get Parmesan cheese.
Ah, that's a shame. Did you swing by the Aldi's or no?
Yes.
Okay.
We needed tortellini.
Oh, and you didn't get the Parmesan. We've been talking about that all week, too.
I know, I'm an idiot.
It's okay. I love you. Just amused by our domestic life here.
You had more turkey than I thought.
Parmesan. Are we gonna make some pasta or something?
That's totally.
That would be the number one reason to get Parmesan.
Yeah. But yeah, it is interesting how the circumstances did kind of pave the way for us to be sort of eased into these new Rangers. As much as a disaster as this trilogy was in many regards, that moment where all of a sudden it's like, wait, what? These three people find out who the Power Rangers are? That's insane. That just kind of blew my mind that all of a sudden somebody knew who the Power Rangers were. Especially considering how much focus there had been on hiding their identities from Bulk and Skull the entire season. So yeah, trying to get myself back into that headspace is really interesting. What about you guys? What thoughts did you have while watching season 2? Like, we are taking a little bit of a breather. Kind of giving us a little bit of space before we dive back in again. I do have another guest who will be joining us, not for the next episode, but for the episode after that.
Oh, is that why you're taking a break, so that you're not out of sync with your big guest?
Not at least trying to not be too far out of sync. I'm exhausted in many regards.
You're exhausted. I'm exhausted.
Well, I have been,
You've been on that couch all day.
It's not tremendously comfortable. You were out, though. You did not see my play-by-play of the baby stroller scene.
Baby stroller?
The baby stroller scene.
Wasn't that from RPM?
No, this was the first baby stroller scene.
Oh.
The
There was more than one.
the inaugural baby stroller scene. The epic baby stroller scene. The 4-minute long baby stroller scene.
4 minutes?
You telling me they go back to the well on baby stroller scenes?
Oh, you think that this is the only time they endanger an infant? Sir. This is not a Wendy's.
Like, there were so many things left unsaid the last time they endangered an infant. Because they did have the people walking across the street with a banner.
Yes.
They did have all of your typical chase scene cliches. They had the dude on the ladder. But they didn't have people holding plexiglass.
It's
or,
true.
again, a giant cake.
There was no giant cake. This is true. There was no giant cake in the park. But really the big thing that they go back to is, you know what? But what if we used the baby in the stroller as like a combat weapon to fight enemies? What if we fought enemies using a baby? And so that was the question. It took them...
The Prego does not approve!
It took them 15 years to really dive into the answer for that. But we got there. We got there. You know, that's one of the things about Power Rangers. Eventually you get there.
That must have been a real, Archimedes in the bathtub type of moment. Where they someone was just like, I don't know, chilling at home one day. It's like, I got it! And then gets, everyone on the phone, guys, don't worry, we'll be able to feed our children. I figured out a second thing we can do in a baby chase sequence.
It wasn't even a baby chase
It wasn't actually
sequence.
so much a chase sequence, it was just...
It was a baby used as a weapon sequence.
Oh, so there was no chase involved?
There was no chase involved. It was a fight in a playground, as we tend to have fights, using a baby stroller.
With the baby still in it!
With the baby still in it. The child of the stunt director apparently wanted to get his kid started young.
So,
Jackie Chan walked so that Power Rangers could run.
Yes.
Has the chat moved at all, or am I going to be off the hook tomorrow evening?
What, with regards to... Oh, with regards to whether we're hitting that goal?
Yeah, I mean, because if they don't get this thing up to 600,
That's true.
then the thing's gonna be over before I get home tomorrow.
It is, and that'll be sad. We don't want that.
I'll tell you what. If somebody donates $50 in the next 5 minutes, I'll match that donation.
Oh, that's exciting.
Get this going.
Okay, so Steve has issued a challenge. If we can get together like $50, Steve's gonna throw in $50. Who wants to throw in 50?
Yeah.
And if you need to like split it amongst yourselves, do what you can.
Yeah.
Like we got
Like
10
the Power
people.
Rangers do.
We got 10 viewers right now. I see. If each person chips in $5, that's $50 right there. And my good friend
Form a
Steve will hold you
Megazord
to that.
Of your dollars, like all form the $5, all form the other $5, and all form the $20, and it's just a giant Megazord of money.
Be the Megazord of money helping people vote. There we go. We need a Megazord of money helping people vote. Always good. Always. I approve of this plan. A Megazord of money to help people vote. That seems like a good idea to me. Yeah, because we are looking to, again, get people together, get people moving, get people taking action. And yeah, it was a big deal in Season 2, Sir Paladin, when the Power Rangers were so often doing the removing helmets scenes, which we hadn't really gotten prior to this. And it really kind of feels epic and momentous. Like the situation that we're all in. We are in a momentous scenario right now. We are right now all Rangers with our helmets off. Our faces are being seen here. My metaphors are spinning wildly out of control, and we are desperate to get back to action on saving the world through making a Megazord out of money so people can vote.
We can't let Ivan Ooze win you guys.
Don't you want another, like, full day, or at least another, like, 90 minutes worth, a full movie's worth of more of my tortured metaphors? Like, I feel like that's, like, isn't that what we're all here for? Watching me make tortured metaphors about Power Rangers and how it relates to our day-to-day lives. I feel like that's where we're at. I don't know if that's where you're at. I'm vamping so hard.
May the power of democracy protect us.
May the power of democracy protect us, indeed. Because literally that's what we're counting on right now. We are counting on the power of democracy to protect us. So again, like, if you just want to toss in $1, $2, if you want to say, hey mom, do this thing, it's a good thing, mom, come do this thing, do that. I'm cool with that. Your mom can blame me, she can come on the chat, blame me for being a bad influence trying to get people to contribute to voting to save the world.
Yeah, it's not like we're doing this soupy sales thing and telling you steal from your parents. You know, we have standards.
Exactly. Like, I'm not bringing out my old Cutco kit right now. I could. I still got it, I think.
MLMs are the devil.
Oh yeah, don't do MLMs. Don't do multi-level marketing. If you're gonna do, like, direct sales, do actual direct sales.
Vector is an MLM, babe.
Not technically. It is direct sales. Like, I don't need to buy my products to sell them.
Fair enough.
I just get a solid commission.
But you can also develop a downline, and that's very MLM-y.
To an extent, yeah, that's true. It's got some of the tastes of it. Alright. So, alright, we'll see if anyone decides to try and match Steve, but I think it might be time to kick off, to actually kick off our next episode. So,
so the description says Lord Zed tries to sabotage the first World Teen Summit.
Yep.
Which, again, the show's getting political as we're getting political. You can see there's no separating politics from art.
Exactly.
I imagine this is going to be like a pretty in-depth study of global politics on a micro level.
Oh, big time. Big time. You have no idea, sir.
a monster of global proportions is coming at us next. I need to kind of deal with how long that title is to make it fit in places, because it's spilling out of the box.
Jeez, I gave you a pretty big box.
I know, that's one of the reasons, but and that's one of the reasons
now I understand why you...
The name of this episode is A Monster of Global Proportions. That's a lot of episode title. Here we go, here we go.
Just be like Aerosmith, you know, tell me to push play.
Alright, I'm gonna finish up these closing credits. Made a loot. Ooh, that's a good question. So, Sheree is asking if they can get $100 into the swear. If they can get $100 in the next 10 minutes, will we donate all the money in the swear jar to spread the vote?
Money in the swear jar goes to the Melodies Center at Albany Medical Center for Children's Cancer.
Do we need to get a total for what that's at?
Yes, but the money in the swear jar is...
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause this. I'm going to take this to the top.
Start a new swear jar for me.
Start a new swear jar for you?
Yeah, start a new swear jar for me.
Okay.
See how far I can go. And at the end of the day, you know, I will match the money in the swear jar for the donation.
I feel like this is a dangerous game we're playing here. Alright.
I'm just saying,
if Steve would like his swears to go somewhere else, that's okay. But we already made promises regarding the original swear jar, and I'm not willing to break those promises.
Here's something I think I might be able to do, though. If you guys can get to 100 in the next 10 minutes, I know Steve is planning to match for 50. If you guys can do 50, get to 100, we'll match the other 50. Deal? I think that's a good deal.
We can do that.
Okay.
So, I'm actually going to play the opening credits this time. Because we haven't seen the opening credits like the whole thing, and we skipped over an entire opening credits.
Oh, so we're not skipping this time?
I want to see some opening credits. Let's do it.
Okay.
Alright.
Tell me when.
And, take it from the top, let's go play!
Got it.
There we go. Explosions. Curiousness. I can't believe that I just kind of skipped over the entirety of this for all day. Jen, we are currently having a challenge. If we can get $100 donated in the next 10 minutes, so we have till about, let's say, 6:25. If we can get $100 donated, welcome in Nero Diablo. If we can get $100 donated by 6:25, then Steve and I will match that donation. So Steve, you'll donate 50, MJ and I will donate another 50. So that is the current challenge. Good deals. Go, go, Power Rangers! I'm actually a little angry at Netflix for always skipping these, because I do actually really like the opening credits. I just didn't want to mess with rewinding.
It's worse for the endings, because some shows have, like, after-credit scenes.
I know.
When you go.
We were watching Mr. Robot, and there's, like, an important teaser at the end of, like, the season finale.
And we didn't realize that...
And I'd forgotten about that teaser, yeah.
What the hell is that Nightmare Fuel statue that Ernie just walked out with?
That's the next monster, basically.
I mean, clearly.
Yeah, we are 9 hours into this stream now. Welcome. But yeah, we are trying to see if we can get another $100 in the next 10 minutes. We are on a monster of global proportions. We have just kicked off this little peace summit here.
That eyesore has no reason to exist other than for being a monster.
We are at 2 minutes in. 2 minutes now. 2 minutes into a monster of global proportions.
Is that a cowboy?
Yes.
United Nations? What's going on here?
Nobody knows.
Maybe he's from Australia. Maybe it's like an outback thing. Yeah, Yep.
Oh, he's from Australia. That's it.
Did you actually guess that, or did you know that?
Boris from Russia. There we go. Hello, Pablo.
Dressed in his national garb as a Dexter's Lab cosplayer.
I find it. This I find really interesting that they had Israel as the lead of this team summit here.
Well, of course.
Because if you know anything about Haim Saban's politics, of course Israel is going to be put in charge of this committee.
Got it. Like, Vulcan Skull have definitely embraced 80s fashion in the mid-90s.
Very much so. That earring, it's hypnotizing.
So close and yet so far.
What's their theory for why they are Power Rangers?
Because they're like the best of the best from around the world. Which is legit.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you look at the best of your high school class? They're the top of the freaking class. All 6 of them are the top of the freaking class.
All the time, and they're all jacked with like super athletic ability.
Why is Lord Zed getting hot flashes all of a sudden? Let's see. Is he getting older?
Nice.
What? Why does he glow red sometimes?
He's having
Because
some
he's
problems.
a Cylon.
That's a nice little spin kick there. Gotta love those spin kicks. Again, people, we got like 8 minutes. Let's see if we can raise that $100 in 8 minutes, and then I will match with 50, and Steve will match with 50. It'll be great. Let's try and do it.
I don't think they can do it.
Come on, guys. MJ is casting aspersions over here, casting doubts.
I am. I'm casting aspersions.
Wow, Billy's got so much game right now. Like, I totally forgot that he even tried to hit on, like, the teen representative from Israel.
And right after the Girl Scout, what happened to the Girl Scout?
He just goes through women like nobody's business. It's crazy.
That's because nerds are hot. You would know, babe.
Fair enough. I know. Yes, I'm deeply attractive, and I'm aware of that.
Damn straight.
What you doing?
He's investigating because you have scattered toys all over the living room.
Yes.
We don't even have a child yet, but this is good practice.
This is fair.
Aisha has the best punches. It's like,
All right. Yeah. If you've got a tight budget arm, if you've got a tight budget at the moment, I don't know why I said tight budget arm. If you've got a tight budget at the moment, see who you can convince to come on in. We're trying to see if we can hit this challenge. We've got a lot of challenges left to go, and we're running out of time on tonight.
I mean, we can push it till the end of the episode because we're pretty distracted right now. You might be able to get away with it.
This is true. That one putty's just little eyes glow as Kim flipped over.
What's sad is they have no excuse because I don't see any gentle inclines here.
Yeah. That was a nice flip. I gotta love those one-handed flips. Those are amazing.
Did he throw grass in his eye? I mean...
Yeah, he did.
Guys, you're handily winning this fight. You don't need to play dirty.
You are jumping through the air and kicking an enemy while another enemy is on your back. And note, if you do have a super tight budget right now, I do want you to still try and volunteer your time if you can. Like I've said before, swingleft.org is a great organization. Oh, Sheree just donated $5. Thank you so much, Sheree. There we go. That gets us up to 170. Fantastic. All right, setting the pace. Sheree has set the pace. Let's see who else wants to join in next. Gold on demand, silence we demand. Participation in our nation's democracy.
Gotta love that cave. That cave gets so much play this season.
Is it the Depression Cave or a different cave?
I'm pretty sure it's still the same Depression Cave.
Oh, I mean
The Dimension of Despair.
Sorry.
Well, I don't think it's not literally the Dimension of Despair, but it is basically the same cave. Just now they put in a few more spikes.
Yeah, there's a rock where the snake beat up Billy.
Yep, and they got some cobwebs thrown in here now. Lord Zed's always looking for new people to turn evil.
I mean, I can see why he would really want to replace his current employees.
I mean, it's not like he does anything with them. He never asks them to do anything. And he discourages initiative. So what's he expect?
What?
I love the little parachute for the note. It's great.
What does it say?
But yeah, if you can...
Well, there's one on the back.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Sheree, and thank you to your parents for donating that first $5, and thank you for donating your allowance in this way. We really appreciate it.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Like, thank you for leading the charge in so many regards.
Yeah, Sheree also got us David Fielding the other day.
Yeah, big time. So, Sheree is leading by example right now, and that's the way to do it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheree. So now, they just said Tommy is the new leader of the Power Rangers. Did I miss a part?
Oh, that was Zordon's
like,
speech during White Light at the end when Tommy was established as the White Ranger. He's like, I take it you like your new leader, and it's just like, couldn't think of anybody better, even though Jason was clearly responding to a different set of written lines. And yes,
Yeah,
people, that's
a heck of a way to inform someone they've been replaced.
Yeah. And Jason just rolled with it. And this is one of the reasons that I was largely okay with the transition into Rocky, Adam, and Aisha, because I'm like, well, they're doing all the work anyway. I'm not seeing Jason and the others really doing all that much anymore. And, obviously now we know why. They only exist in stock footage at this point. But yeah, this episode definitely got revisited in concept with Ninja Steel years later. It was a very clever idea. And he's not at all skeptical about the fact they're all still morphed. Why is he taking the box back? Like, yeah, that was a little bit of a pointless gambit right there.
He just laid down. Like, I'm just gonna pretend to be dead until this is over.
I know how this is going. I'm not dealing with this. I love how they don't even pretend the sword is actually sharp, as Tommy literally just smacks it away. Like, get that out of here. Get that out of here.
Well, that giant can opener from Vulcan Skulls, believe it or not, was not actually made of metal.
Oh, really? You don't think so? You don't think that was a metal can opener that was 4 feet long?
I noticed it flopping around.
Alright, so we've managed to get $12 in. Who wants to be the next one to step on up? Step on up, step on up. Let's make a difference in the lives of individuals who will help us to define the course of our world. Here we go. We are currently in the midst of facing a monster of global proportions. Both the title of the episode and an existential threat to all of our lives. So let's do our best to combat that. It's always appreciated.
You're leaving behind the box with your fake rings.
Yep.
Or whatever the metals, fake ones left behind.
The fake coins, yes.
Yeah.
They were just like hiding this whole time.
What did he pull that out of?
The ground. I love these. I love that it's Gelt. I love that the episode that happens to have the Israel that has Israel in it is the episode with Gelt.
The episode where they pass off Gelt as
I like
PowerPoint.
that he took my friends beat each other.
Okay, so yeah.
That's what friends do.
And we understand if you can't donate, just try to spread word of what the challenge is right now to Twitter and Facebook or whatever other social media you have access to. Let's try and just keep things going. El Nero Diablo, thank you so much. I know you have a tight budget, so we very much appreciate that additional $5. Thank you so much. That gets us up to 182. That's fantastic. This episode is from Die Ranger episodes 20 and 31. Thank you for the additional info on that, Jen. I don't know much about Die Ranger like trivia, so that's good information to know about.
This is like some HR Giger looking creature.
Yeah,
the character designs are very impressive.
That's all
like
sunset.
to the point where I would love to see an animated version of this show with some of these designs like looking like they exist in the real world.
Yeah. Like just stepping it up to the next level. And there have been talks about that for years.
Because that is creepy. That is like a triple xenomorph.
Yeah.
Jeez, that monster didn't last long.
Nope. But that's because we gotta go straight to the Zord fight.
Oh. Now I get like the gimmick of these creatures are supposed to be mythical. Wasn't the Black Ranger's Zord just a lion?
Yeah, but it's sort of the mythical lion kind of thing. Really, it's based off of the Chinese mythology, which generally has the lion, where you have sort of the four beasts of the four cardinal directions.
So the Thunderbird might have been like the Phoenix in the original, because the Thunderbird is like Native American.
Yeah.
Mythology.
Well, they call this one the Firebird, which is functionally a phoenix. Yeah.
Oh, got it. Question, why do we do that every time?
I love that this is the first time we've ever heard of Tor. Why didn't I think of that thing we've never mentioned?
Zordon casually saying, hey, we should do this. I know we didn't in any of the, like, Green Ranger episodes when clearly we could have used him.
Yeah. Tor just is introduced out of nowhere, and that just feels... Sean, you just donated another $5. Thank you so much. Excellent. So much appreciated. Fantastic.
Looks like we're cruising toward the 50 at least.
Turtle on
that would be lovely.
It's adorable.
The turtle is always knocked on its back. Oh yeah, you gotta turn off that alarm. I gotta turn off it on my end too. Because it's doing the little thing of...
I'm going over in the kitchen where it won't bother nobody.
There it goes.
all sorts of random little notifications. Yep, that's right. It's got Gatling fingers. You don't want to mess with those laser Gatling fingers.
Freaking laser Gatling fingers.
Tor is so
surprised
random.
they didn't bring out this monster for the Ninja Turtles crossover.
Yeah.
Or this Zord.
Well, yeah, Tor just kind of disappears much how he randomly appeared. He pretty much comes out of nowhere, and then after he's gone, is never mentioned again. And now they're just in the Ultrazord formation out of nowhere. It's such a weird way to introduce the Ultrazord. And the Ultrazord is a weird Ultrazord, because this is its finisher. Oh no!
Falling.
Smash! It's literally just all the Zords piled on top of each other, dropped on top of the monster.
Hey, you guys were incredible. Thanks, man.
Yeah, unbelievable.
So yeah, I appreciate everyone trying to do their part. It's excellent. But yeah, Dragon, Chinese Lion, Pegasus, Kieran, and Phoenix were the original animals. Yes, there we go. If we work together, we can make the Earth a place we're all proud of. Yes, yes, all of this. Yes, we want all of this. This is what we want. We want this to be like, yes, it's right and you know, stereotypical in so many regards, but it's what we want.
At the time, weren't most of those nations allies anyway? At least ostensibly.
Ostensibly, yes.
What's that?
Ostensibly, yes.
Ostensibly, yes.
Okay. So it looks like we are at the end of this episode, and our next guest is going to be via phone call. So that's going to be a very special guest for this next episode.
So did we make the 50 for Steve or no?
I don't believe we did. We made it to let's see, how much did we add on here? We added on a good bit. We added on about $22. But we didn't make it up to the 50. Or the 100.
That's okay. You guys impressed me with your Power Ranger spirit, so I'm going to donate $50
okay.
anyway.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve!
Thank you very much, Steve.
Welcome.
Alright, I'm going to pause this. Alright, I'm just going to rewind this back to the thing. Is that you opening your wallet to just sort of dump it in the tip jar? Just solid cash. We take pennies. Oh wow, I didn't realize like how worn. Some of these, just looking at like the worn paint on some of these older toys. Yeah, this is when we would normally stream on a Saturday. That's true. Alright, so, yeah, and so I think in another moment, this will be our I think our farewell to Steve for now after this, just because I need to make a phone call. I don't know if I can Skype and phone call at the same time. I don't know if my phone does that. But I will find out.
Do you have a link to can you Skype message me the link to donate?
Oh, the link to yes. Let me figure out how to send you that, because you're not watching the stream itself right now, right? You're just in via the Skype call.
Yeah, if I put it on the stream itself, that would be confusing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, that's where the link is.
Let me go to it.
Okay, you want to just go there?
We're not watching anything now, so I can probably...
Yeah, and then you can watch our special guest.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice. Man, how do I minimize this? Crazy. There we go. Okay, Facebook.
Yeah, because you shared it earlier, so obviously you have the link to the stream. But yeah, thank you to those of you who have been able to donate so far. We're at $187 right now, and we're looking forward to continuing to move past that and beyond as we work through the rest of the night. So my next guest will be featured through phone, and he's going to have a lot of insight into this next episode. Some of you have probably already guessed who we've got coming up next. So let's see. So Steve, were you able to find it okay?
Yeah, no, I got it here.
Okay. Okay, great.
You were with us last time. It's the same person who needed to use the telephone last time.
Yes. Okay. So I'm making sure, so I've got the number all lined up, so that's looking good. I've got my episode all lined up, so that's good. Sounds like you're getting ready to be doing some dinner in a little bit, but we'll probably do that after
yes,
this
Dave,
episode.
I've got the water on the boil already.
Oh wow, okay.
Do you want me to hold?
Probably until after this episode.
Holding on dinner.
If you're okay with that, unless you're really hungry. If you're really hungry,
cool.
Okay. All right. Taking a look over here. All right. So, Steve, how are you doing? Are you all good to sign off?
Yeah.
Okay. Just double checking.
It's been fun. I'll sign off now.
All right. Thank you so much again for being a part of this and for helping hype people up. It's been really appreciated. And really fun talking to you about this show.
Can't wait to see the Saturday.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Talk to you soon. Anytime you want to swing by, always appreciated. Thank you. Steve's a great guy. You can see why I like working with him. And obviously he's going to be making a great contribution in just a moment, and that's very appreciated. But I wanted to make sure to keep the stream rolling. I know we just had a little break before this episode. And now, I'm going to make my little phone call to our next guest. Thank you, Steve, for that big $50 donation to spread the vote. Thank you so much. Fantastic. It's amazing how far we've already made it today.
I thought I'd feed the cats while I was feeding us. I mean, feed us while I was feeding the cats, but
That's
I'll
fair.
wait. I'm just stealing this pillow.
All right. Making the call. Here we go.
Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Mark. How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. We've been chugging along. Yeah, I'm 9.5 hours deep right now. Into.
Hi, Mark.
To get you to the 10th hour, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm very glad to have you joining us again.
We're very privileged to have you.
Well, thank you very much for having me on here.
Always a pleasure. Yeah, we've so far we're working towards some big goals. We've managed to raise $237 so far today.
Okay.
Our big goal is to get to 600, and then if we get to 600, then we'll be covering the movie tomorrow. And if we manage to do that again tomorrow, then we'll roll through season 3, which I know that you had a part in as well.
I did, yes. So here's hoping we get to season 3.
Yeah.
Will you be joining us for that?
Yes. We've got
So this is a big incentive to keep spreading the word. If we can get to season 3, we get some more Mark Litton, who is a fantastic individual, having written a good number of Power Rangers episodes, including the one we're about to watch. I don't know if you'll be watching it alongside us on your Netflix.
I still don't have my Netflix hooked up yet.
Okay.
I'm hoping to have that by tomorrow.
Okay.
But so you may want to talk to me now and then about what's happening in the episode, so that as I'm following along, it's because it's been about 25 years or so.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
Roughly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it since then, but.
Right.
You mean your episodes aren't permanently burned in your brain?
And yeah.
Smartass. I know. I'm being a smartass.
My lovely spouse MJ here is piping in whenever possible. Having just.
Hi, MJ.
Howdy.
So I've got you on speaker. Hopefully the chat can hear, and they should all be letting people know that we have a verified Power Rangers writer here to discuss an episode that he wrote. That's so cool. So anything that you would like to share before we dive into Z-Waves?
Well, Z-Waves was in the middle of the transition with Rocky and Aisha and Adam. Once when we had a little bit of when we had to sit down and figure out what to do after 3 of our actors went away.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to see more of this transition. We've been discussing it a lot over the course of these last 6 handful of episodes, especially with the, let's say, amusing attempts to create the illusion that Jason, Zach, and Trini are all still present.
We had either a lot of voiceover, a lot of stock footage, whatever we could do to make the characters still appear.
Yeah.
To some degree, and we, that's basically what you're seeing in these episodes.
Yeah, it's been fascinating. It's been surreal going in, having that knowledge. So, I think we might be good. Yeah.
I was just going to add one more thing,
Sure.
and that is that one of the reasons we introduced the new Rangers this slowly, we're introducing them first as Rangers, was an idea that came down from the producers.
Yeah.
That if you introduced the Rangers as friends of the Rangers before they became Rangers, then the kids would have a much better time accepting them. So, and in fact, that's exactly what happened with the audience.
Yep.
I was at some function, and there was the kid who watched the show there, and he was eager to tell me that he knew these characters before they were Rangers. And he was about 5 or 7 when he was telling me this, and I thought, damn, it worked. It absolutely worked what the producers had in mind there.
It really did. I was commenting on that earlier, how somebody asked me how I felt about the switch in the middle of the season. And I'm like, honestly, I was just sort of blown away by the fact that it was happening, but I wasn't upset by it because I had this impression of, oh, well, they've been helping the Rangers for so long anyway, they should be Rangers.
Right, and that was very deliberately planned.
And it was effective, especially considering how much you guys must have been scrambling to make that happen. I can only
There were a lot of
imagine.
meetings.
Yes, I can only imagine. All right, so shall we dive into Z-Waves then?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Hit and play. We'll even get our opening credits in again. Decided to slow things down and enjoy a little bit more. Make sure that we had a little bit more time to savor.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this was, it was interesting just seeing how many things sort of changed up across the course of this season. How much the shape of the show changed in very different ways from the first season.
So.
Well, we had things running fairly smoothly by this point, and when the actors left, there was definitely a scramble to make sure everything worked out.
Right. Yeah, I was commenting, especially like the whole stretch leading up to White Light really felt like it was basically what you guys have been working up towards that whole time, between the Green Ranger losing his powers and slowly phasing in the new Zords and the new monsters. That transition was just very. It felt like it was very directional, and then we got to this point where all of a sudden there was this sort of scramble to figure out what to do next, and sort of buy time to get to know these new characters. And now we're in that new transition to phase them into the show.
Right. And I think Zedways was in the middle of all that.
Right. Yeah, this is our last episode before the actual power transfer itself. And it's really interesting just hearing, like, in the Halloween episode, immediately following the last time we see those actors in person. Just the very next episode, you guys mentioned the peace conference.
Yes, because the peace conference was definitely the device.
Yeah.
Because the Rangers had to have something that was bigger than themselves to go to.
Right.
And that's what we hit upon.
Look, can you tell me anything more about how you guys came up with that? Because it's like, it's not something that, when someone says the Teen Peace Conference, you know they're talking about Power Rangers. There's no other context I can think of when you think of a Teen Peace Conference.
Well, that again came from the producers to the writers, so it said we'll have them go to a peace conference. That was decided that way, and then from that point on, the idea of a peace conference was because was something that we would talk about whenever anybody was leaving the show.
Yeah.
It's like, where are they now? Are they going to another peace conference? We just you never know.
Yeah, exactly. And it was just such an unexpected thing in so many regards, from our perspective as fans.
Yeah, it was a bit from ours too.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to have to deal with something like that.
No, we had the show was running pretty well at that point, and then we had this thing to figure out, and I think it may have been one of the things that allowed the Rangers actually to survive to this day, because they were able to, they realized they could change the cast out each year.
Right. And there was sort of that trial on that.
Yes.
I'm just getting some info out there to the peoples of the interwebs. But yeah, now we've got
this time around is Beamcaster.
Yes. He's got that smooth jazz kind of voice.
Yeah.
Babe, this password doesn't work.
Oh, I'm plugging the wrong one. Sorry. So
that's a microphone in a rice patty hat?
Yep.
You know, you never get to choose you really don't get to choose
your monster.
Japanese footage.
Yeah.
Nobody wants the football monster.
Yes, as we established before.
Yes, that one too. Well, I'm the one that I know I did a football episode later on.
Yeah, 4th Down and Long, that's from season 3.
Yep.
An interesting thing that that I was talking about with the chat earlier was that I had a hobby after a while with regards to Power Rangers, where I would draw actually each new monster in a little sketchbook, and I still have those old sketchbooks. So each time we come up on a monster that I'd drawn in those old sketchbooks, I'd bring it back out again.
You get really attached to your monsters.
Oh yeah.
Because as I said, the first monster that I had was the Sockadillo monster from Second Chance.
Yeah.
And that one was made into a fairly large toy.
Yeah. I still have a Sockadillo back home in storage in like a box in my parents' attic.
And Sockadillo kept showing up too in other episodes as well, so that was fun too.
So,
for me to just keep seeing it show up.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic to keep seeing it. Like I saw in orchestral maneuvers in the park, just seeing Sockadillo come back and do like a bunch of backflips was amazing. That suit actor was working was earning his pay. Now, with the use of Jason, Zach, and Trini scuba diving in this episode, was that like you chose which old footage you wanted to use, or did someone offer you old footage to use, or how did you make the choices?
Basically, the footage was offered.
Okay.
To say we went through and said which will fit with this, and we've got this you could use or that you could use, and we picked what we wanted.
Okay. So sort of the grab bag.
People helping us with that.
Nice. Yes, I always find it fascinating how different choices are made with regards to what footage gets chosen, what goes where. And
well, for the most part, we had our choice on how to use the footage.
Right.
In putting it together, but we would be presented, this is the footage you can use. You don't have to use all of it, but you can pretty much use this. And then from there you narrow it down.
Right. Because I imagine when it came to, I know we've talked about Zord fights before, and a lot of times those are largely handled sort of by the editing teams or the ADR teams in many regards.
Often, yes.
But I do wonder how that impacted your pacing on the episodes. If you
write the scenes, even if the scenes were rewritten or re-edited to some degree, we would still certainly we would call for the footage by time codes.
Right.
And then we would write up that footage, including dialogue, sample dialogue. Sometimes they used the dialogue, sometimes they changed it. Right.
Like we were talking about the Ninja Encounter trilogy in quite a bit of depth a little bit earlier, where we're introduced to these three characters, and the reuse of Hatchosaurus from season 1 was felt like such a curveball, and I was just sort of curious how it was decided if you were using if it was going to be using footage from Die Ranger versus Zhu Ranger, so the Thunder Megazord footage versus the Dino Megazord footage.
Right, I wish I could tell you that one. I really don't have information on that.
That's fine.
Who's that guy?
That's Beastmaster. His power lies in his baton, which enables him to send hypnotic zip waves at humans.
Gotta love Zordon providing that exposition.
No one has been able to stop him.
Where's Jason and Zach? And Trini?
Beastmaster has taken...
And obviously this was the big plan to keep them occupied for the episode.
Right, you always have to figure out where are you going to put people.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll have to hurry. The longer we wait, the harder it becomes to break Set's hold.
We were also commenting early on how often Billy seems to be pressured with coming up with insane devices that ostensibly Alpha and Zordon should have some idea of how to make, but they just always offload it onto Billy with the joke of, well, you're the honors student, you can figure it out. I know.
So he could do quite a bit. And I mean, I don't know. We never really used that flying car very much.
Meanwhile, Kimberly's going on a game show trying to get a car at all.
I didn't hear what MJ said.
MJ was saying, meanwhile, Kimberly gets stuck on a game show trying to get a car to begin with.
Yes. Yeah, when Billy could just make her one.
Alright, now I have to ask, just because it seems like something Narvi would do, but I don't know, was he written to say Hail Lord Fred, or was he just messing with things to say Hail Lord Fred?
That's too far back in my memory.
Okay. Because I could totally see you writing him to say Hail Lord Zed alongside everyone else, and then him just deciding to say Hail Lord Fred and people decide to keep it. Because
My guess is that's probably what happened.
Okay. Because that was going to be one of my big questions on this episode, because it feels like such a... How much improvisation did happen with Jason and Paulie in that series?
Quite a bit. I mean, we were always happy to have them figure out things if they wanted to. But yeah, they would have their own take at times, and we'd always film it as written. But also if they had some other ideas, they were usually given latitude, as I recall.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because they would usually make things a little bit a bit better. Absolutely.
If I recall correctly, Paulie did end up directing some episodes later on, right?
Yes, I think so.
Did you get to work with him at all as a director?
Not as director. He didn't. I don't think he directed any of my episodes.
Okay.
My brother directed some of my episodes, which was fun.
Right.
But we would back in the day we would often hang out. I mean, so Paulie and I and my brother would go to dim sum sometimes.
Oh, nice.
And just talk over things. But both Paulie and Jason are just terrific people.
They really are. And I'm always impressed by their talent and how much they bring to the series.
No, I think the show is much better for having them in it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Lightning in a bottle, man. There will never be another Vulcan skull.
Yeah. MJ was just saying there'll never be another Vulcan skull because that is lightning in a bottle in many regards.
That's probably right.
I mean, we obviously we've had other comedic duos over the years, but each of them have their own different sort of charm. It's not quite the same there. Oh man.
And I would agree with that.
Yeah.
There's a certain kind of energy that they have.
Yeah. So at this stage, were the episodes still is sort of that kind of freelance kind of development where everyone was sort of just given the producers determined the direction, handed out the footage, the monsters, and then
there was generally about, as I recall, about eight of us, 8 different writers, and they would hand the footage out to each of us. We'd go on our own way and hand back in ideas for what we wanted to do for the episode, and they would pick one.
Right.
And so a lot of times we wouldn't even be on the set. We'd meet up maybe a couple of times a month to talk over things. But other than that, we were often writing at home at this point.
Okay. Makes sense. Yeah.
I know a little something about broadcast frequencies. I spent the last 3 summers working at a radio station. Wow, that's great. Do you think
That's an interesting little tidbit for Aisha working at the radio station.
actually find that really ironic, considering that her replacement Tanya later worked in a radio station in Zeo, or in Turbo. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if they were just picking up on that and decided that or was that specific to the episode that they wanted. Obviously, if you've got Beancaster as your villain, you needed a ranger in a place, or someone in a place, because they're not rangers yet. Where they can be attacked.
Right.
Well, she's not physically at the radio station. She's
right.
utilizing her radio station skills.
Yeah.
He seems to be, he's at a place where they can be attacked. That's not what this is about.
Right. But still, yeah, using that experience of having someone with a related ability to address the issues at hand.
Right.
Yeah. Oof. Now,
you can't stop
when it came to the footage, Matt, and figuring out what would be happening when, etc. Was there an attempt to do location matching within the scripts, or was that usually left more so to the directorial and production team?
Well, usually, if you really needed it to match location, you would just put that in parentheses in the script. But they knew to match the script, generally speaking.
Right.
But what I'm talking about more so is, in the realm of props or something, that you would have to, if somebody had an object, that you would need to match it. Like, for instance, in Putty on the Brain,
yeah.
There's like a fire extinguisher-like object.
Right.
I think we have that in regular footage too, and so we had to recreate that.
Right, I remember.
But the fun part about that is that we couldn't call it a fire extinguisher in the script.
Yeah.
Even though it's clearly one in practice.
Right.
But because a fire extinguisher is an actual object a child could pick up and use.
Okay.
You had to call it something else.
Fair enough.
Like a fire device or something, or
yeah.
But you couldn't use the words fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
And you couldn't have them say it. You couldn't have them in the scripts call it such a thing.
Right. Like Zach called it the ice device.
Right, and that's why.
Yeah. I feel like there were so many different physical challenges from week to week for these teenagers. Like there's always a new competition in some new sport.
And they're always
it's true. These are the most well-rounded kids you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider they're supposed to have attitude too.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the attitude part just sort of was played down to give a little bit more of the role model aspect to them.
They're really good kids after a while.
Yeah, exactly. And the extra funny thing is, the longer that any of the characters are on the show, the more sort of unrealistically well-rounded they become.
Right. They constantly get better.
Yeah. Obvious.
Which is, we can only hope for that for most people.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the sort of the biggest example being Tommy going on to become a race car driver and then a doctor of paleontology.
It's amazing that he did that. that's how I'll phrase that.
That is fair. Oh man.
The boy is delinquent.
So we did watch Putty on the Brain earlier today, and one thing that I found really interesting with Putty on the Brain
Because I know that one was a little bit too early in the day.
It was. It was like 6:30 here, I think.
Yeah, it was for your time zone much earlier than over here. One thing I found really interesting was how it really did a good job of establishing Lord Zed as a psychological threat with regards to how he was trying to divide the Rangers up. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what were some of the goals when establishing Lord Zed as the villain for this season.
Well, they wanted him. You always want the villain to be scary, but not too scary.
Yeah.
And they were trying to up the scare factor on him, which I think they achieved through the see-through brain.
Yeah.
But beyond that, the Zed was, I don't know, he became more and more, the fear factor in him kind of went away after a while.
Right.
That we were trying to establish at the beginning. Because by the end of it, he's getting married to Rita, and there's a nagging, a nagged husband sort of role that he took on at times.
Oh, thank you, Athena, for your donation. Thank you. We just got a nice little donation from
Excellent.
Athena's been a great contributor.
But early on, yes, they were still going for a little more the scare factor. I don't know if we were deliberately going for like more psychological as opposed to brute force.
Right.
But partly that's us just trying to figure out what is the attack going to be this week? What is the goal of the monsters?
Yeah.
And in Buddy on the Brain, especially, there was the bit with the glasses that we wanted to do. And I remember when it was first proposed, I was suggesting that when they put on the sunglasses, everybody appeared to be putties, and not just the Rangers.
Right.
And we went back and forth on that a lot about well, what happens when you see everybody as a putty? Are you then fighting other students?
Right.
And they didn't want to do that, so we switched it to they see only other Rangers as putties.
And I imagine that logistically that probably made things a little bit easier as well, not having to have quite so many putty outfits.
Right. It did make it a little bit easier.
Was it at all inspired by, the thing that comes to mind is the sort of cult classic They Live, which I have never actually seen, but was that at all an inspiration for that episode with the sunglasses that reveal others to be monsters?
I like the words homage, but yes, there is some aspect of that where the idea of using an optical device to change somebody's vision.
Yeah.
Certainly, that was in the zeitgeist at the time.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually commenting on how oddly allegorically relevant Putty on the Brain actually ended up being when I started to think of it in terms of our current society, because it's really interesting watching people see threats that aren't there and allowing it to blind them to threats that are, which seems to relate a lot to how people react with insular false news reporting on things like Facebook and other social media, where they create this vision of what the world looks like to them, and they are scared of things that aren't actually a threat, and as a result end up missing other things that are negatively impacting their lives.
So if you ever want to sort of show off how you were ahead of the times, you can point out that that allegory there.
That's how I'm going to be speaking about it from here on in.
Excellent. Yeah, I think that that's one of the things that I'm trying to do with this stream. Just trying to help people unify to make a difference, and acknowledge that we are in a stressful situation that we do need to unite to address. And I'm very appreciative that you were able to join us to help with that.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate taking part in this and being able to speak a little bit about these things and to help in the cause here.
Yeah. This time around, it's as I said before, spreadthevote.org, so that we can help get people voter IDs and other voter information and assist them in getting to the polls and making sure that they're fully registered, which is obviously the big push going into these last few weeks before we hit November. And I'm just doing my best to encourage everybody to do what they can.
And I would say vote early if you can vote early.
Yes, it's safer and more reliable in many regards. It's fewer votes to have to worry about counting if we have more of the votes in early.
Right.
Because many states are counting them early.
Yeah. So we'll have it. The more early voting we get, the more we can space out people and have them be safer at the polls, not deal with overcrowding on election day, and deal with fewer delays in calling the results of the election.
It's why I've already voted.
Excellent, fantastic. Doing things right. We'll be doing the early voting ourselves. The week. Our early voting is unfortunately much later. It's more like the 24th, but we will be doing early voting at our local library. I hope that everyone else in the chat will be voting early if they are capable.
That sounds great. Well, I'll be watching from time to time online as well your progress this weekend.
Excellent. Thank you. And yeah, anytime that you want to swing by, it's always appreciated.
Thank you.
All right.
And what's the next episode coming up?
The next episode coming up is the power transfer.
Yes.
So we get to see the actual transition from Jason, Zach, and Trini into Rocky, Adam, and Aisha finally being a part of the team. So that's exciting.
And then this whole new era begins.
Getting things ready for. Actually, that raises another question. What were things like? Because at this point, things are getting ready for the movie. How was that impacting planning on your end?
Yeah, they were gearing up. We didn't have a lot of the writers didn't have much to do with the movie. It was the producers and some of the crew that were eventually working on that during that time. So we kind of split into two parts. I was also working at the same time because once I did Buddy on the Brain, they also allowed me to do virtual reality troopers or VR troopers. And so I was writing episodes for them at the same time.
Right. Yeah, you said Putty on the Brain kind of got you that in there for VR Troopers.
Yep, and there's a gap between, you'll notice in how many episodes I wrote after Putty on the Brain before I started coming back and doing more episodes of Rangers. Because during that time I was doing several episodes for VR.
Nice. Okay, so I don't know if you want to stick around for that. I know that another fan is planning on jumping on. That's
Well, I will jump off at this point, but I'll be back if you get into the third season.
Yep. And I know tomorrow we've got I believe I have you down for your next big season 2 two-parter.
Oh yes, the Wild West Rangers.
I know how much you love that cactus, so I didn't want us to leave you high and dry on that.
The cactus was going to be mine no matter what.
Yeah, gotta represent Arizona there.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, take care, and I'll be talking with you tomorrow.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you again, Mark.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Fantastic. I will talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Have a good night. Bye. All right. So there we go, everyone. That was Mark Litton again, bringing us great insights into what it was like writing for Power Rangers, at the time of going through that crazy transition and just trying to make things work. I know that I've got our next guest lined up is another Power Ranger fan. I believe that I know I saw him in the chat earlier. So I'm gonna make sure that he can reach me on Skype, hopefully. Okay. Let's see. I know because.
Discord, so you can chat to him there.
Okay, great. And then I've got another guest lined up, I think, for after that. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if our next guest is ready to go. Crazy times, crazy times. There we go. I don't know if Christian, are you still in the chat there? I'm getting a little buzz. Yeah, we just finished up Z-Waves and our discussion with Mark Litton, which spilled over a bit into Putty on the Brain, with the confirmation that it was something of an homage to They Live, which is great. Let's see here.
Christian says, should he call you?
Yep, and I've got that here. Here we go. Yep, I see. There we go. I am accepting that connection. So, getting the call now. There we go. So, everyone, let's have a warm welcome for Christian, a.k.a. Power Rangers guy. There we go.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello. Why don't you introduce yourself to the people?
Hey everyone, my name is Christian Ingram, better known as the Power Rangers guy. I'm a podcaster, YouTuber, content creator, just a fan though, just generally a fan.
Alright, sounds good. I know that you signed on, in it for the power transfer. Are you ready to go?
Yes, let me do one thing
Sorry.
real quick.
I just got a message from another guest who will be popping on, I think right after that, because he had been having a crazy day. I wanted to give him a little bit of time to recover. But I will tell everyone, spread the word. We've got a voice actor coming up after the power transfer. I'm not going to spoil who yet. So, let's get those little teases out, reminding everybody to join us and to keep on donating. We're trying to see if we can get to that 600.
Yes, keep donating.
Like, if
if you've already donated what you can, then just reach out to your friends. Get them on the stream.
Tweet.
Tweeting is good. Tweeting is nice. Also, like, I don't know, the ticketokograms, the snappy tumblers, whatever, the facey twit books, I don't know. All those things with the internet tubes. So let's jump on into so wrapping up Zed Waves with the end credits and jumping into the power transfer. It's for my end. I will let it actually skip over the opening credits this time, so we can jump right in. And that will be we'll probably start about a minute into it, probably about a minute 5, and I'll give you a go when we're on it. Sound good?
Yep.
Fantastic. I feel bad that I haven't checked out your podcast yet. I need to. I've heard of it. It sounds like it's a good.
It's all good, man. I don't really consider it a Power Rangers podcast because we just say the stupidest stuff on there. It's fun, but we talk about Power Rangers, but we don't stay on topic. Yeah. It's fun though.
Oh, and we are a minute 5 into it now. Written by Judd Lynn. Again, one of the big one of our big early episodes with Chip Lynn here. With Jonathan Zakor.
20 minutes till the special guest?
About 40 minutes. It'll be around 8 o'clock our time. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, Tommy's wearing the green in this.
Yep, because they need to match that footage.
Yes, they do.
Honestly, though, the wardrobe departments were on point with this whole stretch of episodes.
Oh yeah, they made it work, and they made it work in a bad situation. So, hats off to them.
Exactly. Oh, now I want chocolate.
I love the way Bulk and Skull are dressed. Like they are honestly the best part of Mighty Morphin.
They're so delightful. So yeah, Hannes, do you want to?
I don't think they've recreated that with anybody.
Yeah. I mean, Mark was just saying how delightful. Oh, and there's the announcement.
We also have Jen Nugent on deck.
Right.
She wants to know if she's going to be waiting till after the voice actor.
Jen, yeah, we'll have you on after our voice actor, I think. If you're okay with sticking around. Ah, there we go. At sunset, so you can't see their faces.
You know, I never really realized this until I went back and watched it. I was like, oh, yep, this is what they're doing. Because I wasn't born until '95, so I wasn't even born when this was airing.
Oh, I was right there with them. Wondering why Jason, Zach, and Trini hadn't gotten a Focus episode in forever, and then eventually being okay with them getting replaced.
Scott has a question about the voice actor.
It made sense.
And yeah, Scott, I see your little questions there. You might be on the right track there.
You'll have to wait and find out.
Over 10,000 students applied to participate in the summit.
10,000 students, and they got chosen.
Yeah. How likely is that 3 of the Power Rangers got chosen?
I know. Well, they're just amazing people. This is a 2-parter, yes.
Okay, so that's why one episode is 40 minutes. Got it.
Yeah. Also, just like, I relate so hard to how they're filming this, because this is like how I've had to film like all of Power Reviews. For episode 90, like, because of, the pandemic, I didn't get all the shots that I wanted. So there's several scenes of the one character guy running around the corner where you cannot see his face, and that's because it's me wearing his clothes.
You can't see his head either.
I'll be honest.
Because otherwise your ponytail would show.
Yeah. I like how he's introducing Tor 2 episodes after introducing Tor.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Gotta love it though.
Exactly. I'm also really amused how, like, there's this whole thing about, oh, we need to replace the Power Rangers, despite the fact that they can teleport literally anywhere.
Yeah, but
that's one thing I thought about when I watched this to begin with. I was like, so they can teleport from anywhere, but they gotta replace the powers. That makes no sense.
I think that they just swapped places in this space here. Like, they keep treating Jason, Zach, and Trini like they're over to the right, and then we just had a wide shot where they were on their left.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, like, little subtle bits to make that work. Like that just now where there was that close-up where Kimberly was next to somebody in a red shirt to play as if it's Jason. Oh, that teleport move.
They did this well.
Yeah.
I actually liked this scene. I thought it was really goofy, but it was different than the regular teleportation.
Yeah. But yeah, I've done that, like, where, you know, you just don't have the actor there at the same time as another actor, and so I just act as a stand-in. I'll wear someone else's hoodie just to have that shoulder in there to establish the space.
Yeah, and when it's on film, nobody can really tell.
Yeah. It's all about how you frame it. If you keep it tight enough, you can hide a lot. Like, you know...
One time I was your leg.
Yeah, you were my leg once. Because I needed you to be my leg. Because there needed to be a second me grabbing my leg. And so I decided to have it be my hands grabbing you being my leg. Because yours was the only available leg.
Somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, squatting baboon.
There you go. That's how you count. 1725.
Sounds about right to me.
Also, this is the first time Squat and Babu have done literally anything this season.
Yeah, they weren't really used that much in the second season.
Yeah.
But it's good to see them actually doing something.
Yeah, it's crazy that it took 27 episodes for us to have them do something. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Oh, the moon. I absolutely love Serpentera. I'm kind of hoping we get a Lightning Collection version of Serpentera.
Hey, can you want to guess what's been sitting next to me on the couch this whole time?
Is it the Phantom Ranger costume?
That too, but also...
Oh, Serpentera!
I have had this guy sitting next to me the whole time. Yes, this is this was from where was it? A Caldors that was closing down. I want to say it was Caldors in 1995. That was just closing down, so we got him for $15.
There it is. The deserted city.
My dad.
Not bad at all.
My dad could not turn down that deal, and I would not have let him.
That's a good price for Serpentera, considering now they're going online for what, 100 plus?
Oh, I'm sure.
We'll be heading right into
I love this setting.
A lot of the older Power Ranger stuff are going for a lot, like that Titanium Morpher sold for $800 in box.
That is so much.
Gosh.
I really liked the, oh, there's Serpentera. There's star of the show there.
By far the best Zord Power Rangers ever had.
It's just so massive. Nothing compares to Serpentera in terms of just sheer size.
No, and the bad thing was they toned it down in Wild Force with Forever Red because it was a lot smaller then.
Yeah, because you can only do it's tricky to actually pull off something that big and make it work. I think I just accidentally trying to find a position for Serpentera. I think I may have accidentally hit the power cord on the camera, but it is hopefully doing okay. I'm just gonna pop over here.
Here, I got it.
Whoa! What just happened? Oh, Serpentera. When I put down Serpentera, I put him down on the remote and accidentally paused, and it hit back.
I got the camera though.
Okay, I'm gonna resume. Sorry about that, guys. Serpentera is just destroying everything over here.
I can see Christian.
Serpentera being the real villain.
Alright, coming back. There it goes. Actually, it's not plugged in yet. Who donated there? Very Serious Lewis donated $5 to spreadthevote.org. Thank you so much, Very Serious Lewis. It is delightful that you are taking all this seriously.
How about now?
There we go. No, wait, no, it's not properly plugged in. Yeah, it's tricky to plug it in properly. It needs to go. Is there an issue there? Oh, wait, it was an issue on that end. That's weird.
Oh, that is weird.
Because it looked like it was still fully plugged in. Alright, so that's taken care of. So we are at 252. So, living in a red state but a blue county has been hard. Yeah, here's hoping that people won't be crazy. We got to work on fighting fascism where we can. That's the big thing here right now. That is something that we're trying to combat. And we do that by making sure that people can vote to the best of their ability.
Yeah, it's important to vote, especially this year.
Oh, big time. And that's what we're raising funds to do. Spread the Vote does a great job making sure that people can get their voter IDs, making sure that people can get to the polls, making sure they have the information they need, and making sure they're registered. So yeah, anyone, if you haven't already checked your registration, you can always go to vote.org and just plug in your info, make sure you're properly registered. We're hitting deadlines at like every day. Oh. And then Rocky, Adam, and Aisha are just like, what's up?
I've met Karen and Steve, and
yeah.
Oh my gosh, Karen is one of the sweetest people you will ever meet. I haven't met Johnny yet, though.
Johnny's fun. Johnny's very fun. Okay, so, at my college, that I graduated from, there would be an annual convention that's like a general anime and video game convention. And Johnny Young Bosch has come to see it a number of times in the past, has been a guest. And there was one time that he and iShine were performing in the Playhouse, the theater that I was always a part of. So I helped do the setup for that little panel performance event. And he actually asked if anyone had anything they wanted him to sing about. Oh, this shot right here, where they ride the Thundersword Assault team next to Serpentera, is just so amazing.
It's beautiful. It's like it shows you how massive Serpentera actually is.
It's fantastic. And you can actually, it's one thing that I don't really notice often is how, like, when Zed's really getting into it, you can see the jaw move under there as he's just raging.
I've actually never seen that. I'll have to look more closely.
Yeah, I've been spotting it here and there because that's been my whole day. It's totally understandable, Lewis. I get that we are in tight times for a lot of people. So yeah, whatever you can do to raise awareness, though, is always appreciated. I definitely recommend people phone bank if they can. Swingleft.org is a great organization to connect people with various phone banks where you can do virtual calling to get out the vote. It's fantastic. Serpentera's just... The claw being bigger than an entire building is just amazing.
Oh my God.
We've got Ann donated $20, so thank you, Ann. Very much appreciated. We've nearly made it up to our halfway point. We've got a few hours left in the day. We want to try and get to that 600, but definitely keep things coming. Keep people coming in. I'm always happy to see new names on there. Obviously, not everyone can keep donating throughout the whole event, but if you can keep bringing in new people, even if it's just one person at a time to contribute, that's a big help. Boom.
I forgot how goofy Tor was.
Tor's kind of amazing, though.
Tor's kind of ridiculous.
He is, but he's very goofy. I like him. But
I love how he's the only thing that can stand up to Serpentera, and he's just, it works for whatever reason.
Yeah, Serpentera's like crushing him, and he's like,
he's a glorified display base.
But I'm genuinely kind of shocked that Power Rangers hasn't ever or Sentai more specifically, hasn't ever really tried to do anything else on the scale of Serpentera since then.
yeah, there's been nothing that big. I mean, I think Evox's Zord and the team of the Dino team of that big thing was like the closest thing Sentai or Power Rangers has ever got to the size of Serpentera.
And even that's still nowhere near that big. It's like,
oh no,
it's more on the like Zenith Carrier Zord scale, or maybe twice the size of the Zenith Carrier Zord, but not like 100 times bigger.
Yeah.
I think the building with the statue is right about here.
This post-apocalyptic like world that they're on is just awesome. I love it.
I love it. I'm wondering where they shot this at, though.
Yeah, it like you want to say that maybe it was on like some backlot, like they were using something that was used for other. Like, look at this location. This is an amazing location.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this must have been where a movie was shot, and they were just able to use it. In which case, I wonder what movie it would have been.
No, yeah, for real. It's like that said, I know it's out of Power Rangers budget. That's what it looks like, at least. So I'm wondering what movie, was shooting.
Yeah, if anyone can find that info, let us know. We'd love to know.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, alright. We'll get the sword, let's get out of here.
But I loved this this level in the Super NES game. I didn't get to play it much because I didn't own it. I played it at a friend's place because I didn't have a Super NES. But I remember there was that level where you had to you had to get the Sword of Power, the Sword of Light. Sword of Power was earlier.
Yeah.
What is the Sword of Power?
Nobody knows.
I'm wondering. I played the.
Where are you going to put your food?
Sega Genesis game, and I think they had one of the same levels in there, and it was always fun. Me and my brother beat it in about an hour, but like some of the older Power Ranger games hit.
Okay. I'm about to have dinner as we watch a world be destroyed. That totally doesn't ruin my appetite.
Oh man. This is always such a cool scene, Serpentera, like the black hole opening up.
It's amazing. It really is. Like if I recall, like I don't know, was this the Die Ranger finale? Because it feels like it was.
You're gonna need this tomorrow as well.
Right.
I don't know. I've never actually watched many Sentai.
Yeah.
I need to.
But yeah. We don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to do spoilers on the. Oh, that move. That's crazy. But yeah, we don't want to do too much by way of spoilers on the big Dino team up with Beast Morphers.
Oh yeah, my bad. I completely forgot it hasn't aired in America yet.
Yeah, we still got another 2.
That's my fault.
We got about two weeks left for people.
Yeah. That was the end of the first episode.
Yeah. It's so it's just, the fact that Serpentera spoilers, Serpentera destroys a planet.
Yes, if you haven't seen it, even though it's been out since '94, spoiler alert.
Stir it up. The butter's
Thank you.
There's Serpentera in the moon.
No, that's actually the Red Dragon Sword in front of the sun.
Oh.
So.
Well, I got that completely backwards.
Yes, you did. I love you.
I love you too.
Great times. Alright, let's have a little bit of tortellini.
Well done, me.
So how is life doing for you, Christian? Mr. Power Ranger guy?
It's good. I can't complain. I'm still working, so my life is it wasn't impacted by COVID much, but I know a lot of people it's been impacted for them. So
yeah,
I feel bad for a lot of people at this point. I mean, this whole year has just been awful. But I mean, conventions are starting to open back up.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to go to a convention at the end of the month. Definitely will be social distancing and wearing a mask.
Good.
I'm hoping it goes well, but you know, we don't know yet. It'll be one of the first conventions since COVID.
Oh! It just when I was looking away, we just jumped into the power transfer, the part 2. We already have written by Judd Lynn on the screen while I was looking down, spicing my tortellini. Soccer ball, of course. Yes, soccer now. You got a better solution? If not soccer now, soccer when? But yeah, this is one of the first early collaborations between Chip and Jonathan Zakor before they really started working together heavily.
I actually did not know that.
Well, because Chip was sort of the story editor for so many years, while Zakor was the was sort of the executive producer for a number of years. And really, when you think of that sort of big run of Power Rangers from Power Rangers in Space through, late Power Rangers Turbo through the end of Power Rangers Time Force, it was really sort of, Jonathan Zakor was lead producer. You had, and then you had Chip Lynn as the head story editor, really leading the story there. And then you had him working alongside, obviously, Jackie Martian, with the two of them working together to write a tremendous number of episodes, along with assistance by Mark Litton, who we had just a moment ago. During that time, it was really sort of the three of them for a good chunk of it, with obviously Chip and Jackie taking sort of the bulk of the episodes. But every now and again, you see Mark in there too. So he's got a lot of insight into that era as well.
I mean, they did a great job. I mean, like all the episodes they wrote, especially like Time Force, the later stuff. Like Time Force was amazing.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
really looking forward to Sins of the Future.
Yes, I can't wait to see that come out. I'm so behind on comics, but I gotta get Sins of the Future if I can.
Yeah, I don't read the comics much anymore. I mean, I mean to. I get them, but I get like every variant cover my comic store gets.
Yep.
And then I forget to read them. But I mean, I have them, but my comic store said they're supposed to be getting in the Sins of the Future August. No, Jesus Christ, not August.
October.
October 28th.
Yes.
Yeah, and then it says on Amazon it's going to be released on like November 2nd. So I think I'm going to pick mine up a little bit early.
Nice. They've been getting a lot of nice teasers going with that.
Yeah, I'm really liking the graphic novel. I don't think the Psychopath was that great. It was okay, but Soul of the Dragon was definitely one of the best works they've done.
Yeah, I haven't read the Psychopath yet. I'm interested in it, but I haven't read it.
It's cool, but it's like they could have done a lot more with it.
That destruction of the planet
got the sword.
is just still so crazy to me.
Yeah.
This scene makes me want to watch
Power
Ranger.
Ranger. They pulled this stuff off.
Oh. Sheree just pointed out that I hadn't updated Now Playing, so it still says Z-Waves, and it's just like, wow, Z-Waves is a long episode. Thank you for the heads up there. My bad. We're on part 2. I apologize for not... Look, right now, there was part 1. Now it's part 2. Part 1 was very, very short. It lasted about 10 seconds. I find that hilarious. Like, that's really funny to me. That's just like, Billy, you're overloading it. Alpha, I trust Billy knows what he's doing. Alpha's been using this computer for like 10,000 years.
Yeah, you think you would have more trust in Alpha than Billy. I mean, I get Billy's smart, but Alpha knows it, and he's a robot, so...
It's crazy. Oh, thank you very much. I believe that's Jeremy Adler donating another $5. Thank you. Yes, this does help. Every little bit helps. Every contribution helps. Everything that you do to help, helps. So thank you. I love this. That whole idea of things, that things can continue because of this.
And I thought Rocky, Adam, and Aisha did a great job taking over.
They really did. The fact that Rocky didn't have to become the new leader, I think, helped a lot.
Yeah, they just played it off like, yeah, he's the Red Ranger, but Tommy's the leader. And, I mean, Adam went on to be one of the best Rangers of all time, and personally one of my favorites.
Yeah. Like, I love that we... Like, Zach was my first favorite. And I love that we followed up Zach with such a great new Black Ranger. Like, Rocky's a good character in his own right, but he's not... I feel like he didn't have the same impact that Jason did as a leader. And then Aisha and Trini are just very different. Oh, when we get there.
Yeah, Trini was more laid back. Aisha was more high-spirited and energy.
Yeah.
So, I liked them both.
There we go.
Thank you, Zordon. I won't let you down.
Oh, and here's the helmet scene.
There we go. It's just amazing. And just generate those little sparks.
Yeah, I'm wondering where those even come from. Like, does that actually happen, or, you know, like, who thought of that?
Did that happen in, like, the kitchen or something? To quote Ziggy. It's been a crazy journey. This has been a long day.
Yeah, how long are you in now? Like 10 hours?
Yeah. We are almost 11 hours in. Because I started at 9 a.m. I don't know why the tick is Southern. I'm just going to roll with it. Alright, time for trial by fire. Trial by fire. There we go. Well, technically that'll be if we have
action.
There we go. Back to action is, again, a great catchphrase that we should bring back.
Oh, yeah. Wait, didn't they use that monster before?
Not this season. But it does get reused later.
Yeah, because it was, like, sick or something, right?
Silverhorn gets used as Repulsor, I believe it was. For Friend in Need. They repaint the costume green and give him a tongue.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And I believe he catches Kimberly's cold, which is great.
Oh, that was so goofy.
Wash your damn hands and wear a mask.
What was that?
Oh, for Pete's sake, I'll put a quarter in the jar.
There we go. But yeah, don't forget though, people. We don't get to see Friend in Need this weekend unless we get to 1,200 by the end of tomorrow. By the end of the movie tomorrow, more specifically, because we want to have some time to start up season 3 during that night. And we only get to the movie if we get to 600.
And Pocky's got plans, yo.
Pocky wants to see us get to Alien Rangers, and that requires us to get to 1,500. So we've got a long route. We've got a long road ahead of us. So
the Alien Rangers.
I'm trusting everyone out there to continue to hype this up as best as they can. If you have any means by which to do so, please utilize them. Because I know that, I can't just always call off the same group of people to do all the donations. We need to keep expanding the group of people we have. Oh, boom.
Got big.
There we go. What did he say?
I'm as happy as a pig in a house full of ham.
Why would a pig be happy in a house full of ham? It's such a weird thing to say.
That's why I was like, what the? I have to have misheard that, right?
Yeah, that's kind of backwards.
A little bit.
I have to have misheard that.
Well, I know that Pocky is raising awareness in her to the best of her ability as well. And I also
Pocky's been tweeting up a storm.
I also know that she just went through the business of she's working on closing on a house, which is a whole separate thing, obviously keeping her busy.
And prepping whatever her plan is for Monday. I don't know what her plan is, but it seems to involve an awful lot of prep work.
Apparently. Boom, boom, boom. All tuckered out, indeed.
Now the Red Ranger Zord in this season was always one of my favorites. The Red Dragon Thunder Zord. Like, oh no, it was honestly the Beast Morpher's Red Ranger. His Zord was kind of reminiscent of it.
Yeah. Well, careful there, Frankie.
Look, he's got barely any place to walk to get to the cat tree because of you.
That's fair. There's also an ollie in the way as well. Oh, he's pulling a Neo fighting with the spinny on the staff. I feel like Die Ranger didn't have as many strong monsters to work with in many regards, because it feels like we didn't use that many monsters this season. So I wonder, because I haven't seen Die Ranger. I'm not sure if we actually used all their monsters or not.
Well, the other thing would be that fights on the ground would be kind of hard to use.
Oh yeah, the fights on the ground obviously are difficult to use and often aren't used.
Yeah.
But there's also a distinctive look to Die Ranger monsters as well. Serpentera just looming so large there. This whole thing just kind of blew my mind.
You could like tell the difference in the footage that they use.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, I guess back in like '94 it wasn't that big of a deal, you couldn't really tell, but like on Netflix you can definitely tell.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, even back then
You could tell.
you could tell the difference in the footage grain.
Oh.
You didn't necessarily.
If you're a kid, you're not paying attention.
I'm gonna put it this way. Maybe not so much that I could that I knew what was going on. But like, by the time that it was a few years later, and I was watching reruns, I could tell.
Yeah, they've gotten better about it through the years, though. I think in Beast Morphers, like, you really couldn't tell, and that was kind of cool because Go Busters was from what, 2012?
Yeah. 2012. Which feels so long ago.
It was 8 years ago.
That was when I started doing power reviews. This is marking. This Tuesday marks the 8-year anniversary. This Tuesday marks the 8-year anniversary of this channel. What did you say? That was your last year of high school?
No, my first year of high school.
Your first year of high school. Oh my goodness. Really? 2012 was your first?
He's an infant!
Yes.
Oh, you sweet summer child. I think we're just the old, son. We're just heavily the old.
No, he's an infant. We're not old.
He's got a beard. I don't think he's an infant.
We are not old.
24.
Yeah, that was well after. That was after I graduated already with my. Okay, 2012, when you started high school was when I started this channel.
Oh my gosh.
Which is crazy to me.
It's so long ago.
That, oh my god. No, wait, you couldn't have started high school. Wait, if you're 24 now, you couldn't have been starting high school in 2012.
I was held back a year.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I made an assumption. Because I was connecting the age of 14 to this. But yeah, I was I already had my 2 bachelors at that point, and was already 3 years in the workforce by 2012. 3 years into that depressing workforce. In 2012, Sean was 3rd. I don't know. Like some people in the chat are younger than others. Some people are older than others. We've got a nice spread here.
See, that's what I love about Power Rangers fans. So everybody's from different ages. You have the young fans, you have the older fans, and you have everybody somewhere in between. You know?
Exactly. Like, I was part of the sort of original generation because it premiered when I was 8 years old, and so I was right in that sweet spot right there. And so I've
target audience.
Exactly. And then I just stuck with it, and at first my dad thought I would grow out of it, and then I didn't. And then he's like, oh, well, maybe.
Eventually it'll just end.
Eventually it'll just end. We don't need to make a big deal of it. And then it didn't end. It's like, well, we can't make him grow out of it. But it'll just end eventually. And now I'm in my mid-30s. And we're still sitting on this couch.
That's how a lot of my family members were.
Yep.
Like, he'll eventually grow out of it. No.
Like, the whole idea of growing out of things, I feel, is, in and of itself, sort of an infantilizing notion when it comes to media that you enjoy. Like,
yeah.
Your taste can change, but that doesn't mean that, it's necessarily a function of just being older. Everything changes as you get older. But you're never too old for something that you enjoy. One thing that I like to think of is you're never too old for something you enjoy. You're never too talented for something you want to do. Like the idea, because I think sometimes people can look down upon Power Rangers as, in terms of being a cheesy show. And there's that idea of, oh, maybe this actor or that actor is too good for Power Rangers. And it's like, but you're not. It means you're good enough to do what you want to do.
Whatever that may be.
And that's part of just living that dream. Being part of the world that you want to see, where you get to do the things you enjoy.
No, I agree. It's like when people were saying that Bryan Cranston was too big a star to do Zordon, and I'm like, he got a start on Power Rangers, right?
Exactly.
That is exactly the kind of thing we're referring to.
Like I don't think he's too big of a star. And then you got Elizabeth Banks, and then you had the 5 Rangers, which were not total unknowns, but they were
right.
Newer actors that you didn't know of. And that's what I love about Power Rangers, is they always get newer actors.
Exactly. So it's always fun to see what we can kind of make happen with that. So, thank you again for joining in. I appreciate it. I'm glad we were able to, shine a little light on this Power Rangers guy, from one Power Rangers guy to a Power Rangers guy.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time we've actually gotten to talk. I think.
Yeah,
you were at PMC, right?
Oh yeah, I've been at all of them.
Yeah, I think
You've been a little bit busy.
I saw a bunch of people I watched, and I was like, yeah, I'm too nervous to go up to them, say anything.
Yeah.
But it's definitely cool to interact with people you've met online, and and especially for something this important.
Yes. We are in very, very, very important times. So I've put all my other projects sort of on hold, by and large, outside of obviously my job and taking care of my home and preparing for my first child, to try and focus on getting things together to make sure that people are able to vote in this election and support them in whatever way I can. And I'm just trying to see how best I can raise that awareness, raise funds, get good vibes out there and good energy out there, and motivate people to make a difference. Whether it's through donations, through raising awareness, or through volunteer work, which I definitely recommend everyone engage in whenever possible. If all of us could just put in a few hours a week, whether it's fundraising, phone banking, volunteering, whatever you can do is appreciated. I think I said before, when Jeremy donated and said, "Hope this helps," every little bit of help helps. And if we all work together on it, we can make that happen.
Yeah, I think it's important. Everybody should go vote if you can. Do what you can. We gotta make this world a better place. Just be kind to people. That's the most important message.
Yeah, big time. Try your best to make the world the kind of world that the people on Power Rangers keep talking about. A better world, a safer world, a healthier world for people to grow up in.
I agree. But I want to thank you so much for having me on. I actually do have to get going, but this was so much fun. I enjoy watching episodes of Mighty Morphin or any season of Power Rangers. Yeah, guys, just go vote. Go out there, go to the polls, and I will see y'all later.
Fantastic. And if you know anybody else who you think should be coming over here, send them my way. I'm happy to talk to more people. Thanks a lot, Christian. Keep up the good work.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right. So I know I've got a few fans asking to hop on after our next guest, who I am about to queue up here. Here we go. So let me get, this one is through Discord. And let's see if we got this going here. Where have we got? There it is. Let's open up this video call. There it goes. Hello, sir.
I am so sorry. This has been such a hard week for me, and I just...
No apologies necessary. It's your participation is very welcome.
He's recovering.
Oh, good.
He's recovering, so...
Hello.
Down there. Sorry about that.
All right. So, I've got you all set up on my phone here, which I'm gonna... Because I can't do 2 streams out of this lovely vintage computer at the same time.
It's not vintage, it's from 2015!
A lovely
and
vintage.
It was refurbed in 2017 when I
bought it. My manager.
Your spouse.
And an excellent one at that.
Exactly. Alright, so I'm gonna flip this phone around so that people can see your lovely smiling face. I don't know if sideways works for you. There we go. You gotta spin it around. So, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Mr. Campbell Cooley. Why don't you...
Hi there. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being a part of this. Why not introduce yourself a little bit to the fine people?
Sure. I'm Campbell Cooley. I have had the privilege of working on the Power Rangers franchise for the last 15 years, doing mostly voices of monsters, although the occasional hero or voice equipment. The voices for equipment, you know, the Morpher, etc. And I'm currently the voice of Scrozzle on Beast Morphers, and the latest episode just revealed that Snide is back.
Yes.
Who I also voice.
Pulling double duty right now. I'm still amazed that we were talking when that episode aired about the return of Snide, and it's like, wait, Snide was destroyed on a version of Earth that then got sucked into a black hole, and then they went back in time and threw the ship that he was on in the past into the sun, and then Keeper or Zenowing and Heckle went even farther back in time to prevent Lord Arcanon from even getting the Dark Energy Gem for Snide to be created. He's been erased from existence 3 times over. Where did Ryjack get that sword? Snide cannot be denied the timeline, apparently. So, you, sir, you just keep coming back. Oh,
It's a multiverse. There's some part of the multiverse where Snide still exists.
Oh, okay, I get it.
That's my theory.
That is a perfectly reasonable theory. We have multiverse theories out the wazoo at this channel. Currently working to save the multiverse as best we can.
Right.
Now I don't know if you're
Awesome.
I don't know if you're able to follow along on Netflix on your end, if you have access to it or not. I don't know how things are. I'm not even sure where it's.
No, but I'm sure I can follow along with whatever you show here.
Okay. So yeah, we are about to kick off episode 29. So we've already watched 28 episodes today. I know it's still early in the day where you are. I believe it's only what, about a little past noon. If I'm estimating accurately.
It's about 9 past 1 in the afternoon, Sunday.
Okay. Oh, I'm hearing notifications going off. I think
a lot of retweets of the tweet of Campbell Cooley.
I think people have just found out who's on this stream, and they're spreading the word to Twitter. We have such lovely comments as, "Oh my God, Snide, Scrozzle, you're welcome. Campbell Cooley here to Ruly."
Oh, that's nice.
So it's pretty wonderful here.
Oh gosh.
So
that last was in all caps
Thank
as well.
you very much.
Yes. So we are up to episode 29 of season 2. That's Goldar's Vice Versa. So this was the return of Scorpina. So my Netflix jumps right over things. because I'm letting my TV manage all of it, so it's queuing it up now. So we'll be jumping right past the opening credits and right into Goldar's Vice Versa. Now I know you went through a process to try and get caught up on a lot of Power Rangers after working on it. So hopefully this is a nice stroll down memory lane.
I did. About a year and a half ago, I'm sure it will be. Yeah, about a year and a half ago, I just wanted to get caught up on Power Rangers through to Dino Thunder.
Right. So I don't know if we have any delays
coming
going
across.
on.
There's periodic. Go ahead.
Oh no, I think we're getting little bits of delay, probably just due to the very, very long time zone and the stress that I'm putting on my internet.
So if I seem
right.
Is Campbell reading the chat?
I don't know if Campbell is. I don't think Campbell is able to see the chat, but yes.
We have a very enthusiastic Heckle cosplayer.
Yes.
Oh, I think I know who that is. Hello there.
Yes. Athena is a wonderful Heckle cosplayer. Has done very good work. Oh, and I just got the reminder I got to change the title on Now Playing right now in our header there to Goldar's Vice Versa. Who are these girls and how?
I don't know, but apparently they don't want to date them.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because... Is it Sadie Hawkins?
Yeah, it's a Vice Versa dance, so it's basically a Sadie Hawkins dance. Adam's so sullen.
I guess no one's asked him to the dance.
And Johnny and let's face it, Johnny Young Bosch at that age, he's such a little heartthrob too.
Your channel so I can see the live feed.
There we go. So that way you can see the chat and their commentary there.
Adam, I'm glad I caught you. Did anyone ask you to the dance yet?
No. I think I just stayed home that night and catch up on my reading.
Not if I have anything to do with it.
I like that we're starting to flesh out these characters now after finally properly introducing them to the team.
I'm serious. I managed to go to their volleyball practice after school. Still asked me to the dance.
So this is definitely an episode that leans heavily into the high school aspects. Do you have any particular preferences between the high school focused Ranger teams or the more sort of independent Ranger teams?
Sorry, I was opening something up there. What was the question again?
Oh no, I was just saying since this is a very high school based episode, do you happen to have any preference between the more high school based Ranger teams or the more independent adult Ranger teams?
Oh, that's a dangerous question. I know that there's a huge love for the high school-based Ranger teams, but I kind of like the alternative ones.
Yeah.
There's something about it that really intrigues me. Good. We're on the same wavelength.
Now, do you have a favorite season, sir?
Favorite season? That's tough. I really like Time Force.
Good taste.
I know I'm gonna take some grief for this. I'm gonna take some grief for this next one because it's not a real popular one. But I did enjoy Ninja Storm. I thought that was fun.
A lot of people actually have a lot of fun with Ninja Storm. It's an underdog.
I'm obviously a huge fan. Yeah, I really like Ninja Storm, and Cam is awesome. I love Lothor. I mean, okay, maybe he's not the most menacing villain, but he's fun, and he has some of my all-time favorite one-liners.
Oh, big time. Oh, Cam's an all-time great.
And obviously, I'm a fan of Beast Morphers.
you've been having we can tell how much fun you're having with the characters. Just, I still just love to see the joy that Scrozzle brings to being evil, and of course,
Scrozzle's a man who loves his work.
And Cosmo Royale just was the absolute highlight of Ninja Steel, as I have said plenty of times.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I make no secret of it. I love doing Cosmo. He's one of my all-time favorites, and if they could somehow find a way to bring him back, I would just be over the moon.
Yeah. Also, just such sort of a voice that for those of us who weren't necessarily keeping an eye on the credits too super closely, like I look at, coming from Snide, just such a totally different character in many regards, where you wouldn't have guessed it.
Absolutely.
And with Malcor prior to that as well. You've threatened.
Yeah, it's. Sorry, go ahead.
You've threatened a lot of Ranger teams over the years.
Well, and I'm not the first person to say this, but the reality is the villains are the most important part of the series, because if there's no danger or threat, then the Rangers have no purpose for existing. So, really, the villains are the most important part of the story.
Yeah, they drive the conflict. Like, yeah. Athena's saying right now that it would be great if after bringing Sledge back so many times, if they could bring back some more Cosmo, that'd be great.
It'd be interesting to see what they do, because if it's the same Cosmo from the end of the Ninja Steel multiverse,
right?
He might not look so good, because I think the last time we saw him, there was a grenade headed his way.
Yeah, which was just crazy.
I have a theory, not a theory, but it's like
yeah.
If they did bring him back, I'd kind of love for them to bring him back as the Baron Nero face, and that's what has happened as a result of the grenade exploding. He's gone back to looking like Baron Nero, but still doing the voice of Cosmo.
I like that. I like that idea.
Maybe it would work. I don't know.
Now, out of curiosity, have you seen much Sentai? Because the reference to Baron Nero.
Not much. It's just hard for me to find a line.
That's.
I try to do my homework. I try to do my homework with regards to where these characters are coming from, and I've watched some of the Sentai, but it's just hard for me to find stuff online.
Right. Like we find. Yeah. The streams find a way, I guess you could say. And I will say, having watched Tokuger, it is a very fun, delightful series. That's just fueled by imagination and good feelings.
Choo-choo!
I've been introducing Marissa to Tokuger, and although I've seen all of it, we haven't finished watching it together. So hopefully I'll be able to introduce MJ to the rest of Tokuger at some point. Probably after we're done trying to make the world not be on fire. Or at the very least, the immediate crisis. Obviously, the world's always a little bit on fire.
There's a lot of fires to stay about, so...
There are. We're all hoping that...
if it's any consolation, it's not just in the Northern Hemisphere. We've got our problems in the Hemisphere as well.
Yeah. Although I do feel like a lot of the problems in the Southern Hemisphere are at least partially the fault of the Northern Hemisphere. We don't make it easy for you guys down there. But I do hope that, hopefully at the very least things, I know you're not in Australia, but I hope that Australia doesn't go through the same thing this coming season as they did at the beginning of the year.
The being on fire thing?
Yeah, so... Because I know you guys could see the skies from from the Australian fires at the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah, and it's amazing because we had a similar thing happen here, much like in North America, where the smoke from the fires was reaching like 2,000 miles away and affecting, visibility and causing these amazing sunsets. Same thing here. We had all the smoke from the Australian bushfires made its way over the ocean and hit us 1,000 miles away. And wow, some of the most beautiful sunsets I've ever seen. But yeah, unfortunately, because of so I'd just rather Australia not burn than to have those nice sunsets.
Exactly. Like I feel the same way whenever it's like 70 degrees in the middle of winter. Like, oh, this is very comfortable weather that is clearly indicative of a major problem. Oh, did you lose me? Can you hear me okay?
I lost you there for a bit, so I can hear you fine now.
Okay. Right now I'm seeing you frozen. It was like you were drinking your water, it just sort of froze up mid-drink. So you were just like... it looked like you were engaging in ventriloquism because you were drinking water while speaking. And yeah, we're seeing the American Scorpina now, who's had her reveal, and apparently now does excellent work with raising awareness and aid for autism. And she.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I believe she has her son is autistic, and she emphasizes finding ways of helping to connect, as opposed to some other organizations that treat it solely as an affliction. Working towards understanding and communication, which is, I think, the best approach. Speaking as someone who's kind of on the spectrum myself.
Kind of.
I mean, I am called Database Ranger for a reason, and I clearly have a special interest. But,
fair enough.
But yeah, did the fires end up impacting any filming productions in New Zealand? Like, as far as the skies and the interference? No? Okay. I wasn't...
Not to my knowledge. I mean, but I'm inclined to believe no. We had... I think the skies were impacted maybe for a day or two, and then it dissipated.
Oh, okay. So it was fairly brief on your end. I know.
It was looking. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say we had I think one evening where anybody who took a photograph of the city. It looked the opening scene from Total Recall on Mars. It was just this brilliant red-orange. It was just it was breathtaking, and then, within 24 hours, it was gone.
I've seen the photos from California. It's crazy. And we've got, now we've got Scorpina in her monster form. It's crazy to see that again.
It was a lot like that.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently we've even gotten little bits of haze all the way over here on the East Coast. Not much, but little bits from what's been going on the West Coast. Like barely perceptible haze. But just the fact that it reaches as far as it does is insane.
Sorry, you broke it really badly there. You were talking about...
Oh, I was saying how even here on the East Coast we've been getting little bits of haze. Just a little bit. From what's been going on the West Coast. So it's crazy how far these things manage to spread. Now we're getting into the Zords here. I know Scrazzle is a bit of an aficionado when it comes to giant robots. Any particular...
Oh, interesting times.
Any giant any favorite Megazords that you've encountered in your journeys into the Power Rangers lore?
That's a tough one.
I know. I keep tossing the tough questions at you.
I'm sort of partial to the ones this current season.
Oh, Go Buster's got some great stuff.
It's so hard to answer because I don't want to sound like I'm being biased. It's just there really is something quite unique and special about the current season.
Yeah.
Not to take anything away.
No judgment.
Not to take anything away from past seasons because there have been some wonderful things, but I really loved how they actually rebuilt.
Yeah.
I really love how they rebuilt the cockpits so that they could shoot more footage.
They did a great job on that. It's amazing. Somebody's asking why the Thunder Megazord looks so much like a samurai, and it's actually, I believe, more based off of Chinese warriors.
I've seen some of those cockpits up close.
Yeah. Sorry, I got into a tangent there. But yes, more about those cockpits you were saying?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I've seen the actual cockpits up close, and it was amazing how tiny they were. Like, when you see them on screen, they seem quite, large, and it's like, no, they're really cramped. I don't know how those actors were able to fit in those things, but anyway, go ahead. Somebody was observing what? Acknowledging what?
They were just they were wondering why it was that the Thunder Megazord, which is the Megazord here, is based off what looks like a samurai, and it's really apparently more of a Imperial Chinese warrior. I don't know the exact terminology, but one of the interesting things with season 2 is that it was the source footage Die Ranger was based off of Chinese mythology in a lot of ways. So although it's you want to think Japan when thinking Sentai, this does have much more of a relationship to Chinese mythology than other seasons do, which is fascinating.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I love how they just kind of draw from so many different cultures for the show.
Yeah. And then we've got Dino Fury coming up next year with sort of the ties to more Western influences with the Knights.
Right, exactly.
Now I know that
I have
go ahead.
No idea what they're gonna do, and even if I did, I can't say anything.
Exactly. I was about to say, I know you can't say anything, you can't give us any inside info, and you don't necessarily have it. But I don't know if you'd had a chance to see any of the source footage going into Dino Fury and gotten a feel for the aesthetics of what we're going to be seeing.
What I've seen online. I do like the suit designs. I like them a lot. What I've seen of the Zords and the dinosaurs, the dinosaur allies, it all looks great. It all looks really good. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt it.
Yeah, just the little bits that we're getting, the little teases are looking pretty interesting and fun. Apparently the Red Ranger's name is going to be Zato. I'm sorry if I froze up there. Apparently the Red Ranger's name is going to be Zato, which is a curious name and suggests that there's going to be some outsider element to that. We've seen little sneak peeks of like an alien ship, but we don't have any of the real context of what's going into that, and that should be very interesting. One thing that I find kind of a little amusing is, ironically, this episode was less heavy on having an actual monster, since it was bringing back more of a classic face villain. But what can you tell us about the? Oh,
we just cut out. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, there you go. You're back. You're back now. Welcome back.
There we go.
So,
I'm back.
what can you tell us a little bit about...
Something interesting you were saying.
Yeah, I know I'm always saying something interesting, obviously. I don't know how people listen to me for like 12, 14 hours on end. I don't know how anyone can do that, but I am grateful for it.
What can I tell you about what?
About the process of choosing an appropriate voice for a monster. How do you look at a monster and say this feels like the right choice for this monster? Like choosing the voice for Scrozzle, or for Cosmo, or for Malcor, or for Snide. Like, when you look at the creature, how do you kind of lean into what that monster should sound like?
Give it up, Shrimp. You'll never get it right. Why don't you just go back to the first grade where you belong?
Oh, I think you might have frozen up.
Hey, lighten up. It's not the way we handle things around here.
We have your smiling face, but I think that you froze up, unfortunately.
Yeah, but with an attitude like that, we don't have it.
So...
For now.
Oh, wait. I think I saw a movement.
Practice up for next class.
It was like one of the Oh, there we go. For a moment there, you were like one of the weeping angels from Doctor Who, where it's like, you didn't move until I looked away, and then I looked back, and you were in a different position.
Well, that's creepy.
Because you were breaking up really badly, if I heard you correctly, it sounded like you were asking, what is the process of coming up with voices?
Yes, that, yes. And now we've frozen up again.
Froze again.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so yeah, we just keep kind of cutting in and out.
Lag. Okay.
Yes, but yes, that was what I was asking.
Well, it's
We do not have a good connection to TV Land.
Oh, our connection to New Zealand is not going great at the moment.
Something's wrong with the character. Oh, you've disappeared again.
Oh, and you're back. There we go. And we're back.
Can you see me?
I can see you, I can hear you, we're back.
When I started doing voiceover, we're back. When I started doing voiceover for the show, I think the first few seasons I would look at the character and I would try to find something about the character that stood out and just build on that. So, like with Tomar's, to me, he kind of reminded me of the Cheshire Cat with his smile, so I tried to do a kind of Cheshire Cat voice. And then with Barracuda, there was this kind of like Western theme, so I tried to do some kind of like Clint Eastwood type voice, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so that was kind of my initial process. And then when it came time to do the voice of Alpha, well, there was no, Alpha 6, there was no, obviously all I had to do was just go online and listen to the voice and then mimic that.
Right.
And then as time went by, some of the characters were either harder to kind of figure out what to do a voice for, so I would focus more on something about their character. Like with Malcor, there was something quite beautiful and regal about him, so I wanted him to sound kind of, for lack of a word, regal, and have this kind of, not kingly aspect to him, but like, as a good leader. Even though he's a bad guy, I wanted it to be kind of quite, commanding and authoritative, but at the same time, a wise leader. And as you notice that even when the minions screwed up or Brock screwed up, he didn't always chastise them. Sometimes he said, like, all right, it's okay, we'll work around this.
Right.
And then in recent years, it's been more kind of instinct. Like with Snide, when I saw him, I had no idea what I was going to do. He just looked like a total psychopath. And I ended up just pushing my voice harder than I've ever pushed it before to come, and then boom, the voice came out. And then for Ninja Steel, that was more, I was actually given kind of more specific directions. They said, "Oh, we think the voice is kind of like this," so I did my best to accommodate those directions so I could get the job, and that was Ripcon and Cosmo Royale.
Yeah.
And
Two
then
very
this
different
past
characters.
season, very different. And then this past season, for Scrozzle, oh my gosh, this was a first for me. This was the first time I couldn't think of a voice. I think I've told the story once or twice before, where I knew what he looked like, and I'd had a week to prepare a voice, and I couldn't think of anything. And I was in my bathroom looking at myself in the mirror about a half hour before the audition, and I was like, I got nothing. What am I going to do here? And I didn't want to look foolish by going in and not having anything, so I just thought, okay, I've just got to come up with a voice. It doesn't matter what the voice is. I just need to have something to submit. And I was just kind of like pushing myself for something to come out, and nothing was coming out, and I was really starting to panic. And I just pushed and pushed, and then all of a sudden, the voice came out. And I was like, okay, I'm not sure about that, but that's what I'm going to submit. And I went in, and I ended up getting it. So that's how Scrozzle came to life.
It is funny how that can happen.
My process, there is no specific process. I just have to kind of feel my way.
Blindly pawing your way there.
All right. Yeah, it just kind of cut out for half a second, but it's great that you were able to find it because it's been a delightful voice. Like I've had only the vaguest of my amateur experiences with.
Thank you.
I've done local theater acting and obviously this YouTube channel, and it can be tricky, but it's also funny when minds kind of converge. One thing that I found really funny with Beast Morphers is I don't know if you've seen it, but I did a fan film a few years ago called Power Rangers Grid Defense, which was a big video on this channel. And,
I haven't seen it. I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, and I made it back in 2016 when we thought that Go Busters wasn't getting adapted, and so it's basically a pilot episode for what a Go Busters adaptation would look like. And it was set in the near future of 2019, and I was then completely shocked to realize that there was going to be a Go Busters adaptation in 2019. And I did all, because it was amateur production. I got actors local actors together as best I could, but I did all the voice acting for it, and all the editing and all the writing direction, etc. And so it's always funny watching Beast Morphers and seeing where things paralleled to where my line of thought was. So when we, for instance, when we first saw Jax on screen,
right,
and the voice came out, and I was just like, it's the exact same voice that I used. Almost, obviously the different tenor, but...
Yeah.
But that rabbit inspires that voice.
Yeah. Something about certain characters just invite certain tones. So, when you hear a rabbit going, "Hey Zoe, how it's going?" you everybody's kind of leans into that sort of, I guess, little... Something about that little rabbit makes people think like a little Danny DeVito, Joe Pesci kind of tough guy.
Yes, and what's kind of interesting is that even though they very often allow kind of a lot of creativity, they just bring what you want to this character, but I know with Jax, there was a specific leaning towards, they kind of wanted that kind of New York Bronx accent, so your instincts were dead on.
He's a little wise guy. He just wants to help out, but he's still a little wise guy. And I'm also a New Yorker, so that helps.
Yeah, okay. If you have that online, please send me a link to it. I'd love to see it.
Oh yeah, of course. It's if you're looking at
I'll
this.
send it to him on Twitter right now.
Okay, MJ is sending it to you. Yeah, it is I know we have
Awesome.
literally hundreds of videos on this channel, so it can be difficult to find things sometimes. But yeah, it's by far our biggest video that we've managed to put out in terms of views. By like an order of magnitude, so I keep feeling like I should do another project like that. Oh, this was the episode that introduced the power cannon. I totally forgot that. So, I guess here's one of those, kind of perennial questions. How did you get into voice acting, good sir?
Oh, dear. It's not an exciting story. Trust me, it's not exciting. I've been told for years by friends and whatnot, so you have a really good voice. You should record books, or you should do, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah. And then when I got into film and TV, what I quickly discovered was there's like this many actors and there's this much work.
Yeah.
So it was going to be hard to make a living just acting. So I thought, well, I need to kind of expand my horizons, and so I tried to get a voice agent so I could maybe get some voice work. And long story short, it didn't work out. I didn't get an agent for several years. And then it was a total fluke. The ADR director at the time for Power Rangers, who was only going to voice agents for talent, he decided to cast a wider net. He contacted my acting agent, and he said, "Do you have any Americans on your books?" And she said, "Yeah, we got this guy." So I got called in to audition for Tomars in SPD, and I got it. And I guess they liked me because they kept bringing me back to audition. And then because I now had done some voice work, I had no trouble getting a voice agent. So then that expanded into other things. So, obviously I've voiced other things, and but Power Rangers seems to be my joy these days.
It does feel like Power Rangers is definitely a good in to voice acting and sort of a good segue there. Like, one thing that's sort of interesting in terms of both of these episodes that we were just watching Goldar's Vice Versa, and I realized I once again forgot to update to say that we are on Mirror of Regret, because it just rolls right through, and we're having a good conversation here. These are both episodes focusing on Adam, who is played by Johnny Youngbosch, who everyone better now knows as a voice actor, and this was really where he got his start in voice acting, because he had to do all this ADR as a Power Ranger. And then eventually got, his big break with Trigon.
Great. He's great. He's so good at it.
And now, have you, in your voice, like, I know obviously he was in the Once a Ranger episode, and as you were saying, you were playing Alpha as well as I believe the monster in that episode, Vulturetron, if I'm recalling correctly, or Vulturus. There have been a number of Vultures over the years. Vulturus, sorry. I'm Database Ranger. I hold myself to a high standard on trivia. So did you guys end up having any
As you should.
Did you guys have a chance to interact or chat at all while he was down there, or? I wouldn't expect so, but
I didn't get to meet him. In fact,
I don't know if the Rangers are ever in the voice acting studio with you guys.
It's rare, but even if they are, obviously there's no guarantee that we'll cross paths. It's funny because there have been a few times where I've known the Ranger actors were in New Zealand, and there were one or two that I really, really wanted to meet.
Right.
But I never got to be on set. So, like, I really wanted to meet Jason Font when he was down here for the crossover. in Ninja Steel.
Yeah.
Didn't get to meet him. And alas, I didn't get to meet Johnny when he was filming that. I just had the privilege of being able to voice a character that he's in the scene with, so...
It's pretty close.
You know, maybe I'll get to meet him one day at a convention.
Like, that's one of the sort of interesting things. You have all these scenes with characters that... And you never actually get to meet them and hang out with them in person.
Awesome.
And that's just kind of a little bit of a surreal thing. So, for people who were just asking, we are now 16 minutes, 20 seconds into Mirror of Regret. We've been rolling right through.
No, I'm sure that... I've watched a lot of... Go ahead.
No, I was just talking to the chat. You can go ahead. Go right ahead. Don't be afraid to speak over me. I know we've got plenty of lag. I will stop if you start to speak over me. Don't worry about it. You are the guest, sir. Oh, and now the lag has turned you into strong silent type again. Which is always a challenge right now with the whole New Zealand time zone difference. So it looks like, and we are back. There we go. I was just saying, don't be afraid to interrupt me. You talk over me, that's fine. You are the guest here, sir. Like, whatever pearls of wisdom you wish to impart, we are happy to receive.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, I don't have it, like, I could chew your ear off, but the only problem is... Well, I'm happy to do that. It's just I don't like talking over people, and because of the lag time we were experiencing, it's hard for me to know when you're finished. So it might be easier if you ask me some direct questions.
Sure. So here's another direct question, because as you mentioned, you are an American living in New Zealand. What brought you to that land down under, to the land of the Kiwis?
Yes, it clearly wasn't the Power Rangers.
I'm sad.
Oh, and I think it froze up again. Looks like you're deep in thought in that frozen pose.
Yeah, it's all right.
But yes.
I can hear you now.
Okay, so I was asking, what brought you to New Zealand?
I was trying to convey not hearing anything. Long answer. I don't know. I just wanted to start my life over. I wasn't happy about a few things in my life, and an opportunity presented itself to move down here, and I took it, and it's beautiful down here. I mean, you know, I'm very, very blessed and fortunate to be down here, but I do miss the United States, and I do want to come back, and I'm sure it'll happen at some stage. I've just got to come up with the money for the move and get a few other things in place. But yeah, life down here it's interesting. It's a slightly slower pace. It's a little more relaxed. You know, we have our problems just like the rest of the world. Don't let don't let the programs you see filmed here, you know, deceive you. Yes, the scenery is pretty, but we have problems just like anywhere else in the world. But I guess because the pace of life is a little slower, they don't seem quite as overwhelming at times.
Yeah, it does seem like you guys do manage to take your challenges a little bit more in stride and a little bit with a cooler head than tends to prevail here in the United States. And honestly, I think you've just given us a little bit added incentive here. Like, yeah, let's keep raising some funds for voting rights so that we can make, you know, America a nicer place for Campbell Cooley to come back to. Let's make him a place where that'll be, you know, you don't want to be gone for so long, come back, see everything's a mess. It's like, oh, I leave, I come back, this is what you do to the place. No, let's try and make it a nicer place for you to come home to. So if anyone in the
this is what happens when I leave. You know?
Exactly.
I turn my back.
You leave, everything falls apart.
I turn my back for 24 years.
24 years, exactly. We were doing great in the 90s. Why'd you go? Oh, this episode next.
Oh, for crap's sake!
MJ knows this episode very well.
The light enters the kaleidoscope.
Um,
Breaks into a million pieces.
so
Take a look.
I think now is a good
Nice report, Adam.
so guys,
Questions, anyone?
I think that maybe I might be delivering you guys a little bit of a spoiler here. This episode is going to be covered in an upcoming episode of Power Reviews. This is, I know we only have 10 episodes left, and this will be one of them. So that is a hot spoiler there, for the final 10 episodes of Power Reviews. So we've gotten very familiar with the workings of kaleidoscopes, which is for some reason completely nonsense in this episode.
High schoolers can't comprehend.
This episode, they have the kaleidoscope monster. And as a physics teacher, speaking as a physics teacher, this episode hurts. Because they do not understand how light works. And they keep using the word refraction in very much the wrong way. It's... Miss Appleby is not a science teacher. We are firmly aware of this at this point. But yeah, this is...
She's still sweet and adorable.
Yes, absolutely. This is largely an episode best known, though, for the comedic relief characters having a chance to shine, because this is a big Vulcan Skull focus episode, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
And obviously, the comedic relief really do kind of lend themselves very well to making Power Rangers an enjoyable experience.
Well, do they have any more episodes left?
Yeah. People think, and I shouldn't lump everyone in that category, but there's some people that probably think that the comic duos or the comic relief, have got like the easiest part, and really, in some respects, they've got the hardest part.
I don't think anyone thinks that their jobs are
is so much.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I didn't mean to overstate it or anything, but
right.
Yeah, comedy is so hard.
Oh, big time.
I don't envy them.
It's difficult to really hit, because you need to have that sense of timing. You need to have the sense of, okay, what's going to play here, what won't. There's a physicality to it. It's very challenging. I try my best on my end.
I'd say part of the challenge is.
Yeah, go ahead.
You try the best on your end too. No, you go ahead.
Oh, just to make this channel an entertaining experience. I know I go very much in depth in terms of my analyses, but I try to present them in an amusing and entertaining way. And I like to think that I carry through on that.
Comedy is hard.
It's a challenging thing, and I
can confirm that you are successful in it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, and I see.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Someone in the chat is asking if I feel tired. I'm like, I'm doing fine. Yes, I've been watching Power Rangers for approximately 12 straight hours, but obviously I'm fine. Obviously, this is the thing that a normal, sane person would do with their life at their weekend, several times over.
Well, let me just say, much the way, the thing I was going to say is that one of the challenges of the comic relief is the
comedy has to come off effortlessly, as if they're not even trying. And I would say, in the respect to what you just discussed, you're coming across as very relaxed. You're just enjoying yourself. I would never have guessed you've been watching 12 straight hours of Power Rangers. It's coming off effortlessly.
Now you see, I feel like anyone who's met me, if they start to talk about Power Rangers with me, assume that I've just watched Power Rangers for 12 hours straight. I feel like that's just the energy I convey.
Fair enough.
But Bulk and Skull, Paulie and Jason just delivered so many great performances across the course of this series, and they definitely deserve highlights for doing so.
Yeah. I think my personal favorite performance was when they found out that Skull was the masked musician.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just like, whoa, I was not expecting that. And when he gets revealed, there's that moment where he's just like, it's just like the comedy, no comedy, this is not about comedy right now, this is totally serious. I loved that.
Yeah, it really is. It hits to the heart of who those characters are, and it really highlights that they are not just the butts of jokes, but actual characters. And I'm hoping that if we hit our donation goals for this weekend, that I'll be looking at that next weekend. We'll see. If we hit 2,000 across the course of this weekend, then I promise to do another weekend next weekend through Power Rangers Zia, which would include Instrument of Destruction. And I think one of the big hints that that there was a lot more to Jason Narvi as an actor than we knew was when we saw him in the episode Trick or Treat back in the first season. And he was dressed in like this jail, this prisoner outfit, but he had written on his chest, I want to make sure I get the number right.
24601!
24601. And you realize that he just slipped a Les Miserables reference into Power Rangers. And you're like, okay, this guy's a big theater nerd. And now he's a professor of theater. He's got his PhD. He teaches. That's what he does for a living.
Yeah. Which is amazing. I have so much admiration for that.
Yeah. It's not easy. I'm trying to start a drama club at my high school. Oh, lost you for a moment there.
I'm wondering because like when we dropped out there.
And now you're back.
Cool. So I'm sure you or somebody in the chat room knows the answer to this. I always wondered why Jason got left behind in Lost Galaxy. Like the joke was, oh, he overslept. But I have to wonder if maybe like Jason was busy with other stuff, so he couldn't do a season. So they just included that as a kind of nod to him.
To my knowledge, that was when he decided to go back to grad school so that he could get his PhD. To my knowledge, I believe that was what happened then. But yeah, it's challenging. Like I'm working with my students in the high school where I teach to try and start up a drama club, and we got this close to the school actually putting on their first ever play last year. Before everything got shut down. We were in rehearsals for our first ever musical. We were going to do Alice in Wonderland Jr. Before things got shut down. It's challenging. It's tricky teaching specifically, how to emote, how to perform, how to act. And I don't know what your acting background was prior to the journey to Middle Earth. did you go to school for acting? Did you dive right into it? What was your journey?
My background was in theater. So my background was in acting, and I actually have a Bachelor of Fine Arts in theater.
Nice. Good man. Any favorite theatrical roles that you've performed?
Yeah, and there's a part of me I would have loved to have maybe gone for a match.
Let's get what we came for and go.
That was so long ago. I mean, there was a lot of stuff I did that I really enjoyed, but it almost seems like this distant memory now since I'm working primarily in film and television now.
Right.
I kind of cut my teeth doing musicals. I did a lot of musicals. Comedies, a few dramas. I would say probably two highlights from my career would be playing Adler Louvborg in Hedda Gabler and playing Edmund Tyrone in Eugene O'Neill's Long Day's Journey into Night, which is like a 4.5-hour play.
Fair enough.
That was a long rehearsal. But, yeah.
Those
I think
some deep cuts there.
For the time being, my theater days are kind of in my past, and I would love to return to theater, but I have bills to pay. So maybe at some point in the future when I don't have to worry about paying as many bills, maybe I can take advantage of that theater degree,
That was your fallback degree, obviously. That's the way that theater degrees work.
Yeah, exactly.
Truth be told, in many regards, my physics degree was sort of my fallback. In case I wasn't able to make it big and break into Power Rangers, which didn't end up actually happening, so I just sort of made my own Power Rangers shows here on YouTube. But I do enjoy teaching very much. It was always less of a settling for something different and always more of a multiple different passions and trying to choose which path to go down. So I can say for me that Power Rangers obviously was a big part of shaping who I am as a person. It's one of the reasons I love to celebrate, and it's one of the reasons I love to find a way to one day be a part of the franchise. And it's an inspiration for what I'm trying to do now with raising awareness and raising funds for people to change the world. And obviously you were a little, you got a few years on me. Were there any shows that you grew up with that had like a major impact on you and inspired you to do what you do?
Television wise, oh man, I can't. I loved Battlestar Galactica. I loved obviously the Star Wars films. I liked the Star Trek 2, 3, and 4. I think if there was any kind of one film that I would look back to where I just felt like something inside me shifted, and I knew that this was the turning point where I was going to be going in the direction of being an actor, although I wasn't aware of it yet, was Time Bandits.
Oh, nice.
I was completely captivated by Time Bandits.
I grew up on that a little bit too.
And the crazy thing is, I've never told the story. Well, what was that? Sorry.
My brother and I used to watch that movie on video cassette when we were kids. Oh, I think you might have frozen up a little bit again. But no, I was just saying, I watched Time Bandits as a kid too. So go right ahead.
Well, I remember I've never told this story before, but I'd gone to, my mother dropped me off at the cinema, and I was going to go see Time Bandits, and for some strange reason, I guess the audience ahead of me, either there'd been no one in the audience, or maybe so few people that they left, and the credits were still rolling. And I just wandered in and sat down while they were rolling the credits, and I remember being so mesmerized just by the credits. I would have paid full ticket price just to watch the credits again. So, then I got to watch the whole film and see the credits a second time, and there was something very profound about that experience that impacted me in a way that I wasn't aware of at the time. And I'm sure that it played a part in me, in terms of the journey that I'm on now as a performer. Another film that would have impacted me, although maybe not quite in the same way, came out a few years later by the same director, Brazil.
Oh.
Yeah, Terry Gilliam
Brazil
again.
is kind of like, it's almost the antithesis. It's a comedy, but it's also a very dark film, and that film also had like a bizarre impact on me, which I can't quite articulate. So I can't think of a lot of TV shows off the top of my head that impacted me, but film-wise, those were a few. And if we do this again in the future, I'll have to make a list of all the other things, because my memory is so bad. I'm not going to be able to remember what the others are.
Everyone's influenced by different things. It's not always going to be a TV show. Sometimes it's a movie. Sometimes it's a book, a play, a song. I think a big part of what led my brother to become a musician was like a Punk-O-Rama CD he got when he was like 11. You never know what's going to really inspire you.
Yeah. Definitely.
And sometimes it's a stage performance, as we see with our thespian masters, Bulk and Skull here.
And they are so good at what they do.
They really are. I believe, if I remember correctly, actually, I think that one of them directed like the other being Hamlet on stage. Like, those two are also just such good friends in real life, and it's great to see them interact. I've met them on a number of occasions. In fact, a good chunk of times was spent during the last stream with me relaying the story of how I got in trouble for not stopping them from basically having a pie fight.